And this is still your election command center, continuous coverage of the 2024 general elections, and the parliamentary candidate-elect for Teiman Central has expressed joy at finally being declared the winner for the constituency. Speaking to TV3, Ebi Bright assured electorate of Teiman Central of working to meet the needs of the constituency. Just watch this.
Are the residents of the MP-elect for Teiman Central, Ebi Bright. Yesterday, she was finally declared winner of the parliamentary election, and this did not come without some tension and more drama. But at the end of the day, Ebi Bright pulled some 18,067, and we have Charles Forson, his main opponent, pulling some 17,786. The independent candidate 206. And rejected 109. And Ebi Bright, this is not the very first time she's contesting for the parliamentary election. This is the third time, the first, second, and third. Well, she has been described by many as a woman of courage and determination. She's right here with me. Let's talk to Ebi Bright. So, congratulations to you. You finally won and you've been declared as the winner for the parliamentary election. That declaration should have been done on Saturday, but yours happened on Monday evening. How was it feeling like whilst you were in there, the tension, the drama? What was going through your mind at that time?
Well, interestingly, I was very calm. I didn't have any anxiety at all, but we were exhausted. And I was worried for all our supporters that had to go through the ordeal of waiting and the anxiety on their end, because they weren't privy to everything that was going on inside the rooms. I think very deliberately it took 13 hours to collate presidential, by which time tensions were so high because people could tell that this was unnecessary, and it raised everyone's suspicions about what was going on behind the scenes that were delaying the declaration of a parliamentary results that were already evident from the polling centers. I mean, even our opponents had conceded defeat until early hours of Sunday, when they decide to waltz in confidently. And that's where it began to get funny for me, because I was already holding a strong position, which I was confident in. So it didn't matter whatever they thought that they were doing, we're going to catch them at their own game. But then I was worried about how much support I would have in terms of standing my own ground, because I didn't feel very safe, but the party stood up and responded appropriately and gave me enough backup.
Now, let's look at your message for the people of Teiman Central, because this is not your first time, this is your second time, and you keep coming. Finally, they've given you the nod. What are some of the promises you've made to the people of Teiman Central, and are you hopeful of delivering?
Well, yes, I think that delivering for the people of Teiman Central is a possibility that has met with a perfect opportunity and time. When we started the conversations about the future of Teiman Central, it was within the vacuum of a vision that seemed too big for Ebi Bright as a person to engineer and deliver. We're living, in times right now where the main message of my political party, which incidentally is the incoming government, is the 24-hour economy, which was very similar to, which basically is the master of what I was trying to engage Teiman Central to look back on. We are coming from a tradition of workers. Our parents and grandparents were settlers of Teiman, not because we're indigents, but because we came here as skilled Ghanaian workforce. And so the original thing that brought us here was employment. And then to that end, a whole corporation was set out to develop the city of Teiman.
Exactly, that's what you're going to do.
Well, what we are going to do is to revive that vision, and the 24-hour economy spells it out. It's all about industrialization and manufacturing, import of raw materials and export of manufactured goods. So it's a form of import substitution that, looks more about on importing raw materials and being able to manufacture, produce, process, which is all jobs really. And so there's a whole process that is intended to put the Ghanaian worker and employment at the forefront, of our economic activity. And this is all about the vision that birthed Teiman. So it's a very good time to be standing in Tema.
Describe the win of the NDC in general. Sam George has described the win as a super majority in Parliament and super win for the NDC in general. How would you describe the win for the NDC?
Well, I think that it's divine. It's for a reason that is beyond us. I mean, this is not something that we could have calculated quite this way because it's unprecedented, of course. So you know that you're popular, but in the history of this nation, it hasn't gone quite like this. And we all know all the fears. Oh, they're going to rig. Yes, they did rig, but where did it get to? And so imagine if we had a completely level playing field. It would have been beyond, you know, anyway. It's already out of control. But I think that what it does is to put on us a huge responsibility. I'm looking beyond the euphoria of this win. I mean, but to see what it means in terms of a challenge to us to deliver. This is a desperate hold onto hope and expectation. That the desperation that has swept it, you know, in this manner is the same kind of desperation that is holding the expectation. So I think that we need to get to work almost immediately. I'm happy that His Excellency John Mahama said, you know what, the celebration should be as brief as possible. Let's concentrate on the work, and that's what we're primed to do.
Your final words to the constituents or the electorate here at Teiman Central.
Well, my final words is that I'm happy that most of them come up to me now and say, look, we voted for you because we expect you to do this and that. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. You are my strength. You've been my strength. You're the reason why I've been able to keep going. But beyond this, I want you to remember that we have work to do. I'm not here to work for individuals. I'm here to work for a collective. And this is what you've promised that you will partner me to do. So I'm hoping that you will understand that we need to get to work immediately to convert the opportunities in our favor. We house the industries. We house a lot of this nation's treasures. So I'm hoping that you would be serious with me about converting those opportunities in terms of education, in terms of training, in terms of the way that we engage the industries so that we can make this place a hub for employment and skilled labor once again.
Well, so that is the MP-led for Teiman Central, Ibi Bright, speaking to us there. For her, she's hopeful that this win, she's going to go a long way to help the people of Teiman Central because it wasn't an easy fight. She fought harder right from 2015, 2016, down to 2020, and finally in 2024, she's now MP-led, waiting to be sworn in as Member of Parliament for Teiman Central on the 7th of January. Joseph Armstrong, Gold, Ablekuma TV3, Teiman Central.
A fulfilled Ibi Bright there, polling over 18,000 votes, 18,500 plus, as against Charles Forson there on her third attempt. And I'm coming back to you, Bella, to continue with the conversation over there.
Well, indeed, thank you very much. And, well, congratulations to Ibi Bright in particular. You know, she's from the creative arts industry. She's actually an actress. And yesterday I was reading a few comments from her fellow actresses in the industry. And they were so happy about the fact that, you know, she decided to take a break from acting to focus solely on politics. Her first try wasn't too successful. Second try was marred with a lot of, you know, discrepancies here and then issues. And then she tried for the third time, almost, you know, didn't go her way, except for the vigilance of her party members as well. They ensured that the EC did what was right, and she was pronounced winner of the Teiman Central seat. Oh, is it Teiman East? Teiman Central?
Teiman Central,
yes. Yes, indeed, Teiman Central. And so this is definitely good news for the creative arts industry because John Dumelo is also in Parliament as well.
I think the difference was just over 100, right? That was very slim.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, knowing that she's tried this once, twice, 3 times, you can tell that she really had meant it, and we're happy for her as well. We do hope that, you know, we get the changes that we require because, again, the creative industry wasn't too happy when the likes of Marco Kumante, you know, eventually also got a position. He didn't go to Parliament, but at least he was made Deputy Tourism Minister. Yes. And many people expected a lot of change because he had been very vocal about what should be done, you know, from the governance level, got in there, and people didn't think that he performed as was expected. He did say that Deputy Tourism Minister, once you're deputy, you don't really have a say, so it limits your ability to really make things happen. But whichever way, we're hoping that these people would also be able to create some change, hopefully. hopefully.
Indeed.
I mean, very remarkable story. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate Ellie Bright. Very, very good sister of mine. I mean, her story is so remarkable. Absolutely incredible what she has achieved. That is a real blue constituency. I mean, it doesn't get bluer than that.
Yeah.
And to be persistent, to believe that she can make history. Didn't work once, didn't work twice, but she didn't give up. And even had to take a break for childbirth, becoming a mother and all of that. So combining all of that, it's an amazing story for young ladies out there to really look up to. And I'm delighted that the NDC has presented so many female MPs. You know, there was genuine concern that we are going to really have a crisis on our hands, because the last parliament we had only 40 female MPs, and a number of them lost in their primaries. You know, so the projection was that that number will reduce. But as things stand now, this NDC victory is pointing to an increase.
Okay.
An increase in that.
But we don't know exactly how many.
We had 20 on our side, and we have more than that now.
Oh, great.
We have more than that now. The likes of Abby Bride, the likes of Jean-Marie in the Omti region, the likes of the lady in the Western region, Kukwa, who won a Hunter West, another very blue constituency, and then Professor Ayensuano Dankwa. Then still in the Western region, we have the mining expert, the is it Ketcher's wife?
Okay, Memphis Central.
Memphis Central.
Okay, Joanna
Jan Kujo. We've produced our first female MP in the Ashanti region on the NDC side, Hajia Nasira Afra. A young lady I admire so much, and there's so many of these young females coming to Parliament. I'm really excited about that.
Wow.
And we'll give them the support that they deserve, and I hope that all of us will rally behind them to deliver. And you can just listen to Abby Bright's interview. She speaks very well. She's very intelligent, very cogent in her analysis, and I do hope that when they come to the floor, they would really not be intimidated, you know, by the chamber and, if you like, the rudiments of Parliament. It's a very technical place. And
that's
sometimes,
the thing.
Yeah. Sometimes otherwise very eloquent, articulate people come and then they just somehow get intimidated and are not able to be heard
to deliver
on the floor.
Okay, one of these days, of course,
courageous women, I'm sure
definitely, and one of the things we'll be taking a look at, probably not today because we don't have enough time, is female representation in Parliament and, of course, at the governance level as well, because we don't seem to be doing too well. In fact, we're falling way below the global and sub-Saharan averages. So global, we're told that at least you should have 26.7% representation at, the governance level, and at the sub-Saharan, it should be 27.1%. As at the last parliament, we're doing 14.55%. So we're nowhere near. If you look at the top 10 African countries that are doing it, Rwanda, South Africa, Senegal, Namibia, Mozambique, Cape Verde, they are doing, numbers above. So 49%, 46%, and we're still hovering around 14.
Rwanda tops the list.
Yes, Rwanda is number one, with 46, 61%. Of women represented. So one of these days we'll get into it, of course, before the post-election.
We have now passed the affirmative action
law, so we're mandated
30% of appointments. So I think the Ghanaian electorate have helped President Mahama, because it will have been difficult with the constitutional provision that majority of your ministers should come from Parliament. If you don't have female MPs, how do you?
Then what do you do? Anyway, we have another guest who has joined us this afternoon, and he represents Movement for Change, and he is Nanaya Sapon. It's good to see him. Political aide to Alan Chermanting. Good to see you. It's been weeks.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
Not bad at all. Congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you.
For going through the elections.
Of course.
The results were announced yesterday.
Very well.
How do you feel about it? Do you think you performed well, or do you think you could have done better? Because you look at Alan's numbers, and he only polled 31,202 out of what? 11 million votes, 11.4 million.
I think that we had a target, first of all, and above it all, what we needed was a change. And we needed a change that we needed it come our way. The real change Ghanaians were looking out for was the change in a certain developmental agenda. I would say it's unfortunate it didn't come our way, but I would also say that the Allen factor was one of the elements that did cause a lot of apathy in these elections, especially in the Ashanti region. And of course, if you are presenting a candidate that your stronghold says they don't want, you force your way through, that is what you would see. And it's very reflective in the numbers. And anybody who has been a student of politics and a student of Ghana's democratic elections would agree with us that indeed that factor, that change was felt when people decided not to turn out to vote. I mean, the Alan Chomanti himself has stated clearly that the research he had conducted proved that 7 out of every 10 people that you had met would tell you that they were not going to vote.
In the Ashanti region?
In the Ashanti region. And this, he made it very clear. I mean, he made this statement in Menchia, and there are videos to attest. And we had the hope to encourage them to come out to vote, because at the end of the day, if you're not careful, other people will take the decision for you. But, well, they decided to stay away because they felt that maybe we might not be able to get the numbers from the other regions. And so what we're looking for was change. If they are not in and they are not able to vote for the NPP because they do not like the candidate, then they will stay home and not vote. And the level of apathy that has occurred in this election is unprecedented. I mean, we've never witnessed such apathy. In my own village, in where I vote, in Dominance, in my own polling station, mostly you would get there from the hours of 7 to about 2 p.m., 3 p.m., the queue was still there. Yeah. But this time I got there at 9:30 a.m. and it was empty. I asked the presiding officer, I didn't know to Abana. Because now it's about 36. Oh. And it's very close to the Methodist school. There is a school park there. You see the young men and women playing football. And at 9 a.m., you were at 9 a.m. they were playing football. In the queue. You seem to be taking responsibility as a movement, partly for the voter apathy. Are you proud of it? Is it something you set out to achieve? It sends a clear signal that Ghanaians were not happy and they needed a change. And it sends a signal that Ghanaians need a change that will bring about development. And this puts a lot of weight on President-elect Mahama. That, gentlemen, you have been given a mandate, and the mandate is not for your party. The mandate is for Ghanaians. And they have given it to you to lead. And so you have a responsibility to ensure that that social contract that you're having with Ghanaians, you indeed would execute it to the latter. All right? What we're preaching was a government of national unity. What we're preaching was an industrial agenda. Okay? The end result of that industrial agenda is what gives you what they call the 24-hour economy. If you do not have the infrastructure, if you do not have the security, if you do not have what it takes to keep the workforce going, you're not going to have what we call the industrial agenda. So you see, there is a standard that has been set. This is one of Ghana's elections that political parties did actually put on the platform issues. At a point, they wanted to throw jabs, and it wasn't working because Ghanaians wanted issues. And the Great Transformational Plan became a standard. I'll let you hold on with that. We're going to the EC office, Greater Accra region. Portia is ready to give us some updates now. Hello, Portia. To agree on the way forward right now. So what happened is that at 3:42, the collation process resumed with the cutting of seals containing the pink sheet. The Deputy Regional EC Director then made an announcement saying that since the EC does not have the statement of poll, it was going to rely on the two parties, that's the NDC and NPP, to help. So if he mentions a polling station in which the EC does not have the results, both parties will give the result to the EC, after which they confer with each other to
authenticate the results. The NPP then suggested the calling of a presiding officer to also do the authentication. This also did not go down well with the NDC. Then the EC decides that instead of continuing the process, they should restart the collation process from yesterday. This also did not go down well with the NDC. As it stands now, the NDC is saying that they have about 242 hard copies of the pink sheets. The NPP is saying that they have all 281 scanned copies and about 30 hard copies of the pink sheets. But the way to proceed is what is causing the standstill here. We do not know how they will proceed and whether the collation will continue. But some supporters also just came in, destroying the louver blades over here at the collation room, and it is a chaotic scene here at the EC office as both parties cannot come to a compromise. They cannot come to an understanding on the way to proceed.
Okay, and those are live scenes from the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission. They seem not to have any agreement. I mean, we're not even sure what the way forward is and whether the announcement will be made today or not. You've heard from Portia Gabo, who's been stationed there since morning, and well, there's some disagreements between the MPP and the NDC as to how to proceed with regards to the pink sheet. So the NDC says they have about 241 of the pink sheets hard copies, whereas the MPP says that they have only about 30 hard copies, but they have all the 281 scanned copies as well. And so they want to proceed with that for collation. NDC is not in favor of that because they also want them to show the hard copy. And that's why there still is a halt in the collation process, because again, they also do not want the presiding officer to come in, because what's the guarantee that the presiding officer even knows what numbers to work with if he doesn't have his own copies as well? So, well, let's go back to Portia. I think she's also giving us some more updates now.
Right here at the EC office. What's currently happening?
As I told you, the regional chairman who embarrassed the party slept, and at this time coming to order for a recollation of everything. When we do collation with your people and we are 219, you are now here, a weak chairman, an embarrassed chairman, telling us that the EC must start the collation from 1 to 281. How dare him?
So you are against the recollation?
It's nonsense, because you don't have even a piece sheet. You are here with scam piece sheet and want to claim that you are chairman. His authority doesn't exist. And for that matter, I won't toil for 48 hours for him, having embarrassed himself, to come here and be telling me that collation must restart. How dare him?
What's the way forward? Because some supporters are coming in.
A declaration is going to happen. If they are not happy, they should go to court with their scam piece sheet. Because the next 10 minutes, here will be a war zone. Here will be a war zone. I have more troops than the police.
So what will you tell your supporters? Because some are coming in. Some louver blades have been destroyed for the peace of Ghana.
Patient for a long time. It's enough. We'll run everybody down here. They should try it.
So it is a chaotic situation here at the EC office. A very tensed atmosphere over here, as the police is trying to calm nerves. At 3:42, the collation process resumed with the cutting of seals containing the pink sheets, and we all thought the process was going to continue. However, this did not happen. the Deputy Regional EC Director makes an announcement saying that since the EC does not have the statement of poll, it was going to rely on the two parties, that's the NDC and the MPP, to help. So if he mentions a polling station in which the EC does not have the results, then both parties will give their results following authentication. Then there was a suggestion. So as we speak right now, the EC Director is being prevented from going outside.
All right, so we're still waiting for a decision to be made on this matter as to why we're not getting any call from the top with regards to the hierarchy of the EC to settle this matter once and for all. And we're rather getting instructions, or they are getting instructions from, party leaders. That also even muddies the waters even more. And so let's wait and see what comes out of this. It's all very confusing. We've been waiting all day, hoping that the announcements will be made, collation will be done, and that's not happening. But let me just wrap up with Nana Yao very quickly, and then, okay, I have to go back to Pausha now.
We have some supporters coming in, also attempting to come inside as the police tries to calm the situation. So the reason why they are arguing is because the EC is deciding that collation process should start all over again. The collation process for the 62 polling stations should start all over again. And this is what the NDC is against. They just want the process to continue from where they left off yesterday. And that is causing the tension here at the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission. The process, which was supposed to have started at 10 a.m., was halted. It ends at 3:42. The collation process resumed. However, the two parties seem not to come to an agreement on the way forward. We have the Greater Accra Regional Organizer of the NPP also over here to give us his version of events.
Thank you very much. We are here with my regional chairman. The process is smooth. Before we see, the NDC have jumped in that they should declare for their candidate. Meanwhile, we have all the pink sheet, and the regional EC director say we should go by the pink sheet. They say they don't have some of the pink sheet, and we are waiting. We are waiting to do that. We don't have problem. If we finish with the pink sheet, if we finish, and then they have won, we don't have problem. But let us count the pink sheet. This is not fair. We are in Ghana. We have accepted the defeat, and this constituency we have won. Let's go by the polling station. Let's go by the pink sheet. Let's go by the pink sheet. And look at what they are doing. All of them are here forcing the EC to declare, which is not fair. This is not fair.
So NDC is saying they're against the recollation and that the process should continue from yesterday instead of starting the process all over again.
We say we should proceed, and they say no because they have bring some of the pink sheet that we have won. They say they don't have it, and we have all the pink sheets, and we say we should proceed, and the regional director say we should proceed because they know most of the pink sheet that they say they don't have, over 50 pink sheet they say they don't have it, knowing very well that if that pink sheet came to add up, we are going to win the elections, and they say they don't have it. We have all, so let's count, and they say no.
What do you have as scanned copies and about 30 hard copies?
We have our scanned copies, we have the pink sheet, and it is clear. It is clear. Let's go.
The pink sheet that they have is scanned. We don't know the source. It's scanned. We don't know. We have it.
You don't have it.
Oh, but you heard it. You heard it. You heard it.
You can go and attest to. You can go and verify.
You heard everything.
Go and verify. You say you have 21 pink sheet. We have all the 21.
Not 21. Yesterday, were you here?
But you know we have.
They had done.
You know we have more.
But it's a scan one.
No. Oh, we have original biscuit.
They bring them.
We have it, and we have not.
No, the one is the one you have scanned and printed.
No, we don't have it.
So, Mr. How can this issue be resolved amicably?
We are only few.
We are ready.
The party we are. Look at the party MPP. We are like 5. Look at the men that they have gone to brought them to come and attack us. Lead by Wyoming, which is not fair. This is not fair. We can die for democracy.
Mr. William, how do we resolve this amicably because tensions are high? How do we resolve this amicably?
The point is this. The point is that there are more what do you call it? There are more PCs done, which is about 70% and over. But on the basis of that, the EC can declare. The EC can declare the election on that basis.
So you want the EC to declare the results immediately?
Yes, they should withdraw to prevent a problem.
So a brawl. It seems the EC has declared the winner of the Ablekuma North elections. I will get details shortly from party executives. In the midst of the brawl, there was a declaration a short while ago. What's that declaration?
Well, I didn't hear your question. What did you say? Yes, absolutely. That was a 100% declaration. Out of the 219 police stations we have covered from the 280 that we have in the constituency, he has declared, and of course, NDC is the winner. NDC candidate Arab Norbin is the winner, and that's what it is. If MPP do not understand, the courts are there. They can go to court. We don't have anything to do with anybody. Thank you very much.
So in the midst of the brawl, the EC made a declaration. I'll just get the details shortly.
I was only expecting that the MPP candidate would have conceded honorably for the sake of the people of Ablekuma North, for the sake of the peace we have in this country and what we need. But sadly, it has to be this way. However, I just want to express my greatest gratitude to the leadership of the party, National Democratic Congress, our lawyers, Sam George, to everybody, every single person here, our regional executives. You can see our vice here. I don't know who is not present, Chairman. My own mother, Madame Valerie Sawyer, I do not know how much to express my thanks to you for the support and your resilience. I want to thank the grassroots supporters. I mean, they have made this happen because if I didn't have the support organically from them, they wouldn't be sleeping here days and nights waiting to see that their votes are protected. We've been working 3 hard years for this. You see, how do you come to an election as an experienced politician as you are? You've been an assembly member, you've been an ambassador, you've been a member of parliament for Ablekuma North, and then you cannot produce a single pink sheet. When we had an original pink sheet or statement of polls, when we had issues and we went to court, we were told that elections are won at the polling stations. And this is why I took a cue. I learned from it, gathered the pink sheets with our lives, and then we were able to produce it. You have more resources. You have spent throughout the constituency sharing goodies or booties you have saved, but you couldn't protect the pink sheets because you knew at the day you were going to scan them and then generate figures just to suit you, just as you've done to the good people of Ablekuma North for nearly 30 years. Thankfully, that, I don't know whether it's a curse or a blessing, but it is broken. Going forward, I want to assure the people of Ablekuma North that I'm going to work with them like I have done. I appreciate their support. I appreciate their leadership, their guidance. I want to thank my able constituency executives, the chairman, our brilliant constituency organizer, all of them. I am so grateful. I think I'm so tired, so I will leave now. But thank you.
So, Madam Erabada Orban has been declared winner of the Ablekuma North constituency. The NPP is also having a counter press conference. Let's get to.
I have all the scanned copies. I have all the scanned copies with me. So we agreed that we will come here and collect the results. We agreed that we will come here and collect the results. When we came, they told us that they have few of their pin sheets. Then we agreed that we have all the 81 polling stations. They are scanned copies plus original. Then they accepted that we will use them. So the Electoral Commission agreed that they will start mentioning from polling station to polling stations, and we will continue from where we left off when they took the documents. So we started going, and they brought out their strong areas and said, when they bring it out, they said, oh, I have this one. We said, look, you are bringing out only your strong areas. But when we ask for our strong areas, you say you don't have, then we will consider the fact that since you don't have, and you are going to trust our scan copies, then we will use it for all the 281. They agreed. Then they selected, we agreed to do for them. Then when we come today, we'll finish all. Then we'll see who won. Meanwhile, we had already collated our results, and we won by 411. 411. And they knew that they had lost already. That's why they were snatching their pin sheet. But when we brought the scan copy, beginning they said, we will not accept the scan copy. We said, do you have other original? They said they have. So we compared, and they realized that for all the 200 polling stations, all are genuine. Our scan copies are genuine. So then we agreed that we would then fill out all the 281. It was late in the night, 7 o'clock. We wanted to continue, but the EC official who was sitting down told us that he's tired, so we should continue tomorrow. Then we set the ground rules that with the intention that, or on condition that tomorrow, which is today, we will do all the 281, including our scan copies, using our scan. He agreed that we should do that. In the event that the other party is doubting anything, we can call the presiding officer of that polling station, particular polling station. Then we go ahead with it. We have agreed on this. We came today. Then we saw that they were whispering together that because they used their strongholds, they were leading. And if they use all, we will lead because it's left with our stronghold or our big figures. So we also said, look, we are not going to allow you to bring out do the potholes, because we saw that they were selecting the ones that will favor them again. So I said, okay, if that's the case, since you have agreed for us to use our scan copies, then it means you have trust in our scan copies. So whatever polling station code they mention, we'll provide you with the figures. Then all of a sudden, they started whispering, let us ask him to, let us put him under duress to mention it, to declare, because this one we are leading, to declare. Then we said, no, you don't do that. You are being unfair to us. We have 281 polling stations, and we agreed that we'll finish all. And because of that, we didn't protest when you were bringing your big figures. We just said, okay, because we're going to continue today. What is the reason for you to say he should stop? Meanwhile, they are threatening to kill him if he doesn't declare.
He was going.
He was going. He said, okay. The man said it is unfair to declare at this stage because he has realized that all the polling stations you were bringing was the one that favored you. So he said, you know what? Since we agreed yesterday, let me finish all before we declare. They said, no. Declare. Otherwise, we'll beat you, we'll kill you. Declare. And quickly, the other guy stood up, went and called that they should come in so that they'll force him to declare. Now, what I am telling the media is that this is my regional chairman. We are here representing the party. The fact that His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia didn't win doesn't mean constituencies should also not win. A constituency that has been voted for, the candidate that has been voted for, must be declared the winner. Sure. And we are saying that per this behavior, we are going to rise and ensure that the will of the people is served. We won by 411. She got 34,199. And we had 34,610. And these were the figures we had. We have collated these results 4 times. And we have submitted it to the media, the pink sheets to the media. They should authenticate and see if the pink sheets are forgery or has been altered or altered. Nothing. If it has been altered, then in this case, all the 213 that we produced to you, which favored you, you should have rejected it, isn't it? Now, the other thing too is that if you know that you have won, what is the worry? Why do you have to meet people and beat them and take their pinches from them? We are not going to accept it. We are not going to accept it.
So what's the way forward?
My chairman will speak.
So you reject the result?
Yeah, so basically you were here. You all saw what happened. The process, as you saw it, the gentleman was subjected to all manner of threats and was compelled under duress to declare. We would have to go back to the party and decide on exactly what we're going to do. Because they whispered to the EC, who earlier on suggested, after consulting her bosses, that they will be, working with the, the scanned copies, on condition that the hard copies that the NDC submits, if they cross-check and the figures on that hard copy corresponds with that of the soft copy we have, in our system, then it simply means that that one is okay. And if they go and all the pictures that the NDC submitted here today, okay, the figures on it corresponds with that which we have on our soft copy, then that one is okay. And then they agreed, because they were then thinking that the document that they brought would be used. If we had used just that one, they selected the documents, the pictures that will favor them. So we are also saying that once we agree to this, and we use all the pictures that you are, tendering in today, after the EC authenticates and agrees that the figures are genuine, then the documents that we have in our system will be used till the end. This is where they disagree. And they will not allow the EC to do, do their way. But you see, the challenge is that this same thing happened at about 7 constituencies here in Greater Accra. They did the same thing at Domingo Kwabenya. They did the same thing at Constituency Central. They did the same thing at Teiman Central. We were there. It's the modus operandi of our brothers on the other side, and it's so unfortunate. The country willingly, subscribe to democracy, as in ensuring that the sovereign will of the good people of Ghanaians will prevail. But what we are seeing now is something else. And tax all over. I don't know where we are going back to, but I pray that we'll be able to take a decision as a party that will serve the interests of Ghanaians.
How soon is this decision expected?
Well, we'll get back. We are going back into our meetings today, and then very soon, by tomorrow, we should be able to, have a clear direction.
That we do not accept what was mentioned. The man was put under arrest, threatened to be killed, so he should just say something. We do not accept. He didn't even mention any figure. He just said this person has. He's afraid. He's afraid. He's afraid. How? You. He's afraid. And he was telling us that he's afraid. He wants to say something and go. This can never be a declaration. And also, please listen. And also, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, he won this election, and we conceded immediately. What we want to say is that, with all due respect and humility, he should ask his people to do the right thing, because we still are going to pursue this. But for peace to prevail, he should put a word of mouth in. Thank you.
So that's the current situation here at the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission. It's been a chaotic day today, Safwa. Really chaotic day. We do not know how the EC declared the result. All of a sudden, we just heard that Madam Irabna Obin was now MP-elect for Ablekuma North.
And I did not even hear any digits or any figures mentioned under normal circumstance that is supposed to be done. Or because this took a bit, it was quite different, and it was a bit hasty for me. So I was waiting for that before. I just heard people hailing and making noise, especially from the NDC side, that it had already been declared. Even though we were in the room, we did not expect that to happen. So from the NDC, we have interviewed the parliamentary candidate for the Ablekuma North of the NPP, and she was saying that the EC was afraid and he was under duress, so he had to just mention that the NDCs had won because of the vandalizations that were going on. We are actually descending to also see and then find out the reaction of the supporters who are outside and have been waiting all day. Some said they've not even slept for 4 days, and they were just waiting for an appointed time like this. So we are descending to go down and then see how the situation is there as well.
All right, well, so that's the latest with regards to the Ablekuma North constituency and the confusion that, has literally taken over the collation and announcement of results. But clearly from what we saw, even though we don't have numbers officially from the EC, we've gotten the indication that the results have been declared, and Irabna Obin of the NDC has been declared winner of the Ablekuma North constituency. We're still waiting for figures for that. But Nanekwe Usefriye, who's the MPP parliamentary candidate, former MP as well, she is the ambassador to China. And she is saying that, in fact, they collated their results, and the difference between the two is 411. So the MPP has led with 411. So she says that she polled 34,610 votes, and Irabna Obin polled 34,199 votes. And so per her results, she is supposed to be declared winner. However, the EC, we're told, has declared Irabna Obin winner. So we'll wait for the figures from them so that we can also compare and understand exactly what is happening with regards to that. But very concerning developments there, especially because you saw, some agitation. In fact, we've seen agitation all day. But let me first come to Prof to speak on this, because we all were watching. We didn't guess the figures. So now, who do we believe?
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation that we find ourselves in. especially when the media was in there. It would have been nice if we heard it. But you know, there was a lot of pandemonium in the room. So it's possible the EC presiding officer was speaking, or returning officer was speaking without the cameras, and therefore the sound was not picked. But once there are witnesses there that they heard the declaration, and they all agree that some declaration has been made, I think at least that's restored calm and peace there. But that's not the end of the road, because there's always a way to seek redress when you are not satisfied. All I want is that nothing should mar the beauty of this very successful elections that we have held and subsequent peaceful transition that we expected. So aggrieved parties should head to court and sort it out.
Let's listen. Let's go back there now.
Communities. It's workers. What's the record of that? What's the record of that? So I'm so surprised that you are going to fight a formidable woman like this. I'm excited that the wind of change has come to pass. Madam is going to reset Ablekuma North. She's going to transform Ablekuma North. The gutters, all the roads network, nothing is working. I participated in his campaign. My team here will work in his campaign. We were members of his campaign team. We toured the entire electoral areas. In the last walk, all the areas we passed from Kwasiman all through to Sakama, all through to Otate. You could see no improvement. The road network was so terrible, so bad. MPP have been there for 28 years. You will be in government for 8 years. What have you done? So if somebody is coming through an initiative, Our Life Foundation, she's working. She has brought a lot of job initiatives. Skill Development Foundation, give soft loan to the market women within the Kuma market and other areas. So if she is elected as a member of parliament, why will you contend? I was at St. Peter's police station with my brothers, and the contention was still on. You were bringing pink sheets that were irrelevant, pink sheets that was next to nothing. You were bringing pink sheets that were on the laptop. How is that possible? How is that possible? If you look at the CI regulation, it is clear. Parties keep one pink sheet, you still pick one. So how come you are bringing foreign pink sheets? About 18 pink sheets were brought. 18 pink sheets. I'm excited that with the hard-working Kalamu, the organizer for Ablekuma North, they stand the test of time and fought for this victory. I'm excited. Honorable Tokuno was here. Yes. Oh, Wyoming and Eko, the regional organizer, everybody was here. And we have fought for this victory. This victory is a huge victory for the National Democratic Congress. It is going to be an issue that will maintain it. We are going to maintain the Ablekuma Central, Ablekuma North seat. Rabinabi is the formidable candidate that will change that circle. She's an educationist, and even through Education Foundation, she has supported a lot of youth through education on scholarship ground. So this is a woman that will do, even in opposition. Go and look at her office. Even in opposition, go and look at her office. Go and look at her office. She's doing a lot of wonderful things. So I'm surprised. Why would this happen? Why would this happen? That is why all of us have put our life down. Absolutely. We put our life down for National Democratic Congress. We put our life down for this woman. We here and everybody, we are here to fight for this woman. And I'm excited that we were able to fight to the last end with military intervention, police intervention. We fought all the way to that collation room. And I'm excited that the victory that has come is a victory that will prove that the youth of this country will continue to stand for the democracy of this country. And nobody's above the law. Nobody can fight for the sovereign rule. When the people give their sovereignty to the government, nobody can tell it. And I'm happy that Ablekuma North sovereignty has been upheld, and we are going to protect this sovereignty. Absolutely. God bless Ablekuma North people. God bless Ghanaians. Yes. God bless the Electoral Commission. God bless everybody else here.
Lastly, so the MPP piece was saying that the EC was under duress when he was mentioning the result. So which means that wasn't the actual result, and the result did not come with any data or any figures to prove that you have won indeed. What do you have to say to that?
That is a very big lie. If you look at the records per the CI, elections I won at the collation center. I was at St. Peter's collation center, which is a boundary away from Ablekuma Central collation, which is at Odoko, and we're there, we monitored the process. And everything that was happening shows that some fraudulent activities were being taken place. Pink sheets that were not meant to be brought were being brought at the last hour. As late as 12 a.m., they were still bringing pink sheets. Nobody was under duress. The Electoral Commission, through their presiding officers and their returning officers in all the collation center, know what to do and know what to do right. And I'm sure no amount of intimidation would have allowed them to manipulate these results. So nobody was under duress. They did their work diligently. We took her into the car. She's going to sleep peacefully. Nobody can attack them. So nobody was under duress. The peace of this country must be protected. The sanctity of this country must be protected. And I'm happy today we have upheld, we have protected that spirit. And me, Junior JM, will continue to fight.
All right, very passionate there. But of course, he's speaking on behalf of Irabna Obin, who has been declared by the EC as the winner for Ablekuma North Constituency, even though the MPP is still contesting. But we have some breaking news for you at this point. Let's get straight into it. And indeed, we are announcing officially that the presidential transition team for His Excellency President-elect John Dramani Mahama, the list is out officially, and we're going to give you details as to exactly who and who have made it onto the list. But that release was put out just a few minutes ago, and it reads that President-elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama appoints members of the 2024 transition team. And it says that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, has, in accordance with the provisions of the Presidential Transition Act 2012, Act 845, appointed the following personalities as members of the 2024 transitional team. And it says the team will work closely with representatives of the outgoing government and with a view to ensuring a smooth transfer of political power to the incoming administration. The transition team is composed of experienced individuals drawn from various sectors, including finance, governance, and public administration. And so the appointed members of the joint transition team are as follows. 1. Honorable Julius Deborah is the co-chairperson. Honorable Johnson Asiedun Ketia is a member. Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kwete, member. Dr. Callistus Mahama, member and secretary to the transition team. Then we have Dr. Valerie Sawyer, who is a member. Professor Kwamena Ahoy, member. Honorable Dr. Kesel Atuforsen, member. Honorable Mahama Ayariga, member. Honorable Gusitano, member. And finally, Dr. Edward Omanebuama is also a member. Additionally, the President-elect has nominated Right Honorable Edward Doa Jaho as a member of the Transitional Advisory Council. And this has been signed by Sami Jamefi Esquire, who is the Director of Communications for the NDC. And that's the breaking news coming to you straight from your election command center, the afternoon stretch. Well, almost taking over into the evening stretch. But this is TV3 breaking news. And it is that a list has been released of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana's appointment of members of the 2024 transitional team. And so we have, first up, Honorable Julius Deborah, co-chairperson. Honorable Johnson Asiedun Ketia, he's a member. Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kwete, member. Dr. Callistus Mahama, member and secretary to the transition team. Dr. Valerie Sawyer, member. Professor Kwamena Ahoy, member. Honorable Kesel Atuforsen, member. Honorable Mahama Ayariga, member. Honorable Gusitano is a member. And Dr. Edward Omanebuama is a member. And additionally, the President-elect has nominated Right Honorable Edward Doa Jaho as a member of the Transitional Advisory Council. And so that's the latest. But if you look at the law as well, it says that the person elected as president shall appoint an equal number of persons as appointed under paragraph A to constitute a transitional team. And that includes the fact that the incumbent president will appoint the head of the presidential staff appointed under the presidential office, Act 1993, the Attorney General, ministers responsible for presidential affairs, finance, the interior, defense, foreign affairs, local government, and national security. And that's the latest. We also do know that per the transition team, the incumbent president and the president-elect shall be the co-chairpersons of the team, except that the incumbent president may delegate to any other person as co-chairperson, as well as the person elected as president may also delegate to any other person. So let's just get some thoughts from our guests, what you make of the team. And I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this shows that President Mahama is hitting the ground running. He is not going to be wasting time with matters urgent requirements in terms of putting his team together. And this can give you a sense that when he pledges under his 120-day policy interventions that he says he will roll out, that he will appoint his cabinet in the first 14 days. This should tell, because it's less than 24 hours since the announcement from Jane Mensah declaring him as President of the Republic. So I think that this will come as a very, very positive signal for democracy watchers, those who were even beginning to wonder if really he can hit the ground running as he has pledged. It shows that he's not going to be having any honeymoon. He's moved straight into business. He's holding meetings. He's putting together his transition team, which has been announced. I do also like the selection. You can tell that this is a blend of various centers in the party. So you have the old guards, the likes of Professor Kwame Nkrumah, very experienced, served since the Rawlings era, and then you have the likes of the Right Honorable Doa Jaho, another very experienced former Speaker of Parliament. Then you have the young techs, my own brother, Dr. Mani Buama, the Honorable Dr. Kesel Atuforsin there. And then you have those, if you like, in the middle, the likes of Dr. Valerie Sawyer. Then you have Guzi Tano. So various sections of the party well represented. And then you have the national chairman and you have the general secretary. So this ab initio gives you a signal that President-elect intends to carry the party along. He's not going to leave the party behind. I mean, that's the vehicle that brought him to power. And so the two key portfolios, the national chairman, the general secretary, the CEO of the party, well represented here. So I think that this is a list that will be hailed by objective minds. It's well thought out. It inspires confidence. And I'm excited about it.
You're happy about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Honorable Julius Deborah was a one-time chief of staff as well. And so,
exactly.
And then you have the
and
chairman.
He co-chaired the transition in 2016.
Yes.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so he has the experience.
In the Constitution, you will notice that almost the former members or the former persons that held those positions
are the ones,
Of course, the party is well represented. So.
And the interesting thing is that, I mean, those who led the transition that handed over to this government.
It's almost the
essentially it's the same thing that's coming back to take over. So that institutional memory is there. They know what exactly they handed over. They know what to expect in each sector and can track progress that has been made. So for me, I mean, it's very representative. It inspires confidence. It's all inclusive, and I'm excited about it. And we can count on these very experienced hands to do a detailed job so that we know exactly where we are as a nation. And you can count on His Excellency, as he said, he's going to carry the nation along. We make everybody in Ghana know exactly what we have inherited and where we are going, so that we can build consensus right from the beginning.
Yes, indeed.
But it shows that he's ready.
He's ready. Well, you look at the list, and Nana, I'll let you come in shortly, but you look at the list from 2016 when President Mahama was handing over to Akufo-Addo. And we had Julius Deborah, like you said, who has just been repeated here. Then he was the Chief of Staff. Marietta Brewer-Pierre-Upon, who was the Attorney General then and Minister for Justice. Seth Tekpe was the Minister for Finance. He was on. Prosper Bani, Minister for Interior. Dr. Benjamin Kumbo, Minister for Defense. Hannah Tete was the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. And Alhaji Collins Dauda, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development. So, I mean, we have just one name from the 2016 team on here now. Nanaya.
Yes, so I just wanted to make a statement that since the president-elect has named his team and the incumbent would be naming his team, I would just want to appeal to the president-elect that there will be nothing to transfer if we have all these officers being bent and if we have all these cars being destroyed. And in as much as he's already made a public statement, I believe that the only person who can call on the youth to order, right, would not be Sami, would not be the general secretary of the party, would not be the chairman of the party now. It should be himself. And if he can just take 5 minutes of his time and make a statement, a live statement calling on the youth of his party to order that, listen, this is one country, all right? The NPP has conceded defeat. The process must continue. And you cannot have this kind of violence when you want to continue this process. Violence is violence, and it's criminal, for that matter. And so I would just want to encourage him to make a public statement to call these young men and women to order. I mean, I just read on the social media now that the Teiman station passport office is also being
attacked.
You see,
Besieged.
I mean, this is wrong, and we have to condemn it outright.
Yeah.
All right. The change. You see, it's more of a tsunami. All right. So the excitement of it should be to put the leadership of the NDC to sit and work, and not to take over. Whether or not these persons you are trying to chase out of the offices would go. You understand? I understand them. I understand the sentiments, because some of them went on radios and TV stations and made, I mean, unpalatable statements, and some even threatened lives. But at the end of the day, what happens? Because if you ask me why they went to Ghana Gas, I can boldly tell you why they went to Ghana Gas.
Why did they go
It's
there?
just for one person. And some is
Who is
aware.
it for?
And that is why they are laughing. So
okay, I'm not laughing. So it's like I'm not getting the joke. Can you give me some information?
we in the political,
I feel left out here.
room, we understand the joke. You understand? So I think that he should just come out and then call the youth to order, and then we can move.
Okay.
But Bella, President Mahama and his team have a huge responsibility. You understand? And just when we went off air, I told Sammy that we don't see the person speaks well. No, because we have seen it before.
Okay.
You understand? He needs to put up a team. There has been a standard that has been set. What Ghanaians are looking for are jobs. What Ghanaians are looking for are stability in our energy. What Ghanaians are looking out for is that fight against corruption. So that personal integrity and the call out on him to be able to fix the corruption in our system is what we are looking out for.
All right.
And the reforms that Sammy was talking about, if you take our great transformational plan, you know that it is stated explicitly. It's there, clear.
All right.
And they need to deal with it.
My time is up, unfortunately. I'm actually being counted down. Please forgive me for this, but we have to wrap up at this point. So I have to say thank you to all three of you. Yeah, you don't look too excited. Neither do I, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap up at this point. So thank you so much for joining us on the show. We've had Honorable Samu Kujeto Ablekuma, who's going into Parliament again. This will be his 4th term as MP for North Tong. And then we have the incoming Lambusi Constituency MP, first time in Parliament. We wish him very well, Professor Titus Bayo, and Nanaya Sapong, and he's a special aide to Alan Kojo Chermati, Movements for Change. I wish there was one more question I could have asked you about Shanti region. You got 7,377. We'll come back to that maybe another time, but thank you very much. Let me join my colleagues on the other side. So we wrap up. Oh, hello. Hello. Where do I go? Okay. Hi, Martin. How are you doing?
Not bad at all.
Take over.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's been a very
EC's regional office in Accra has been like the hottest, like it happened yesterday. So hopefully before the close of the day things will come down a little bit, so they can have some breather at least.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Martin, what do you have for us? I mean, now that the transition team has been announced, I guess you guys are going to delve deeper into it.
Certainly.
I can't wait to hear what the guests will have to say about it, though.
And it's interesting also that it's a good mix of new and old guns of the NDC who are going to be meeting the president, or the current president, and the NPP's transition team, because we expect President-elect John Mahama to go to the Flagstaff House tomorrow upon the invitation of the sitting president. So it's going to be interesting looking at the key issues they'll be discussing. We wish we would be in that meeting to hear some of the...
Don't worry, we'll be there. We'll find a way in there some way, somehow.
All right.
Yeah, but it's been an enjoyable time with you. 6 hours on air with the afternoon stretch team. And, well, it's time to hand over to the night guards.
Yes.
24-hour.
Yes, it's on here. And we are on till the break of dawn. Thank you so much. And yeoman's job you all have been doing. But we're taking over the baton now to run the last lap for the day before midnight. We are on till the break of dawn. And like you heard, The NDC has just announced their transition team will be looking deeply into that and several other developing stories like the outstanding constituencies that have just been declared. We'll try and dissect those issues as well. Stay with us. We remain your election command center.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections. Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections. Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Great. I can't just imagine.
Yes.
We are very, very happy, and Ghana deserves it because we are really going through a lot. So this victory is not just for us, it is for the whole
I'm an executive member in Okankwei South, and for the past 28 years, the seat has been for NPP. By yesterday, by the grace of God, the polling stations that we've never, ever won, we won all of them. And for the past 28 years, for the first time, Okankwei South is going to Parliament. And then Sadumanku, he is a bulldozer. This guy has done so much. I know a lot of people have heard about him. And Sadumanku, he's done so much for the people. He said he's from the community, so he's never been to Parliament, he's never had a government appointment, but because he is in the community, he's done so much. Just before the month ended and we entered into this thing, he gave 2,000 live fowls to widows and a 5 kilo sack of rice to each one. And those who didn't get the rice and chicken, he gave them rice. And those who didn't get the rice, he gave them money. God has really rewarded his effort. And to our
Well, you just saw the celebrations at John Mahama's church. That was on Sunday, because that was the day, the morning of that day, that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia conceded. But beyond the celebrations, John Mahama, president-elect, has hit the ground running. Just a few minutes ago, we received the list of his transition team, and we're going to run through it for you here on your Election Command Center. Plus the issues as well playing out right now, unfortunate scenes of violence and some forceful takeovers of some state institutions. We'll have that conversation continuing here on your Election Command Center. Welcome to the continuous coverage of post-election 2024 and matters arising. My name is Alfred Okansi.
And I am Martin Esiedudate, and like clearly Alfred indicated, would actually be looking at the law and what it states regarding what goes into the transition process. We have heard the team, the names of persons who are going to be leading the NDC in meeting President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and also later we'll look at the individuals that should consist of President Akufo-Addo's transition team as they ready themselves for a conversation tomorrow. That and more, and like Alfred indicated, we'll be touching base with our correspondents as well across the country to bring you the latest regarding the unfortunate happenings regarding the violence and the takeovers. Well, we hope that the security agencies are able to kick into action and arrest all the miscreants undertaking such unfortunate developmental activities across the country. I am Martin Esiedudate. Welcome.
And I am Kemeni Amano. Here on the desk, we'll have all the conversations that come along with the analysis and the on-the-ground reporting as well. But gentlemen, I do want to also bring to attention that two things are going on. There is the asset seizure, events happening across the country, and then there is also the contestation of certain, votes and ballots in some areas, particularly here in the Greater Accra region. And then we hope that in both cases, some sort of compromise, some sort of peace is restored.
Rightly so. And we're keeping an eye on the Ablekuma North constituency, because just a few minutes ago, the Electoral Commission has declared the NDC candidate for the Ablekuma North constituency, Rabina Oben, as the MP-elect for Ablekuma North. Remember, the Ablekuma North constituency was one of 3 constituencies in the Greater Accra region that was still, the results was not declared as of yesterday. That's most part of yesterday. We saw Teiman Central was declared before the end of the day yesterday. Abby Bright was also declared Member of Parliament elect for the Teiman Central constituency. Abby Bright, as we go on, we'll be hearing from her. Hopefully she's going to be joining us in the studio, have a conversation. And also, right now we are hearing Ablekuma North. Another woman has been declared as president-elect. That's a Rabina Oben on the ticket of the NDC as well.
As Member of Parliament elect, Alfred.
Indeed. And we're seeing how things are playing out right now. And for that particular conversation that excites you, Kamini, when we talk about the women representation in Parliament, that we're continuously getting increased numbers of female representation in Parliament and how things are going to play out as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this was not without contestation. Ablekuma North, the NPP candidate, who is actually a former Member of Parliament who sought re-election, like John Mahama, but she did not succeed. She is saying that she's not going to leave this line. She's going to explore her options and challenge it. TMA Central as well. We've seen that's Patrick Buama, also indicated that he is going to contest the results that was declared by the Electoral Commission. Teiman Central as well, we're hearing that the NPP candidate as well is also raising some issues in there. So we'll keep an eye on all of this, but I'll be telling you how things have played out in all of these constituencies here on your election command center. And Martin, you talked about the issues related to the transition team. Really, it appears that, as was indicated by John Mahama yesterday during that speech, that that's the president, or outgoing president, called him and told him that, look, congratulations to you, transition team, and the talks about transition begins tomorrow. Right. And he's gone ahead to already name his transition team. And we've seen some very interesting names in there, which I know you're going to be getting into.
Yeah, certainly. And like we indicated as well, it's a good mix. So for those of you who've been following politics, Alfred, some of the names will ring a bell, definitely. So when the names of like the former chief of staff, who is now part of the co-chairs of the John Mahama's team, is one of them. We have former Speaker of Parliament, Do Ajaho, is a member of the team. So when we get to that belt, we'll look at the individuals and what we know about them in past time when they were in power. But then also, another interesting subject we'll be looking at will be the people who are going to Parliament, the numbers that are coming in, and the fact that for the first time probably in the history of the Republic, we have, as of now, 4 independent members of Parliament in the current, setup, or the 9th Parliament that we are expecting to kick in after the 7th of January 2025. So we'll be discussing that, and also start looking at the winners and the losers and try and understand the numbers. Which regions have the NDC won? Which regions is the NPP holding on to? Those are some of the key issues we'll be talking about and try and understand what that means going into the new year, which starts the 1st of January. So we have a number of issues or items on our table today, and definitely we hope that you stay with us right from now up until midnight, when we would have also touched base across the country to get a sense of how almost everybody is getting back to normal life or factory reset as it has been. I mean, you get out and when I saw the traffic, Alfred, I immediately realized, wow, we are back to normal life. The election fever is going away very soon.
And that leads us to the conversation on the unfortunate scenes that we have seen. And Kemeni, earlier today, we saw the youth who tried to take over forcefully Ghana Gas. Now, we saw the security deployment there. In fact, some members of the NDC stormed the place to now tell the youth that, look, what you're doing is not right. We saw as well what happened in the Eastern region. An office belonging to the Electoral Commission has been set ablaze with all the ballot boxes, ballot papers, all in there. We have videos of that we're going to be showing. And then also we understand some NDC youth tried to take over the MCE's house because they suspected that some fertilizer was being stored there. I mean, that raises concerns, is it not?
And let's not forget that in the lead up to now, we also had the issues of gunshots in places like in Sawama-Dwedri, where we know right now tensions are still, riling and building up over there because the voters there want the results declared, one of those outstanding constituencies. But Alfred, you're right. Let's have that conversation with my guest here in the studio. To my immediate right is Dr. Victor Doke, who's a security analyst, and next to him is Musa Dankwa, who is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. Doc and Mr. Dankwa, you're welcome to our coverage.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, Doc, I'm going to start with you. What could be fueling what we are seeing now?
Well, thank you very much. I think when you look at the cycle of elections, 3 phases, the before, during, and after. And I think we've had some issues with regard to the during, collation, counting, and then pronouncement of results and all of that at the various constituency levels. Now, after, essential also has 2 phases. So what we are seeing now is the after phase. Now, however, one would ask the question if the Ghana Police Service or the security institutions may have taken their feet off the pedal. You understand? Because then you would come to think that once you have put in place measures with the phases, it would continue to the after. And these incidents have happened before.
Right.
I may not be able to tell the exact date, but I remember where thugs also went into an MC office in Kumasi. There's been seizures of what? When you talk about
are you referring to the transition of 2016 into 2017?
I think so, yeah, definitely. And then there has been issues about seizure of keys to public toilets and all of that. So one would think that the state security would envisage that this was going to happen and thereby pick intelligence and then enhance patrol, surveillance, and then use modern equipment to in the security apparatus to respond quickly and arrest these issues. But I think by and large, it also tells us that 1, the youth bulge is real. Those who are unemployed, now when their party have taken over, it's assumed that we quickly move in, and then by that way, they make a statement to the hierarchy, they come together, and then sort of like use it as a bargaining chip. Because if they believe if they don't do that, then they may be left out. So what we are seeing is by and large, 1, the issue about unemployment, and 2, the lapse or challenge with regards to the aftermath of elections, which is sort of like becoming a norm.
Right.
We should be able to tackle, because by now we have some level of training, capacity, equipment to detect where are the mechanisms with regards to the early warning systems. Right, this is very crucial. So I think we need to build more on that. I think going forward, I think what we need to do is more surveillance, joint patrols, and then if the Ghana Police has drones, I think this is the right time to fly the drones.
To fly those drones.
Exactly.
But Musa, I mean, your polls didn't see this one coming, or they did?
The violence?
Yes.
No.
Of course, I didn't expect them to. But from where you sit, why do we seem to have that a position of wanting to protect state assets before a new government comes in? We saw this in 2015. In fact, that transition, the NPP side of that transition went as far as forming the Assets and Vehicles Committee, which was chaired by Ikwe to then. Why do we feel the need to protect?
It boils down to, as Doc mentioned, unemployment in the youth. And they feel that they must secure their position, take position, and before the position get to somebody else. And I think we've learned a lot of lessons from 2012, from 2016 and now. That I think the transition bill must be amended to include some of these things, to make it legally impossible for such things to happen. Because we can't leave that thing to chance, that people would conform. I mean, if the laws are there, that look, after election is won and transition happen, within this period, we don't expect such things to happen. And when you do that, this is the punishment for doing that. I mean, people will desist from doing that. At the moment, there's nothing to prevent them from doing that, and then you expect the incoming government or the winning party to make a proclamation. No, I think the government has the power. They have the power to do everything. They must take control of security and then deal with people who are doing things that are not lawful.
But could there be germane reasons for why the young people will want to go out there and protect state assets? Let's not forget, back in the 2016-2017 transition, the committee had told us that of the 700, cars on record, they couldn't find over 200 of them. You remember it led to some, seizure of cars in town and the likes. So perhaps there could be very germane reasons why young people, whether employed or not, would want to ensure that whichever government is going away is not stealing or is not taking away state property.
There is some, I don't want to say some positively, so that it would encourage people to now say yes.
Let's go do that.
To do that. Now, there may be some reasons to it. One, because as you rightly mentioned, there were some sheets of vehicles in town, and we all saw it. So now it's become, as I said, like a norm that the outgoing officials may likely, take for themselves or auction for themselves as state assets, which is not supposed to be. So this is what these two parties, the hierarchy, the young people, the grassroots know about. And that's why we are seeing this at this magnitude, which shouldn't be happening. Because other than as my colleague rightly said, if the bill states clearly, then it must be implemented. So then, when an outgoing government loses, then you know the number of assets in there, right? So it becomes more, easy for you to now trace those who are responsible for handling those assets, and then you arrest them, and then you let the laws be applied. But if we don't do that, then I think we're giving these youths the impetus to now do what they are doing.
But that is why we have the transition team, which we expect to meet on Wednesday, tomorrow. So while the transition team is working, we have young people also deciding that it's time for us to gatekeep and protect secure state assets. It would seem that we have two jobs going on right now.
Yeah, but that's not their job to do that. I mean, whatever you see or you suspect anything going on, your role is to what? Inform the police. And then the police will move in and then secure that place.
Maybe
but you don't
take
the laws into your own hands. Well, it's not about, they are fed up or what. I think this is what probably some stakeholders might be drumming into their heads that, look, if you don't take it now, you may lose it, and they will bring other people to come and manage it and you won't have the jobs. And that's why we're seeing this.
I see. Musa, your take on whether the young people out there now would have germane reasons for what they are doing? You did the polls and you saw the trust levels.
I don't think there's a good reason for doing that. No. We need to make sure that people understand what governance is. And the governance is not about this party and that party. When a government is in power, even if it's MPP government, they are working in the name of the Republic at the time until they leave power. Even when NDC comes to power, it's no longer NDC running affair for NDC people, it's for Ghanaians. So we should be seeking to protect state assets. And I think also the historical antecedent probably lends some credence to what they are doing. Because the public officials themselves have not lived up to expectations when it comes to state assets. And I think there should be strict rules in dealing with that. And once the rules are there and they're enforced, if you take state assets, I think 12 months before you leave office, nobody should be allowed to buy any state assets. Because we are deliberately selling things that should not be sold. For the incoming government to come and look for money to buy the same things again. I mean, it shouldn't be allowed. And once those things are there, and I think we shouldn't allow the politicians to draw those rules. They don't do it well because they have self-interest. It should be done by people who have no interest in that asset. So they will be more objective in the kind of rules and regulations they put out in order to mitigate this risk of people siphoning or taking away public assets. And I think the risk is real. I mean, we've been doing that historically. So the boys or the guy youth may fear that they could continue again. So we should go in there and stop them. But I think that should not be allowed.
I see. Doc, let's look at how the security is handled. I mean, you talked about how the police should have had foresight of this and had a plan to engage, the situation. But since some of the young people started going into these offices to keep guard and ensure that state assets are secure, we've also seen police or the military engage them in one way or the other. It would appear that engagement has gone well, but what's your analysis of that?
Well, it is okay. It is good. So far, so good. But then I was thinking more of a rather proactive measure. Now, since we know that this incident has happened, before, the historical antecedents show clearly. And so you would think that definitely there could be something. So you prepare ahead. Now, preparation ahead means what? You station men at key state institutions, including the MMDCEs, right, to secure the place. I mean, apart from they having their own security, personnel and all that, the state security, the police, the military should also augment that effort. Now, aside that, you would notice that it's all been some kind of reactionary, where they are called in before they arrive and then secure the place and engage the youth. How about we identify the very important key installations, those that would require that probably after transition, when the new government takes over, and there might be somewhat prosecutions, investigations, so evidence is not destroyed. Okay. Now this afternoon, I think I was looking at the Ghana gas issue.
Yes.
I mean, looking at the video, you would come to think and ask, are these really thugs, individuals, party supporters, or there are criminal elements who have now taken advantage of the situation?
But when you listen to them, they tell you we are not there to cause mayhem. For instance, in the whole situation, one of the young men who spoke to our cameras indicated, we are not here to cause mayhem. We want to make sure the MCE does not convey the fertilizers from the his office, which he said had now become a warehouse. So it would have, and then he also added that they were working with the police and were keeping calm in the area. So, and that's why I was asking you, right, whether or not perhaps they have germane reasons to want to stay there, and if they are not causing mayhem, maybe they are not problematic.
Well, how long can you stay there, and how can you guarantee that they won't cause mayhem? That's another issue. So I think once they've identified that there are fertilizers there, they called in the police. Their job is done.
Their job is done.
You just let the police, take control. And one thing they should notice is also that whatever that has been purchased is recorded. So you would definitely have the records there. So if the new government comes in and then has to, distribute or do investigations or whatever that is not there, you are sure that the MCE or DCE would be called to answer questions. But if we should encourage that they should go sit there even when they are not being violent, then in the shortest possible time, you would have the youths with this excuse surrounding, MMDCEs, their officers, all in the name of protecting state assets.
Doc, we're going to come back to the desk and discuss, a bit more on this issue, but we'll also bring in the element of the contested results, which is causing some discomfort, some tension in certain areas. But Alfred, you're taking us somewhere.
Yes, there's some breaking news coming through right now, and in fact, two of them which we're monitoring quite closely. The first is from the Ghana Police Service. And the Ghana Police Service has just issued a statement just when you were talking about the matter of the violence that has been going on. And also it says one military officer injured, police apprehend additional suspects. That's the heading of this statement coming through from the Ghana Police Service. One military officer injured, police apprehend additional suspects. The police have apprehended more suspects in connection with violence attacks across the country. According to the police, it has recorded a number of incidents of lawlessness across the country, and also may be forced to apply the force to stop the violent attacks on offices by alleged supporters of the opposition NDC. Well, the police have also, and I'm reading verbatim, and that's what they describe the NDC, and they say these are alleged supporters of the NDC. The police have also indicated it worked with the Ghana Armed Forces to restore law and order in certain parts of the country. Among them, the attacks on Ghana gas offices, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, in fact, GPHA, we understand there was some attempt as well by some youth to take over some offices there. Passport Office, where we understand that based on the information we have right now from the Passport Office, the police so far masked up some persons who were there, saying that they were demanding jobs at the Passport Office. So these young people went there, that they wanted to be employed immediately at the Passport Office. The police, we understand, were also able to, they further warned such supporters to desist from attacking offices and ransacking individual homes, assuring that the police have so far not used any firearms in the process. So this is the police giving details of what they have been doing so far on this matter. Take a look.
The nation is still in the post-election phase, and the security agencies under the National Election Security Task Force continues to put in place measures to ensure security, law and order across the country. Today, we have recorded a number of incidents of lawlessness and some violence in a number of locations across the country. In all these situations, the Ghana Police Service has worked with the Ghana Armed Forces to restore law and order. A number of these instances include an incident at the Ghana Gas, where the police worked together with the military to restore order. We also have some situations at the Ghana Petroleum Authority where some people masked up, demanding that they are given jobs. A similar situation occurred at the Passport Office, where some people masked up and also demanded that they are given jobs to do. There was also a crowd that formed up around cantonments in Accra, and the intervention of the police working together with the military brought that place situation under control and the people were dispersed. Similar instances occurred at the Engineers Center, Esuboi at Ayensuano in the Eastern Region, Gapoha in Tema, and one other situation in Winchi where a group of people freed some suspects at a police station, and an intelligence operation is currently underway to get these suspects arrested. At the Ghana Gas incident, the security officers, that is the military and the police officers, came under attack, and one military officer was injured. Despite the situation and the extreme provocation, our officers did not resort to the use of firearms. But we want to use this opportunity to caution those who are perpetrating these acts that so far no firearms have been used yet, but they should not push it, because our officers are ready to respond appropriately according to law to ensure that the peace of this country is not taken for granted. So far, 10 additional persons have been arrested in connection with these acts of lawlessness and acts of vandalism in various locations of the country, bringing the total number of persons arrested so far to 107. And all these suspects are being taken through the processes of law. We would like to once again assure the good people of this country that the security services are firm on the ground, we are in charge, and we will do whatever it takes to sustain the peace of this country ensure that there is security, law, and order. We will continue to keep you updated on issues as they come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, so that's breaking news coming through right now here on your Election Command Center, the Ghana Police Service, giving that address, detailing what they have done so far. We understand that 107 people have been arrested by the Ghana Police Service so far as a result of these post-election related violence and these forceful takeovers that we've been talking about. Now, the unfortunate incident as well that happened in the Ayensuano Constituency. Ayensuano Constituency is in the eastern region. Going into this election, where the Electoral Commission office at Esoboy, that's in the Ayensuano Constituency, has been touched by fire by some disgruntled youth in that constituency. Yvonne Nikwe is our eastern regional correspondent. She's been crisscrossing this particular constituency, connecting with us right now. Yvonne, what's the latest in the Ayensuano constituency after that video we have right now? We're going to be showing our viewers of that Electoral Commission building that was razed down by fire.
Alfred, I'm standing right in front of the Electoral Commission office. Everything inside that building razed down by the fire incident set by the disgruntled youth. As we speak, we do know that about 8 of them are currently at the police station. But the devastation they have caused to this building is that huge. I don't know, but if you could see, we could still see the fire still coming up from the building. It means that it was a serious incident. We're told that this is as a result of electoral disputes from this particular place happening. The election was between, the parliamentary was between the NPP, Ida Ajua, and the NDC Steady. From the pink sheets we took from the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission declared the NPP's Ida as the winner of that parliamentary seat. And the issue was set apiece. Today, unfortunately, we're seeing this incident here. Very devastating things to the EC. Everything lost. We could see some ballot papers, ballot boxes, everything lost to the commission.
Such troubling scenes there. And right now, with what we are seeing, it appears that the ballot boxes that were in there, and confirm this for me as you walk through this this building, there were some ballot boxes with some ballot papers in there, correct?
Correct. As you saw in the ballot papers, ballot box, everything raised down to 0. And so it means that probably if anything is contested and probably the law court even asks for papers or evidences to put right, they cannot have it to put right.
So this was where they were storing all the ballot boxes from the 126 polling stations in the Ayensuano constituency?
Well, this particular officer stores several items for the Electoral Commission. If elections are done and collations are done and results are collated, everything that is not used again is brought back to this particular offices for keep until MPs who have won are declared into office. But that has not been done now. And so they were still keeping it, hoping that when everything is done by December 7th, the EC could do away with it. But unfortunately, we're having this incident. And so it means that the papers, the boxes, the pink sheets, everything, their machines, software that they could probably use it as evidence, everything here is gone.
I see. But tell me, now, the trigger we're learning now, or what you're telling us, Yvonne, is that because the NPP candidate Ida Ajua was declared as winner of this parliamentary election, the Ayensuano constituency, by the Electoral Commission. But at what point did this situation start? What point did the youth storm this office to touch the building that we're seeing right now?
Okay, so let's move a step back into 2020 elections. This particular constituency used to be a traditional seat of the NPP. 2020, the NDC led by Teddy won it from the NPP. And so that is the story from history. This election, per the pink sheet the EC gave out, it declared Ida Ajua as the winner of this particular elections. were told that it did not sit well with a number of the youth, particularly those belonging to the National Democratic Congress. This evening, this particular incident, the police is yet to determine who were the faces behind the burning of these offices, especially when the results have been declared and everybody gone home. So this is the situation we're having and the dynamics of exactly what had resulted in what we're seeing.
So this building, there was no security at the building when the youth stormed the place to burn it?
Well, the only security we're having at that time is the office security of this particular building, the Electoral Commission's building. The Electoral Commission usually have 1 or 2 security officers manning its building when it does not have serious activity ongoing. And so it did not have policemen manning it at the time the incident happened. They had to rush back to this particular place when they were called in that the incident was occurring.
At what time was this declaration made by the EC that the NPP had taken or flipped this constituency back to them?
By Sunday dawn, Saturday dawn, I should say, that result had gotten in. I received it from the regional office of the Electoral Commission because that was the central point of the collation. So that result came in by that time.
I see. But these 8 persons who have been arrested, all right, are they persons from the area? Has the police giving you any indication of who these people are?
The police is yet to give any official information on this particular incident, but we do know that the people that have been arrested are from these environments because, of course, they were having a demonstration before they moved into this particular office to have the office burned, unfortunately.
I see. Wow. So there was a demonstration.
Exactly. There was a demonstration.
And then they stormed this building and torched it. I mean, they burnt the whole building down.
Absolutely right.
Okay.
Now, the observation I'm having is that constituencies that are having results very close by, it's not sitting well with them, whether NPP or NDC. They're feeling that it's possible that they would have won. Why they did not protest at the collation center, we cannot say. Why they did not take the matter to a different level, we cannot say. As I speak to you, we'll have issues with Nsamadredri, Suhum, Akwetia, and possibly Fantiakwa. All of those constituencies are up and down about it. The Electoral Commission is yet to take a decision seriously on what to do. We're hoping that in the coming days, it takes a firm decision to have a declaration done for whichever party. Otherwise, unfortunately, per what we're seeing here, it might escalate.
I see. Now, so earlier, the report was that these young people who went on a demonstration were NDC or suspected to be NDC supporters in the constituency. Are they the same persons who stormed this place and did this?
Well, the information I got when I got to this community per the sources is that the NDC were having the demonstration. And then shortly, the fire incident happened.
Right. Okay.
Those who gave me the information said they cannot collaborate the demonstration to the fire incident. Of course, the police have made arrests. We're hoping that the police will do its investigation and be able to tell us exactly which particular color these persons belong to. Electoral violence continues when these things happen. But unfortunately, when they happen, the police is unable to probably identify where they're coming off. And so people are bolding every day to do this kind of thing. As I speak to you, we're having a different incident in some Adreji. On that stretch, youth have burned ties, hoping that results are declared in their favor. Like I said, we're hoping that whoever matters in this situation, the EC, the police, the political parties themselves, come together, ensure that right results are declared for us all to have peace.
So that's the update in Somadwejri, that the youth have also taken to the streets burning car ties. How about the Suhum, Akwetia, Fantiakwa? Any updates there as well?
Well, this morning, we gathered at the Foforidia Secondary Technical School to hoping that the pink sheets for especially Suhum will be recollated and then result declared. Unfortunately, that did not happen, even after hours of disagreement. We were told that a call came in for the process to halt. And so the process halted and it never came back. We don't know when those places would come back to force for the EC to declare it. We're hoping that probably by Friday, EC washes its hands out of the situation. And then, like I said, we have peace in these constituencies.
I see some movement behind you. Now, if you could just walk us through what's happening at this fire scene right now. I mean, the office of the Electoral Commission that has been burnt or raised down by fire, which had these ballot boxes, ballot papers that have all been burnt to ashes. What's happening behind you there?
Well, we still have a number of residents having their daily activity by the Commission's offices, because this is where they transact their business. And of course, we're seeing some smoke still coming out of the building.
I see. Now, as the fire service...
The fire service were here when I got here. I'm not sure if you can see them in the pictures, but the vehicle would move away from the incident soon.
Right. And if you can put if you can put the video on for me, because because you were showing me something with the fire service, but we lost you. Perfect. Now, if you were walking us through this building, this EC office, if you could just take a few steps back for me, and just take us through what you were showing us, Yvonne. Okay.
So I was about saying that the fire service were here, and shortly they'll be leaving these things, because for them, they're done with the business they came here to do, to punch the fire out everywhere.
Right.
I'm not sure if you could see them in your pictures.
Yes, we can see the fire tender. Yeah, so the fire has been doused as we speak, but we've been showing you. Yvonne, I appreciate you for this update, and I know you are keeping tabs on this one as well. We understand 8 persons have been arrested by the police in connection with this incident. You mentioned that in Ayensuano EC, the youth there, some of them have stormed the streets, burning car tires. Any arrest, if you do know?
For that particular incident, we do not have information about an arrest phase yet. But what we do know that, even as I speak to you, the incident hasn't gone down yet. People are still on the streets, burning the tires and protesting that EC declares the results in their favor.
Yvonne Ikwe, I appreciate you for this. And we're going to come back to you as we go on, just to give us an update on all of these incidents happening right now. Yvonne Ikwe is our Eastern Regional Correspondent, and the Eastern Region has about 4 constituencies that had their results outstanding. One of the 4 is what we have seen right now, the Ayensuano constituency. The Electoral Commission declared the NPP candidate, that's Ida Ajua, as the winner for that election. And that is what, according to Yvonne, sparked some misunderstanding in there, because this was a seat that was flipped by the NDC in the 2020 election. But based on the Electoral Commission's declaration today, the NPP sort of flipped it back to them. And that led to some demonstration on the streets. And what we've been showing you is the Electoral Commission office in Ayensuano constituency. And that was where the ballot boxes, ballot papers in the 126 polling stations with almost 60,000 registered voters in this Ayensuano constituency were stored there. As we speak, the ballot boxes, all the ballot papers have all been burnt to ashes. Now, apart from that, we're keeping an eye on the Ayensuano constituency, Kemeni, the Suhum constituency as well. With what is happening, we do know the incumbent MP, Kojo Asante, was one of the 4 MPs who decided that they were either going to go independent or go back to their parties. Now, he has contested in this election. So far, we don't know the outcome of the Sohum constituency election results. That's one of the outstanding ones in the Eastern region. Kojo Asante went independent. He's the incumbent. And then also the Akwetia constituency, we don't know the results. Fantiakwa constituency as well. We're waiting for that official declaration by the Electoral Commission there. So all of these portends that concern for these reactions that we are seeing right now. But the police has made some arrests. Kemini.
Indeed, Alfred, it's good to know some arrests have been made, because remember, I was asking the question about whether or not there were germane reasons for which these young people will be out there trying to protect state assets or trying to ensure that the true reflection of the voting process, the result that is declared. But, we can't have this happening across the country. Alfred, I'll take the conversation now to my guest. We've now been joined by Senor Hosi. Senor, it's good to see you. I didn't think we were going to meet again today.
Charlie, I'm real nice for people, so
since
I'll send you an invoice.
Since you're just joining us, how about you let us know what you're thinking about all of these things happening across the country?
As a member, I'm a member of the One Ghana movement. We issued a statement today, which I was tasked to sign and to actually call on everybody to really take it easy, and also the president-elect to make bold statements directly on the matter. I'm not talking to his supporters, but talking to all Ghanaians. The truth of the matter is, I don't know the party cards that those people have. They are damn hooligans, and they should be dealt with as hooligans. There's nothing like NDC or MPP. What shows that the MPP people and then other miscreants are also not taking advantage to join these possible NDC people. Everybody's taking advantage of the situation to do something funny. These guys are criminals. They should be dealt with. And it's a sign of the loss of law and order. We had similar things happening in 2016. Yeah. We had similar things happening in 2008. All right. But with every single change, things get worse. Just like the governance naturally gets worse with every change. We hope that this time that's not going to happen. And I think that it's a wake-up call to the elite in this society and the political elite as well. It also shows you the level of tolerance that the general public has about our way of governance, where people also now feel that it's their turn to also take something. I can't make sense of it. And people think that they can also have their rights trampled upon. When you look at what's happening in the collation centers, there's no need for any of this. Let's do things transparently, honorably, and all this will end peacefully. But the police must just do their job. I was told today that some ministers are complaining that when they make calls to the police, they kind of don't move. All right.
But in the last few days we've been praising the police.
My brother down Paris is my big brother. We are friends. Is running. Then this is not fit for purpose. It's not. It cannot happen. He must have full control over the police. He doesn't need the president to even call him to act. But the president himself, His Excellency the President today, is the one who is responsible for the security of the state. It is not Mahama who is. Mahama must do the honorable thing, calling on and speak like a statesman, because he's going to be president sometime next month. But the president today must start cracking the whip. But he has hardly cracked the whip where it matters, and he still wants to end on that note. It's not acceptable. We had Delta Force and go into a court. This country, we are crazy. And then we had a president who is a lawyer, a celebrated lawyer, actually watch on and practically do the minimum after many of us shouting. It's not correct.
Well, perhaps because there are people who are supposed to do their jobs,
well,
like the security personnel themselves.
Then look at what's happening to Formao. What are we talking about? If we want to deal with it, we'll deal with it. Now, the people, when they are caught, put them on live TV. Put them on live TV the way you deal with the armed robbers, and you line them up. Let everybody know. And deal with them. Speed. When everybody knows that this is not being tolerated, these things will not recur. But we allow political security officers. There are MPP police and NDC police. It's foolishness. We can't continue to carry this, build this country in this kind of fashion. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. So some NBC police people think that now is their turn, so they won't mind anybody anymore. You should be fired. Anybody who is breaching order in the regimental and the security services should be listed and fired. We should not entertain that. And President Mahama, if it's your people, this is where the entire thing starts taking off. All the English grammar he has been saying, you transfer it to action. You come and let your people know that whether it is your government or it's not your government, law and order in this country will always prevail and will be supreme to anybody's parochial interest. So I will deal with you. When you start dealing with your own members, that's when you set, I mean, with proper force. That's when you send the right signal and you start shaping the thinking of everybody. Nanado missed the plot. He refused to do the honorable thing. And I hope that Mama won't. But Nanado, this is your last minute. Do something. Like they say, Ayibe carpenter, do something before you die.
I have never heard that one.
You've not heard that one before. Okay, so you didn't go to Saito, so you don't know inside.
But so far,
Nanado should do something about this thing. He should show proper force and action in his last tenure. You see President Biden, he's out. His government is out. But it hasn't stopped him from the actions he's taking on Ukrainians. He has actually even gone fiercer on the issues of Ukraine. Because the government is a continuum. It does not stop after an election. Then he might as well get down today.
Right. Doc, does this really fall on the doorstep of the president, or this is a pure police matter which they should, deal with immediately?
Well, when you talk about the state, who is a representative of the state? I mean, who is a leader? Apparently, the president. So protection or security is a responsibility of the state to ensure that the citizens, government installations, institutions are all safe. So I think, rightly so, the president should crack the whip. And also, with regards to the IGP, cracking the whip where it matters. I think we are entertaining too much rhetorics and then too much activity of this from these guys. And as we earlier on stated, if we don't handle this, it would degenerate into something else. You would have more criminals joining in. You would have crime on the ascendancy, vandalism going high, and then robbery incidents happening. But we cannot have this. So I think, rightly said so, we should have the system in place. More of these patrols. Arrest these guys and let them know that the law is the law. You cannot flout the law. And that's it.
I see. Mr. Dankwa, I mean, when you look at the places where the results are still contested, is the math that hard to do, or something else could be at play? I can't wrap my mind around it.
Usually, when it is about hundreds of vote differences or just 1,000 instead of thousands, then people have reasons to try and contest them. When the margins are quite wide, there's nothing you can do with 4, 5, 10 polling station results, so they tend to surrender as quickly as possible. I don't know, but if the pink sheets are there, collating should not be difficult. It's just about adding the pink sheets. I mean, it shouldn't be difficult. You never know. Things happen in the collation center. They try to do all sorts of tricks with the pink sheet, and sometimes some of them get falsified, and then they try to dispute that, and then you see somebody doesn't have his pink sheet, and a whole lot of things happen.
But even if somebody doesn't have their pink sheets, the Electoral Commission has the originals. So it shouldn't. The math should be very simple.
There shouldn't be any situation where all the parties don't have their pink sheets. And in this election, we've been told that pink sheets are the biggest asset. So I don't know why a party will not have a pink sheet. If you see that happening, it means they know whoever is missing his knows what he wants to do.
What's going on?
Yes.
I see. Doc, I'll have your take on these pink sheets and result contestation matter, but we'll have to go to Alfred now. Alfred, why are you taking us?
Well, there's another quite worrying, violent situation as well. Again, this time around in the central region. Let's go to the Efutu constituency. That's the constituency of Alexander Vanyomaken, the leader of the NPP group in this 8th parliament, where the vice chair for the National Democratic Congress has reportedly disappeared following an attack on him by some suspected hoodlums. The Vice Chair, Abraham Atuado Anan, and some other NDC officials were reportedly attacked on Saturday while monitoring the elections. Akwesiado is a man on the ground in the Efutu constituency. Is connecting with us right now. Akwesi, what's the situation with what we're hearing right now?
Okay, so this is a very worrying situation to members of the National Democratic Congress and the family of Abraham Ado, the NDC Efutu constituency vice chairman. Because he's been missing since Saturday, and all efforts to trace his whereabouts have proven unsuccessful. Based on the account given us by the family members and then the party executives, is that on Saturday, he and some other party officials were monitoring the elections within the River Township. And then they were accosted along the place by some hoodlums suspected to be linked to the NDC. They had the vehicle smashed, and then some of the officials also stabbed with knives. And so we had to convey some of them to the hospital. And while at the hospital, he was attacked again and then chased out of the hospital by this hoodlum. And then following that, they haven't heard from him again.
I see. And since Saturday, so you're saying that some of these executives of the NDC in the area were attacked and inflicted with machete wounds on Saturday.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Akwesi, can you hear me? We'll try to reconnect with Akwesi right now, but we have videos of what he's been talking about. We're going to show you in a bit. Just to give you an idea of the seriousness of the situation we're talking about in the Efutu constituency. In fact, this is one that we got wind of earlier today. We had to go on the ground to ascertain exactly what the situation is. But it indeed the case that we're getting confirmation from our correspondent that, yes, the NDC Efutu constituency chair is nowhere to be found, at least the last 72 hours. Now, Akwesi, you were telling me that some officials of the NDC in the constituency were inflicted with machete wounds on Saturday evening?
Yeah, exactly so. And to our knowledge, those officials have been treated at the hospital, and then they have been discharged. So what the party is calling for is for the River Divisional Police Command to investigate these matters and ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. There's been videos that are circulating of those particular incidents that happened within River Township during the election on Saturday. And so the party officials want police to utilize those videos and ensure that the individuals who are seen in those videos and suspected to have taken part in the action are arrested and put before law.
I see. And where were these officials or executives of the NDC when they were attacked by these machete-wielding hoodlums, as you described them?
Okay, so these officials were touring around the various police centers within Winnipeg to monitor the exercise. So they had just gotten to somewhere around the coastal area of Winnipeg when the attack was led from there.
I see. And so has the police responded as yet? Because if this is anything to go by, it's been almost 72 hours since the NDC chair in the Efutu constituency went missing. Has the police spoken?
No, the police have not spoken. But I did speak to the constituency secretary, who told me that they have officially informed to the police and that what they have said to the police is that they will take action on it. And then also, there is this kind of mistrust regarding the operation of the Winnipeg Divisional Police Command. Because when I did speak to the constituency secretary, what he told me is that there has been several instances where they have reported similar incidents to the police without the police taking any action. And so they are calling on the National Police Headquarters and the ICC to ensure that these matters that occurred on Saturday are properly investigated.
I see. I know you've been speaking to the victim's wife as well and others. We'll get into that video shortly. But there's some breaking news coming through right now as we speak. The president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, is going to address the nation in the next few minutes. We're showing you videos of John Mahama in his office right now. That's the news coming through here on your Election Command Center. So yes, he is heeded to the call by many, and indeed on this platform over time, we understand that the main speaking point for this address includes some of the disturbances that we have seen across the country over the last over 24 hours now. So John Mahama, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, will be addressing the nation in the next few minutes. And that's what we're showing you right now. There's videos, live videos from his office. And so in the next few minutes, he will be set to address the nation on these latest incidents of disturbances we've seen across the country. So stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We'll bring you the live coverage of this speech. Another one, there's a second going to be from the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, on the matters happening right now. Akwasi, you spoke to the victim's wife. That's the NDC chair in the Afutu Constituency's wife. What has she been telling you?
So the victim's wife is telling me that she is extremely worried because during over 72 hours without her seeing or hearing from her husband. And she doesn't know the state in which the husband is. And she fears that they might have done something to him, especially when all the 3 telephone numbers available to them are not going to when they call. And so she's very worried, and she's seeking for something to be done as quickly as possible to ensure that her husband reunites with the family safely.
I see. But how about the security situation in the area? Can you tell me if you see any effort by the security agencies, the police, to investigate and trace the whereabouts of this NDC Afutu chairman who's gone missing?
Okay, so the security situation in Winneba is okay because the calmness has been restored to the Winneba Township. Because this afternoon also, we had some members of the National Democratic Congress storming the premises of the Afutu Municipal Assembly. And then they were asking staff of the assembly to, leave their offices and then so that they could close the offices down. But they saw a quick intervention by the police, and the town was restored.
Okay.
The entire Winneba Township is.
Akwasi, I'm going to have you hold on. Akwasi, I'm going to have you hold on. I'll come back to you, but let's cross over now to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. He's addressing the nation on the matters arising right now. The President-elect readying to deliver this statement right now on the happenings so far and these issues, the incidents of violence that we've seen and the attempted takeover of some of these state institutions. As the Ghana Police Service has reported, some 107 people have been picked up, so far since this entire election process this period began. Now, we're going to be hearing from John Mahama shortly on exactly what his position is and indeed the position of the next government is on some of these things that we're seeing right now. There are widespread reports describing some of these persons who attempted these forceful takeovers as some NDC supporters, and then others as well being described as hoodlums. But however the case, the Ghana Police Service says they are on the ground to restore law and order and to arrest these persons, whichever identity they bear, whoever they are, the law is going to be applied and they will be arrested. They've given us an update so far based on the press conference they held about the number of persons who have been arrested. The attempted takeovers of the institutions, we understand, are the Ghana Gas, which we gave you a live update on earlier today. and then also the passport office. A number of young people thronged the place saying they wanted to be employed right now. Let's hear from John Mahama.
To again express my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support in Saturday's election. This is a moment of hope, unity and opportunity for our great nation. However, I must address a matter of urgent importance tonight. Transitions from one administration to another create the impression of a vacuum of power, and certain people are easily compelled to act in their own parochial interest instead of the national interest. I've received reports of attacks on state offices and installations. While it's unclear who is behind these attacks, I condemn them in no uncertain terms. These acts must cease immediately. As I said during my post-declaration speech, I urge the youth not to vent their frustration in criminal enterprise. Instead, they must channel their anger and frustration into the positive enterprise of resetting and rebuilding our beloved nation. I urge all our citizens to remain calm and avoid actions that could harm our institutions and our democracy. We have fought hard for change, and now is the time to demonstrate our commitment to rebuilding the Ghana we want through unity and understanding. Because state power is still in the hands of the present administration, I call on the President and the security agencies to act decisively to curb the ongoing acts of lawlessness immediately. I thank you, my fellow citizens, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
That's straight to the point, precise, concise, on top of the issues playing out right now. That's President-elect John Dramani Mahama making that strong call to the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the security agencies to act decisively to address these issues of the forceful takeovers we have seen right now. And that's the short speech we just heard from the President-elect, essentially making the point that the vacuum of power sometimes creates some of these, the fertile ground for what we are seeing right now. He condemns all of these forceful attacks and then what we are seeing in no uncertain terms, and urges the youth not to engage their strength and energies in criminal enterprise, but for positive endeavors, to avoid violence and commit to change, to build the Ghana we want, and also that's through peace and understanding. And further made that clear call, Kemeni, to the President and the security agencies to act decisively and swiftly to address these forceful takeovers and the acts of violence we have seen right now. That's the message that many were asking. But then again, the act of responsibility, he says, is on the incumbent administration, is it not?
Yes, and you know, which is what my guests have been asking. Where is the President's voice in all of these? And President, you know, Senor on this side of things has been talking about the President-elect responding to the issues that are happening, calling on all Ghanaians, not just NDC supporters, to ensure that there is calm and calm prevails wherever there is violence at the moment. He's done just that, but it leaves the part where President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is the commander-in-chief, to also make the point. And I hope that, you know, he listens to what everyone is telling him, including the President-elect. I'll expand the conversation now, Alfred, and bring in my guest. Senor, you're already eager to talk, so you go first.
Charlie, we issued this statement this morning.
The One Ghana movement.
The One Ghana movement. And we called on it the President-elect. But we're very clear that His Excellency, the President Nana Addo, who should actually enforce law and order. He is creating a banana republic, as if we are a stateless entity. JM has been president before. Look at his face. He's a man who is disappointed.
You think so?
He's a very disappointed man. Look at, you should know JM. He's come there with too much weight, as in, I shouldn't be doing this. And yes, he shouldn't be doing this. He can do it as part of some statement when after to support the president or something. Leadership must come from the top, which is the president. We voted him to power. He takes salary from our taxes. His duty is to take care of all of us. Take care of state property. And please, then this is only not just state property installations that are being attacked. Personal properties are also being attacked. The president's family's properties were attacked.
You mean President Akufo-Addo?
President Akufo-Addo's property. And you're all this, and then you are sitting there aloof. And you see, look at GM's speech. It was difficult. It's as if there's vacuum of power. How is that vacuum of power? It is a failed, terrible leader who creates this situation. Nana Addo is the worst president this country has seen. Even in your end, you cannot even manage proper leadership and carry us along. Bawumia gave his concession speech. Nana Addo should have been one of the quickest to actually follow up to congratulate Mahama and encourage everybody to stay calm and let's see this process through. We heard nothing from him. The only thing we have heard from him was yesterday that he's going to have. I want to see his face on TV tomorrow when he meets Mahama. Look at what is this? What is this? Either you're a sore loser, you are acting as an old man, immature. I don't know.
No,
it's our children's life. So our children are watching. Look, let me tell you this. Nobody has tolerance for this kind of thing, no. Because what we are doing, we are setting a path for generations. Now, everybody has WhatsApp phones. You can see plenty of things. It's not like before that when something happens on GTV, if you don't see it on GBC, let me correct myself, you know, it was GBC, right? You don't see it, then you have missed. Now, everybody, they can go and play back. So please, do something. You have lost an election as a party. But you, Nana Addo, you were not on the ballot. Even though I say that you were the reason why you lost and you are the only one on the ballot. Officially, you were not on the ballot, but you were on the ballot. You have lost. It's okay. We didn't see this kind of conduct when Mahama was handing over power. He came out and said he had done his bit. He tried and did his best. We also may appreciate you try to do your best. I mean, I know you, I know this is not your best and you know it. But please, show proper leadership. We can't create a headless country.
Have we heard also from the vice president?
The vice president hasn't got any business talking when his boss hasn't spoken.
But he was part of the race. Would it not be crucial for him to also speak?
I think the vice president.
Don't put pressure on my friend. He hasn't done anything.
He called on the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama,
yesterday
to actually, see to it that supporters of the NDC would comport themselves. I think so. He's done something. So this brings to the issue where we're talking about that with regards to state, the head of state, and then what? The security apparatus. Now, maybe we should remind our dear IGP that he's still in charge of the Election Security Task Force. This is the aftermath. So I think we would like him to finish the job with regards to ensuring that the country is safe, because he has the sole responsibility with regards to what? Sending out men and ensuring the safety. So I think what is happening is just because, well, the current president feels, I've given the authority to the IGP, so there's no need for me to come in. He knows his role. So the IGP should act in the right instead.
I see.
But the IGP himself has been undermined by the president. Why are we talking as if, why are we pretending?
No, but he still has his job. He's still the number one.
Look, we have created a certain funny political arrangement in the place. Because party folks wanted IGP to parry out. Then go and appoint deputy something. Some weird posts that never existed. And then now that you don't have the power, everybody wants to do anything that they want to do.
He managed
He should come out and speak to the country. His salary this month, we are the ones paying it. If the largesse he's been enjoying, we pay for it. Your job is to take care of us. And you live with some honor. Live with some honor.
Doc, so this speech that has just been delivered by the president-elect, what could it really do in terms of dealing with the situation?
Right. It will do a lot. Number one, all supporters of the NDC who may be part of this vandalism would have a sense to withdraw, and then we will see those who are really perpetrating the act, and then the law will deal with them decisively. Now, if you have some party members in there, you're sure that once the president-elect has come out, it gives the authority now, if it wasn't there, to the IGP to act, right? Coordinate with the military, have the joint patrols, station men at very key state institutions. And this is where I wish we had invested more in the community policing mechanism. Because if we had, then we would sure to have signs earlier on, intelligence coming on with regards to all these disturbances that we are having all over. We wouldn't have gotten where we are, but we can still salvage the situation.
Musa, you heard the speech as well. Obviously, we spoke about this before. He intended delivered that speech. He delivered that speech. Now we are calling on the president to speak as well. Your take on the two matters?
We shouldn't be here. The newly elected president has no business in national security today. All he can do is just call his party people to order to some extent, but he doesn't need to do that. The law can take its course without him saying a word. He hasn't got the mandate from us to do anything today until January 7th.
You can only appeal to us as a normal Ghanaian.
A normal Ghanaian, like any other person. So he's just done that because he has to
do something.
Do something.
Vacuum. Do you think GM will use those words easily?
No, let's Mr. Dankwa finish.
But the buck stops with the president today until he hands over. I don't think the police and security services should tolerate any of these things. Regardless, we must put an end to it. Take out the political polarization and deal with the people as hoodlums or criminals. Full stop.
But why would the president be quiet up until now? What do you think will be going on?
You know, I think somehow he feels he's checked out.
He's checked out on the Ghanaian people.
Yeah, because even before the MPP primary, you didn't know what he said. That the new leader would,
would deal with the problems.
The problem.
Imagine. But we sat down for this man.
No, hang on. Let Mr. Dankwa finish. I'll come to you.
I think that he should put his foot down, give the IGP the order to do whatever it takes to maintain state security and national security. That is more important to us than any party activity.
Senor.
Right now, I think, ladies and gentlemen, let's officially know that we now have President John Dramani Mahama.
He's the president-elect.
No, there's no elect because the president some is not there. Some is not there.
You can't make that announcement. Not here.
Thankfully, me, I'm not Buna, who will say that we should on X the current president. I'm not that guy. This is not acceptable. You know, I'm speaking with pain. I'm a little, but President Mahama, God bless you. You have shown true leadership. Your posture, your demeanor sets the tone for your government. And I, for the first time, is getting quite convinced that I should be that hopeful. And I believe many Ghanaians will. For you to take this and say this, you could see the man was speaking with a lot of restraint. But he had to say, it's not my place to, but there's vacuum, and I need to encourage the right thing being done. And he was categorical. He spoke to the security services that they should act decisively. So those people claiming to be NDC supporters,
the law is coming.
This President Mahama is not President Nanado, who allow Delta forces and forces Delta and all those hooligans to go into court, and when they come, you touch them with case gloves. Clearly, this man has told you that if you are doing this, Joe, you are on your own. You'll be dealt with. And that's the language you really want from somebody like him. But leadership should actually have been driven by Nanado. So if Nanado spoke, and we are still seeing skirmishes, then he comes in to talk to his supporters. It's okay. Ghanaians, please, let's manage
so the situation has been going on for a while, and the president.
Why Nanado, who likes his position more than anything? If Nanado was not in love with the idea of being president so badly, Bawumia wouldn't have lost this election. This is somebody who is so into this job, into the title. At least in just your last time,
You honorably manage the team, and then we all give you and walk you, nicely away. Aigbe carpenter, Achim carpenter, do something before you die.
I wanted to draw attention to, do we know more about the Efutu situation with regards to if the police has been informed
of the situation?
And what have they done?
Very well. I would like to think that our correspondent said something along the line, and his wife has also been appealing to whoever has the husband at this point to release the husband, because and again, perhaps when Alfred comes back, he would give us a bit more information on that.
So I'm hoping.
But on the Efutu situation, yes, very disturbing situation there.
Yeah, I was hoping that when ACP Ansar Kofi was, given updates, they would have mentioned what has happened so far, so we know as to what is actually going on there.
Oh, you know the police don't give information for nearly everything that happens in the country.
Well, they should, because now we're still in the phase of elections. The aftermath is important as, before and during. So I was hoping to hear some information, or probably maybe the next...
So what our correspondent reports is that the family is worried and are calling on the police to begin arresting the suspects, since according to them there is video evidence of the attack. So he was attacked, and then he hasn't been seen since then. And I think that's what has happened over there in Efutu. The vice chairman of the party in the Efutu constituency, Abraham Ado, is the one who's been missing. No, he's not the one who is missing. He's the one who is missing. Yes, the vice chair of the NDC. Yes. So he was attacked Saturday while monitoring the elections, and the team that was attacked obviously were seeking treatment at a health facility, causing him to escape from the hospital. The NDC constituency secretary, Abraham Henry Arthur, in an interview then said that the vice chairman has not been seen again since they sought that treatment at the hospital.
So I think there's a matter the Efutu Police Command should take up and investigate if they've not. Because then you can't have the disappearance of a citizen. And what if this thing will continue? Nobody knows. So I think they should start investigations and then start making arrests.
We've seen something similar in the past before, when an executive of that sort would go missing and they only turn up dead somewhere by the roadside. We hope that this one does not end in the same way. But yes, indeed, the police is now involved in the matter, based on what our correspondent has reported to us. But we've been talking about the IGP a lot, asking that the IGP does something about this situation.
Definitely.
What would be the best next steps for the IGP to take now?
Now, you see, we were having some sort of compact security during the elections. I personally even witnessed the IGP were taking patrols himself to various polling stations, okay? Now, with regards to what is happening, you would want to see him on the road with his men, show force, right? And then send a message to the people. Because we don't understand why during the elections you were doing this, but after 1-2 incidents should have prompted, okay, that emergency response system again, for us to see that, yes, you're on top of the issues. But if it has continued to this point, lives are being lost, people are being abducted, and all of that, then it tells one that you have taken your foot off the pedal, which is not good. So I think you should just initiate the emergency system that was in place during the elections, and then curb this situation. Otherwise, we would have serious consequences. I mentioned crime is going to go high, vandalism is going to go high, and then you're having robbery incidents going to happen, because then the real criminals will take advantage and then would invade the town.
I see. Mr. Dankwa, I know it looks like, because Senor spoke too soon, I'm coming back to you already, but I want us to discuss the areas that are being contested right now. We didn't finish that discussion. We have Ablekuma North. I don't know what your projections were for Ablekuma North. Do we have results of Ablekuma North now? It would seem that that area has been sorted or so. But I'll have Alfred is coming over to give us details of how Ablekuma North turned out, and then we'll look at the other areas like in Sawam. In Sawam Adwedri, where we still don't know what's happening there. Alfred, how did Ablekuma North end?
Well, so Rabna Obin, that's the NDC parliamentary candidate, was declared winner of that election in Ablekuma North. But the NPP candidate, who is a former member of parliament, who defeated the incumbent MP, that's Sheila Bartels, during the primaries, is saying that she's going to contest that election. So that's the election result that was declared today. They make the point that the EC officer who declared the election results today at that's the regional collation office was put under duress. So that declaration was made under duress. However, the Electoral Commission held a press conference and also said they were going to now have them declare the results. So by which time actually the results had been declared. So we're going to hear from Samuel Tete right now. The Electoral Commission, that's the Deputy Commissioner of the Electoral Commission, Samuel Tete. He addressed the press on this matter of Ablekuma North. Take a look.
Good evening to you all, and on behalf of the Commission, welcome you to this evening's press briefing. The essence is to update the good people of Ghana on the collation of election results in the Ablekuma North constituency. The Electoral Commission has taken note of misleading statements regarding its decision to temporarily halt the collation of results for the Ablekuma North constituency, scheduled to take place in the Greater Accra Regional Office today. The Commission wishes the public to note that more than any institution, it would like to bring an end to all collation in outstanding constituencies. The Commission, however, believes that this collation should be done in accordance with the legal requirements as enshrined in CI 127, which requires every political party to present 2 agents to the collation center and directs that collation be done by the returning officer and any other officer designated by the Electoral Commission. Contrary to legal requirements, what is currently transpiring is that political party supporters have besieged some collation centers and are threatening and physically abusing our staff and destroying property. In addition to that, these supporters of the political parties are ordering our staff under duress to declare results that are not reflected on the pink sheets. Our staff have indicated that despite the security presence, they feel extremely unsafe. The Commission is desirous of upholding the laws that govern its operations, and it is for that reason that the Commission has ordered that collation in Ablekuma North be halted temporarily until the proper legal and security structures are restored. Evidence of these threats in other collation centers have been rife on TV and radio, which show images of party supporters burning and vandalizing property, destroying ballot papers and pink sheets, and physically abusing our staff. This has happened in Domikwabenya, Okaikwe Central, and Teiman Central constituencies, and the same is currently happening in Ablekuma North and Ayensuano constituencies. In all these places, the modus operandi has been to besiege our collation centers and destroy everything in sight, including pink sheets and ballot papers, which are important to establish the outcome of the election. The question the public should ask is, why should documents that confirm the outcome of the election be destroyed by these supporters? We call on all the political parties to withdraw their supporters from the collation centers. We are currently working with the leadership of the security agencies and the political parties to ensure that the laid down legal procedures are in place. The Commission is confident that collation of results in Ablekuma North will recommence some few hours. The Commission assures the public that it will in no way hinder the collation of results in the other constituencies. Its resolve is to ensure that legal processes are followed in a way that guarantees that the choice of the citizens is upheld. Thank you.
Well, so this, let's just put this in context. What you just saw right now is the Deputy Commissioner of the Electoral Commission in charge of operations, that's Samuel Tete, addressing the media on Ablekuma North constituency election results, the collation of the results, which was being done at the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission. If you've been following us here on the Election Command Center, remember yesterday, Samuel Nate George, the Member of Parliament who retained the seat for the Ningo Prapram constituency on the ticket of the NDC, indicated that out of the number of polling station results that they had collated, in fact, that's 121 of them, they had 64 outstanding. And so they were going to continue the recounting and then also the certification and collation of the 64 polling station results today, 10 a.m. Now, that process started, but then it was also rocked with some misunderstanding and acts of violence. And that's what the Electoral Commission was referring to. And so they, while addressing the press on this matter, given the directive that the whole collation at Ablekuma North be halted at their regional office, before the press conference could end, the EC officer at the regional office collating the Ablekuma North constituency result had already declared the NDC candidate, that's Irabna Obin, as the MP-elect. So Nana Ekuya Efriye, who is the NPP candidate, a former member of parliament, who defeated the incumbent Sheila Bartels during the primaries of the NPP, is saying that, look, she's going to contest this matter because, one, the Electoral Commission had given a directive that the process of collation be halted, and two, that the EC officer who made this declaration declaring the NDC candidate Irabna Obin as the MP-elect for Ablekuma North did that under duress. So that's what's happening right now with Ablekuma North. Kemeni?
Indeed, and Alfred, you see that numbers you mentioned from Sam George yesterday. We know that this afternoon, the numbers had improved with regards to the collation, the pink sheets. That's True. What our correspondent Portia Gabo had reported. But still, there were issues, and you know, along the line, they wanted to do something like they did with Okanko Central. Okay, let's work with the ones that we agree on and see who wins the election in that constituency. Again, that was not agreed upon, and our correspondents report before they knew it, the results had been declared in favor of Irabna Obin, and we know what has happened since then, Alfred.
Absolutely, and that's what's happening right now. In fact, based on what we've heard from the Electoral Commission, it appears that the directive did not take effect, essentially, before the declaration, because while the press conference was ongoing, EC saying, as you heard Samuel Tete say, halt the collation of Ablekuma North results, awaiting further instructions and the security and other logistics being put in place. Already the EC officer had declared it, that Irabna Obin is the MP-elect. And that's what is creating all of this. He cites Okanko Central, Teiman Central, and so on. Thankfully, we will have some more details on exactly what happened at Teiman Central as the show goes on. Is it not?
And I also wonder what caused the cut or the disjointed communication between the Electoral Commission at the head office and their people. Perhaps it could be the duress. But let me bring the conversation now to my guest. Mr. Danko, I was with you before we moved onto the ground. Here we are again, another contested result. The Electoral Commission at the head office is giving one instruction. The officer on the ground is also doing something else. Samuel Tete is saying some of these have been declared under duress.
I think if he can prove that indeed it was declared under duress, then that would be unlawful. But if there was no evidence of duress, then I think the power to declare the results does not lie in the head office in Accra, but the man at the constituency level. He has the power. Once he has declared, unless he makes a statement that he was under duress and that he did so under such circumstances, then probably there will be some legal issue. But even that, once he's declared it, probably it now has to be the court that can overturn that decision. So the legal process will take its course. But for now, it's been a declaration, and I think we have to move on from there.
But is it so easy to force an electoral officer to declare results in your favor when all the other agents of the political parties are also there? You know, it's a bit hard to wrap my mind around that you had seen that this was in favor of the other person and you say that you were under duress, so you declare the results in favor of somebody who isn't winning.
I really don't get it, because this tally is just tallying results. You're not recounting. Just the pink sheet, you're summing up. Mathematically, it should be straightforward. Or maybe there are bugs in the Excel spreadsheet that if you're going to add, it does subtract. That one I can't tell. But I think we should find a way of moving beyond these basic things of collecting at the big place. We know the results at polling station. Maybe there's a mechanism where from that polling station, they send directly to somewhere where the tabulation is done automatically. And then nobody can go and fight anywhere.
Anywhere around there.
I mean, once they are massed, there will be disputes. But once there are pink sheets from the polling station, you can just scan the pink sheet and then the additions will be done.
I see. Doc, we saw a similar situation in Damango. The original returning officer collapsed because of the tensions around there we had. And then someone else who is not the returning officer allegedly has received information from the head office to declare the results. And so declared the Damango results, where the Lands and Natural Resources Minister is the incumbent. He was declared winner of that election. The NDC candidate, Adamuta Wakilu, has contested that result, you know, with all his might at this point. What is it with declaring the results and telling us you were under duress?
Well, you see, to build on what my colleague has stated, I don't understand why the political parties have a system within hours after elections. They were able to determine who has won and who has lost, and why the EC is struggling. Now, all this tells us that there's a major challenge in there, and I think it's not going to be discussed with regards to reforms. It would definitely happen in the future. That one, it's concrete. Now, how can we, solve these petty issues? Just get available pink sheets. What is there? Per the law, collate the results, and then declare. But with regards to people not being EC officials or, presiding officers, returning officers declaring, it's been contested. Now, yes, legally, now we'll have the legal ramifications onwards. But I think these issues can be just avoided. It was clear. Now, we deal with pink sheets. So whoever doesn't have a pink sheet would have to, provide a pink sheets. If not, then whatever pink sheets we have, EC's pink sheets, and whoever has the pink sheets, you do the tally, you do the collation, and then you declare the results. Now, whoever has any problem, you just go to court. I think I heard one of the NPP big, men talk about this. I don't know whether it was Justin Kodia, one of them,
right,
with regards to the issue Ablekuma Central,
right,
where Sadiq won. Is that Ablekuma Central? Yeah, so I heard him. Okako Central, right, thank you. Clearly stating that now we should allow the EC do their work, and whoever has any issue should go to court. I think it's
no, but
it's
how
simple.
is there police? How is there security? And you tell me that you declared results under duress.
Well,
what was the security man doing there?
From what I have seen, honestly speaking, I haven't seen any EC official declare results under duress.
Well, that's what Samuel Tete says. That's in the.
Let's be very balanced on this one. Of course, we have to be balanced any day. If your people don't mind, they should play the Okako Central one. My very good friend and brother Ashimo was standing right by the man like this. You understand? It's not supposed to change what he says or doesn't say. You know, but the optics,
the pressure,
the optics was not good. But in that instance, I think there was some consensus, according to Sam George, that they and Frank Davis and Owari, I would like you to play it if you can.
Would look for it.
So we situate the conversation quite well. But I don't think that any EC official with security present can move to say, I'll make an announcement that is inaccurate.
Absolutely.
And the truth of the matter, I've been saying this since Sunday. And thankfully, my big brother has come to say the same thing. So if you can actually just make this headline, it will rather help all of us peacefully. It doesn't make sense that no party, or the party don't know who has won. Everybody has the pink sheet. 1 + 1 will always be 2. It will not be 2.1.
Very well.
So the thing here is that all those the people, they are dishonorable people. You know you have lost. So I'm telling you, this is the trick.
Someone is being dishonorable.
Anybody who tells you they took this, they bent my pink sheet, that is evidence the guy is a liar.
Oh, how? Oh. But there were instances where pink sheets were bent.
Relax. You don't go to the ground. You are a fine girl. You don't the ground.
What has that got to do with anything?
No,
I'll come back to you.
Let me tell you the real thing. Musa is
no, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you to finish that point. I promise. I'll come back to you. Alfred, you're taking us back to Efutu. What's happening there?
Well, it's not as fine as you have been described right now. Unfortunately, it appears that the situation, just the questions that were asked of the Ghana Police Service there as to whether they've been given updates of what has happened. Dr. Victor Doke asked that question. When I asked our correspondent, he indicated that the police has not given any updates as yet, Dr. Victor Doke, of any issues relating to the disappearance of this constituency, the Efutu constituency chairman of the NDC. The Ghana Police Service so far has not given any updates as to the whereabouts of this NDC constituency, that's Efutu constituency chair, his whereabouts. And let's hear from the secretary of the NDC Efutu constituency branch. And that's some breaking news coming through right now. And our correspondent spoke to him not too long ago to give us an update on whether they've heard from the police service and also the whereabouts of this chairman.
On Saturday at around 6 p.m., when the whole election saga was about coming to an end, I received a call from one of my ward collation officers that his life was in danger and that I should come and rescue him. So I got the news under an apprehensive situation, so I had to just gather myself and then move out. There were some police cars parked at the collation center because that was where I was. But in all this, I decided to secure the services of the military men who were deployed there. So I went to them and I told them what was happening. And true to their words, they followed me to the scene. We got to the Sekejano Community Center, where it is being now used as a polling center. It has 3 polling centers there. So when we got there, I was still in the military van. But I saw the vice chairman's car parked in the middle of the road with a lot of blood stains on them, and all the windscreen and the other side screens seriously damaged. So I wanted to get down, but the military men asked me to be in the car because they felt like my life was also in danger. Then just before I could say Jack, I saw this MPP tax pursuing my constituency chairman too. By then he had also come to the scene to have the matter resolved. They were just attacking him, like they were so furious. And all indications points to the fact that this has been their norm. That's how they have been acting without recourse to the law. They take the law into their own hands because they feel like whatever they do, there's a bigger force behind them that pushes them to do whatever they want to do. So later, the military man had to use all the necessary force to bring the situation to a halt. Until my chairman was brought to me, including some other pulling agents and what have you. So I had to just rescue them and then put them in the van and then just switch them away. So it was in the process that I was fully informed that the constituency vice chairman was in the car when that incident happened, and the boys had pounced on him and had severely beaten him. So a witness at the scene gave me a vivid narration of the incident, and even included some videos to ascertain the truth that these were the guys who did it. And if I give the videos to you, I think the videos will speak for themselves. To tell you who committed those crimes. So what we have done as a party is to just report the matter to the police, and we are looking up to the police expediting actions on this because there has been a series of events that never warranted even arrest, much more a court, what do you call it, a procession. But our boys have been paraded before the court on countless times, but without any recourse to any.
Where is the vice chairman?
As we speak now, the last time I spoke to the vice chairman was about 2 days ago, when he told me that he was at unidentified location. So all attempts to get to him yesterday and today, I can even show the number of times I've called him today. It will attest that I've been trying to get to him in the morning and even this evening, but still all the lines are off. So we don't even know where he is. We don't even know whether he's safe or whatever. But we have some pictures that shows how he was severely attacked. It's just that the pictures are in the hands of the police doing their investigation. So we don't want those pictures to. We know the suspects.
What do you suspect might have happened to him?
He was attacked. He was in the car. I mean, witnesses that were with him and who had to run for their lives attested to the fact that they were in the car. And if you look at the video, he was not even getting up. They were just passing by when these boys from the MPP attacked him for no apparent reason.
So do you have any cause to maybe suggest that he might have been abducted or something?
For now, I spoke to him and he wasn't even ready to talk to me. So for now, I can't even say for sure whether he was safe when he was talking to me, or for want of better words, he was even hiding himself from public, or maybe he has been abducted.
Well, so what you just heard, or the person you just heard speaking, is the NDC Constituency Secretary for the Efutu constituency. That's the constituency of Alexander Fenyomarkin, who leads the NPP caucus in Parliament. But let's hear from the wife of the NDC chair of the Efutu constituency, who is nowhere to be found as we speak. He went missing as of Saturday when he was monitoring the voting process, but as we speak, we don't know where he is. This is his wife.
Patience. Patience.
Okay. Now, what do you need to again, after
Ocho baby owo this is yam put in baby owo. Saturday no more year election ya nti your runs. Bobo nti your runs. Na bi mi show mo epona no. Na omo sat say omo pese omo ye we omo bono. Na omo papa no e car no ahwehwe no. Some papa no wie na ni nua ba kom pese omo de second no wo no. Na komo. Nti aye sa na omo ni nua no so ne no hospital no ni nua no ko ye. So omo koye na omo se o. Onkoto eduru omo chu eduru say omo nyi eduru bi a omo tumi da ye no yi. Nti okona na boys be say 6 bi. Omo kada na omo bobo no. Omo bono simpo omo na odwane kra kase obi de mpo omo di nechi call inside work obono. If it's that time in me or freba baby what day. You be son na you be son you sin here. Onka.
Na mususu say ono ana akwhye baabi ana.
Oh dabi.
Nipa bone for na achi na sie.
Ah.
Say dey na mo be sire police or dey na mo.
Yeah, adwen say nkasa nkofo na omo ye saade no. Ye nchi omo. Ye mbi so omo senti ko omo ye saade no. So onka obi ahun. Onka obi ahun.
So that's the wife of the NDC constituency, that's a Futu constituency branch. That's the chairman who we understand is nowhere to be found as we speak. We're knocking on the doors of the Central Regional Police Command to give us some updates on this. But based on the reports from our correspondent, so far the police is yet to give an update on this particular incident. And we're also hoping that the National Police Press and Communications unit that was activated during this election. You just heard ACP and Sakrofi giving us an update, but we did not hear of this particular one. So we're hoping that as we go on, we'll be able to get some updates. But that's the information right now. His wife says that he was chased by some 6 persons and he entered into someone's room to seek refuge. They accosted him there and subjected him to some beatings. And he called her later, but when he was asked exactly where he was, he couldn't indicate the exact location as of the time he called them on Saturday. Between Saturday and now, they are yet to hear from him. So that's the report right now. The Futu Constituency NDC chair, as we speak, is nowhere to be found. So that's the update. But this is your election command center. We're keeping an eye on some of the other incidents as well. We understand something is happening in the Bono East region. There's pressure continues to mount on the Electoral Commission to declare some results there. We'll go to that place shortly. But you heard it exclusively first here on your election command center. The president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, addressing the short, precise, and straight to the point, the issues happening across the country. This is it.
Brothers and sisters, I come before you tonight as your president-elect to again express my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support in Saturday's election. This is a moment of hope, unity, and opportunity for our great nation. However, I must address a matter of urgent importance tonight. Transitions from one administration to another create the impression of a vacuum of power, and certain people are easily compelled to act in their own parochial interest instead of the national interest. I've received reports of attacks on state offices and installations. While it's unclear who is behind these attacks, I condemn them in no uncertain terms. These acts must cease immediately. As I said during my post-declaration speech, I urge the youth not to vent their frustration in criminal enterprise. Instead, they must channel their anger and frustration into the positive enterprise of resetting and rebuilding our beloved nation. I urge all our citizens to remain calm and avoid actions that could harm our institutions and our democracy. We have fought hard for change, and now is the time to demonstrate our commitment to rebuilding the Ghana we want through unity and understanding. Because state power is still in the hands of the present administration, I call on the President and the security agencies to act decisively to curb the ongoing acts of lawlessness immediately. I thank you, my fellow citizens, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
That's President-elect John Dramani Mahama there, and calling on the president, who still is the custodian of state power, to act and then also have the security agencies crack the whip. And the Ghana Police Service has given us an update. 107 people have been arrested so far as a result of their involvement in these acts of violence, and either during elections and post-election violence, as we have seen. But on the matter of state power and the transition process, earlier today, in fact, just about a couple of hours ago, John Dramani Mahama, president-elect, named his transition team. And in fact, we understand that transition planning and meetings start tomorrow. That's according to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the president-elect. Martin Esiedudata is here. He has the identities of the members of the transition team of the incoming administration. Martin, what do we know?
Yeah, so Alfred, I mean, what the law states clearly is that 24 hours or maximum 48 hours after the Electoral Commission announces or declares the winner of the elections, immediately a transition team needs to be put in place to work with the current administration so they can share notes, compare notes, and then have a smooth transition process. So, like you indicated, just about under an hour or 2 hours ago, the president-elect John Mahama named persons who are going to be representing the incoming administration. I will take you through the key individuals shortly. So it is co-chaired by Honorable Julius Deborah. For those of you who've been following the NDC, or at least you have an idea of the then NDC administration, you would know that he was the chief of staff under former President John Dramani Mahama's administration before the 2016 election. So he is going to lead the transition team from John Mahama's side, and then the other members of the team are Johnson Esiedunketia, who is the current chairman of the NDC. There is Fifi Fiavikwete, who is the current general secretary of the NDC. There is Dr. Callistus Mahama, well known. He's a member, actually the secretary of this committee of the transition team from the NDC side, and is actually very well known for his expertise in local governance. Then we have Dr. Valerie Sawyer, who also under former President John Mahama's administration, the Deputy Chief of Staff. So she's also a member of this current transition team. We have Dr. Kaysel Atuforsen, who is a member. You know him as the current minority leader in Parliament and MP for Ejumaku Inyan Isiam Constituency in the Central region. We have Professor Kwamena Ahoy, who was also one of the stalwarts of the founding of the NDC. There is Honorable Mahama Ayariga, a legal, well, I should just say a lawyer and MP. We have Guzi Tano, one time wanting to be flag bearer of the NDC, failed, tried to set up his own political party to become, you know, president, didn't work out too well for him, went back into the fold of the NDC and actually has been welcomed and given a key position as a member of the transition team. Then there is Dr. Edward Omanibuama. Under the then John Mahama administration, he was a minister in charge of communication and later as trade as well. So these are the key individuals who are leading the NDC team into the transition team that is going to be meeting the current president of the Republic, Nana Akufo-Addo's team. Now, there is one other individual whose picture is not here, and I'm talking about the Honorable Edward Do Ajaho, who was a former Speaker of Parliament. Now, he has been appointed by incoming President John Dramani Mahama as the Transitional Advisory Council. Now, he's not part of this team, but the law makes provision for a Transitional Advisory Council member. And now what the Transitional Advisory Council will do is that when the NDC team meets with Nana Akufo-Addo's team or the current president's team, and there are gray areas or issues that both teams are unable to agree on, according to the Transition Act, the Advisory Council would have to be the ones that the issue will be taken to deliberate on it and advise them. So they become like the go-to source if they are having any challenges regarding resolving major issues. The Advisory Council, which should be made of a senior person within the current administration to be appointed by the president, a senior person from the incoming team, and then the Speaker of Parliament. Now, those three members become the advisory council. So whenever the transition team have any challenge, they fall on the advisory council for advice to guide them as regards how they should go about it. So keep a very close eye on this. Maybe, Alfred, you want to take a quick bite on this before I bring in Nana Akufo-Addo's team as the law expects him to announce.
Good stuff. Now, so you see Dr. Edwin Omanebo, and I'm looking at the composition of the membership. All these persons had, some of them had specific roles to play in the campaign team of John Dramani Mahama. Look at Gosi Tano, he was in charge of the job creation committee. He spoke extensively about this 24-hour economy. That is the flagship program of the next administration headed by John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency. Dr. Edwin Omanebo, for this campaign and to win this election, was a director of elections and IT for the NDC. Did quite some work leading the NDC
commending him on social media as well for his
expose
work.
all the issues and the concerns they raised about the Electoral Commission in the run-up to this election as well, deputized by Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer. And then you see Dr. Callistus Mahama. I mean, there are many who may not know so much about him, but he is that kind of man who achieves much in silence. So he was the head of the local government service, right, until 2017. Has extensive experience in local governance. He's also extensive experience in law. I mean, it's one that if you're looking at somebody who understands the workings of local administration, is a reference point, Dr. Callistus Mahama, and you have him as well on board there as well. And then, as they call him, the man himself, the architect, Julius Debra, heading this whole team. But let's look at what the Nana Addo Akufo-Addo administration would also have to do.
Right. So like we indicated, the Presidential Transition Act 2012, Act 843, actually now names who the individuals that should make up the NPP team or the sitting government's team. Now we're going to go through them very quickly so you also get to know who these individuals are. So it goes on to say, maybe if you just let me read exactly what the law says briefly, then we get to understand why these are the individuals coming from the side of the current administration. Now, it says that, for instance, the ministers responsible for, so it says that within 24 hours after the declaration, the incoming government will name their transition team. Then the current administration would also quickly put a team together. And the ministers responsible for, and I'm going to mention them, says the head of the presidential staff appointed under Presidential Office Act 1993. So the head of the presidential staff indirectly is talking about the chief of staff. The chief of staff, the one that is in charge of all of the president's staff. The chief of staff needs to be in the transition team. Then there is the attorney general, the ministers responsible for presidential affairs, finance, interior, defense, foreign affairs, local government, and national security. Then it goes on to say the person elected as president shall appoint an equal number. And we've taken you through that equal number. But pay attention to this. It says they also need to have a team that shall include the head of the civil service, the head of the local government service, the secretary to the cabinet, and the national security coordinator. Let me go through that list again. It says you want the individuals of the person. So let me just go through them so you get to see who they are. So it says the head of the presidential staff, that's the chief of staff, so that's Madam Frema Opare. Then there's the Attorney General, Godfred Yeboah-Dame. Then there's the minister responsible for presidential affairs. Now currently, there is nobody occupying that position. So it means that nobody takes on, or there is no representative in there. However, according to the law, there should be the Minister of Finance, the Minister of the Interior, the Minister of Defense, and these are the current individuals holding those positions. We have Dr. Amin Adam, Henry Quarte, and then Dominic Niti will need to be part of the government's transition team.
And you see those three
and
there,
again,
only two, in fact, survived the parliamentary bid.
The last elections.
The man in the middle
Henry Cote was knocked out.
Yeah.
Dr.
And his
Adam
deputy as well.
Yes, was knocked out. So then the rest of the members of the government transition team, we have the Foreign Affairs Minister, the Local Government Minister, and then the Minister for National Security, Dr. Albert Kandapa, Martin J. Mensah Kosa, and then also Shirley Ayoko Botwe. Then the part that I also indicated, the team must be made of, or must be included, the head of the civil service, the head of local government service, and the secretary to cabinet. So these are the individuals making up government team. And finally, the national security coordinator. And it makes absolute sense why these are the key individuals that must make the transition team from the government side for them to have a smooth transition. Let's look at exactly what subcommittees must be put together after the team meets. They need to have an inauguration subcommittee, naturally, because there needs to be the handing over and an event which will definitely be at the Independence Square. It will be live here on TV3. That's when the president-elect will be sworn in the presence of the entire nation. So they need a team that will be putting all of that together. There's also the government machinery subcommittee, where specific ministries would also need to meet and then understand what has gone on and then transmit or transfer information, necessary data to the incoming administration. Then a presidency subcommittee to ensure that from the very top, any relevant information that needs to be shared is also shared. So these are the key individuals making up the subcommittee. Now let's finally, before we go, find out what exactly the transition team would be doing according to law. When they do meet, when President Akufo-Addo's team welcome the incoming president's team, what exactly would their mandate be? It goes on to say that, one, they are to make comprehensive practical arrangements to regulate the transfer of political power. They are to ensure the provision of daily national security briefings for the person elected as president during the period before the assumption of office by the person elected as president. This particular one, I just want to add a bit of it, which is that effective immediately, or just when the transition team meet, President-elect John Dramani Mahama would also need to be given daily national security briefings, just like President Akufo-Addo. So they become more or less like a contemporaries, so they are both on the same page when it comes to issues of national security. So it is very instructive to have that at the back of your mind, that effective immediately, President-elect would also be getting national briefings or daily briefings. And then the team would have to ensure that the salaries, allowances, facilities, privileges, and the retirement benefits or awards as determined by the President under Clause 1 of Article 71 and by Parliament under Clause 2 of Article 71, and which are due to the holders of the offices specified in Article 71 of the Constitution, to make sure that they are paid or accorded to those persons without undue delay. And finally, to undertake any other function which will enable the team to achieve the object of this act. So, well, this particular one, Article 71, you'd recall that it was one of the key things that the incoming administration is saying they might scrap when they come into power. But then just these are the key things they are, when they meet, they will be considering when the president-elect's team, the transition team.
So by law, they're going to have to determine the package that
how much
the outgoing administration will be living with.
Yes.
The ex gratia. Yeah. I see. But that's a promise, 120-day promise that John Mahama has made in there to scrap this matter of ex gratia and so on. But let's stay on this, because His Excellency President-elect John Dramani Mahama has hit the ground running. And guess what? The man who has been with him every step of the way, moving with him, say, both for both, is our presidential affairs correspondent-elect, Komla Kluche. Komla, look, congratulations to you. It's in order. Great job done, as a matter of fact, going all across the country with 276 constituencies with John Mahama. It's worth congratulating you, Komla.
Many thanks, Alfred, and it's hard work to the team back at home and back in the office, especially the backroom staff and all the GM and everybody. who, has worked in tireless ways to ensure that we gave comprehensive coverage to not just the NDC, but all the candidates who stood for the general elections just this past Sunday.
Good stuff right there. Now, we're learning that there's some information with this transition team and how their work would be when they're beginning their work. Tell us a bit more about that.
We understand that the transition team, which normally holds its meetings, and often the inauguration is done at the International Conference Center. This time around, it would be done at the Flagstaff House. Of course, that is the text message that I got, and not the Jubilee House. You know, the NDC believes in Flagstaff House. The MPP, or the current MPP administration, believes and has named it the Jubilee House. The text message that I got is to the effect that the inauguration will be at 3 p.m. at the Flagstaff House. And so that is the information. As to the modalities, we do not know of it as of yet, but it is worthy to note that, yes, after that inauguration, John Mahama intends to hit the ground running, especially, in playing to what the law says, excuse me, regarding the Transitional Act. And so, it's not surprising that he put out his team already, and then he's expecting them to work assiduously because they do not have much time. Between now until 7th of January, it's just about some 3 or so weeks thereabout, and there's a need for them to work assiduously because he appreciates that the level of work that is ahead of him is enormous, because it's not just going to be satisfaction or be able to please just supporters of the NDC, but with the overwhelming majority of Ghanaians who have thrown their weight behind him, the 1.6 million people and over. It is for him to work in the interest of the Ghanaian. Mind you, there were specific issues or the promises that he made, and so there's a need for his team to act in that direction, and clear directions or directives we understand he would be giving them as to exactly what to do. And he does not intend to give any excuses, we are told by the handlers, on what it is that he would be doing for the good people of this country. And so that's the information we pick up. The NDC considers it as a Flagstaff House, but the MPP, we know, have named it the Jubilee House.
So
I'm not too sure if, after inauguration, we've seen it in the past, that shortly thereafter, it would change. Names will be changed again from the Jubilee House back to the Flagstaff House. But these are really non-issues though, but this is the information that we have with respect to that.
Well, indeed, those two names have significance, and that's why both parties will swing the pendulum on both sides, depending on who is in power. But so tomorrow, that 3 p.m. meeting is going to be at the current Jubilee House, as we speak. But really, how has John Mahama, President-elect, been spending his day? You've been with him.
Quite a busy day. Started as early as 9 a.m. He had a series of meetings. First off was that of the Assemblies of God, Executive Council, the pastors. Mind you, he himself is a staunch member of the Assemblies of God Church. They had a meeting with him. They prayed with him. They offered him a Bible. They gave him communion and have shown their support behind him. There were other key individuals. Some we cannot put those informations out yet who met with him. But another group that also met with John Mahama today was the United Nations office led by its resident coordinator, Charles Ambani. And they have been speaking, throwing their weight and their support behind John Mahama. Said they will be there at every step of the way in offering him whatever he needs to succeed and also to take the country from its current quagmire. They also make the point that they believe and trust in his 120 days promise to the people of Ghana. They are very much interested in it. They equally say that the Operation Recover All Loot is something that the UN is looking out for, and they would assist him in order. But let's listen to Charles Ambani speaking with me earlier this afternoon in an exclusive interview.
You had specifically spoken about your belief in his 120-day, so to speak, assurance to the good people of Ghana. That's a Herculean task he needs to fulfill. From the side of the UN, what kind of confidence and expectation do you have for him with regards to this?
So thank you, and again, congratulations to Mr. President on his election victory. Essentially, the 120 agenda sets out some very clear leadership intent of the NDC coming into office, appointment of officers and the cabinet within a certain timeline, and some of the key priority issues that I think have been important to the government. And in this short meeting, we've also heard many of those points echoed. The UN stands ready within its current program to support as many of those priorities as possible and to align our work. And as I assured Mr. President, 2025 is the year where we construct a new cooperation framework with Ghana, one in which essentially we will be building our program around the priorities of the government that is coming in.
Okay. Operation Recover or Loot, one thing Ghanaians are really expecting of him. What kind of support do you intend to give him with regards to that?
Of course, the UN system has a lot of work that has dealt and experience and technical capacity around questions of transparency, accountability, good governance, and addressing corruption. And I think this is a strong message for all African governments. If we're to keep democracy going forward, then we must work on all of these issues constructively. And the UN stands ready to support the government in its endeavors in this regard.
Well, so Kamala, right there, and the United Nations also expressing their support for the Operation Recover or Loot. And so what's going to be the next step? I mean, that's ahead of tomorrow, the 3 p.m. meeting that you talk about. Quickly before we go.
Yes, I mean, the inauguration of the transition team already, he has put his name and his team out there. And mind you, he'll be a co-chair of the transition now team, which would also be chaired by His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But after the inauguration, they will zoom into the various committees, subcommittees, and then work would begin. He equally would be having series of meetings. People are still calling on him, and mind you, like he did indicate, that he equally needs to have daily security briefings as well. All of these are a part of it. In fact, just after yesterday, his own security arrangement, everything had changed, and even it was quite visible on the ground. These are normal standard procedures when it comes to the first gentleman of the land. And so it is important that many also of the followers or the supporters of the NDC recognize that he is no longer just the flag bearer of the NDC. However, he becomes the newly elected first gentleman to be of the country. And so this is some of the things that the handlers have also been saying and advising, that the supporters should equally understand that there's a lot of work to be done, and he needs the support and the cooperation of everybody.
Kamala, appreciate you for this. Good stuff. Thank you so much connecting to us. Kamala Kloche right there, on your election command center. Now, as this meeting at 3 p.m., the transition team, we will be monitoring and bring you every detail as and when we get it here on your election command center. But under the law, as we read to you, the transition team is supposed to have 2 chairpersons, and they are allowed to delegate. So as a matter of fact, the chairpersons are supposed to be the current president and the incoming president, or the president-elect. So in effect, President Akufo-Addo and the president-elect John Dramani Mahama are the co-chairs of this transition team. The law allows them to delegate the authority and responsibility of these co-chair roles. And that's what we've seen John Dramani Mahama do by nominating Julius Deborah as the co-chair of the transition team that he has named. We don't know the person that the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has nominated as a co-chair, or he is going to chair himself, his transition team. We're going to wait for that. By tomorrow, 3 p.m., we're going to get all of that detail for you. But Kamini, while we talk about this as well, we're keeping an eye on all the issues that came up. The Electoral Commission is talking about some of their officers declaring results in some constituencies under duress. And you heard Samuel Tete, the Deputy C Chair in charge of operations, mentioned Teiman Central, and then also areas such as Ablekuma North and Okaikwe Central.
Right.
We're getting some information on that, correct?
Absolutely. We're joined on the desk by South Dai MP, Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo, to my the very end of the table. Next to him is
Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo.
Oh, I didn't say it well.
Dafiamekpo.
I should do better.
Yes. You ought to.
Next to Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo is A.B. Bright, Teiman Central MP-elect. And, you know, Alfred, you mentioned earlier that the EC had talked about Teiman Central. So she's here. We'll talk about Teiman Central for a little bit before we go to Doc and Senyo here. You keep quiet now. Amy, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
12 years in wait. Right? 2016, 2020, and then now.
2024.
Well done.
Thank you.
but it wasn't easy, was it?
No, it was never expected to be easy. You know, that's the interesting thing about the undertaking with Teiman Central. You always knew it was going to be quite a journey. I might not have understood just how tough it was going to be, but we knew for sure it was going to be tough.
It was going to be tough.
Yeah.
It was going to be. Let's talk about the events that led to your announcement. I mean, let's go over it. What exactly happened?
Well, now we believe that it was just strategies to delay the inevitable and find ways to massage the situation in their favor. Because polls were over for us quite earlier than many places. I mean, on Saturday evening, it took 13 hours to collate presidential results after we had waited for almost 5 hours or even 6 hours for the MPP to make a showing at the collation center. So we were there because we had our pink sheets and everything, and we'd basically collated, you know, almost immediately. So we were ready, we were there at the collation center. They didn't show up till the early hours of the morning, and then they proceeded to just take all morning collating presidential results. And that was a bit funny. I mean, and then, you know, all kinds of incidences, but I'll spare you. The MPP didn't show up.
Side.
You know, and everybody said, oh, they ran away, but, you know, people can say whatever. You have to keep focused. And so we were focused on the plan, but there were a few incidences that were going on around the table, and I began to, you know, notice that there was a little bit of foul play, but we stayed steady. By afternoon, once we were done collating presidential results, it was time to announce. And then suddenly, from nowhere, they threw tear gas into the collation center, and then the whole place erupted. Police were injured. So we had 5 policemen, you know, taken to the hospital. A few of, you know, our supporters as well, you know, sustained some injuries. And so that was a chaotic situation. And so the whole environment became very... In any case, people were already worried. Why is it taking so long? Why don't you want to go to the Parliamentary? And so this persisted for quite a few hours. And we looked at the situation and said, look, let's try and get the supporters calm. I came out and made a statement and said, look, rest assured, nothing is going to happen to our win, which was already celebrated constituency-wide across all the polling centers and, you know, across the constituency, actually. Nothing is going to happen to our results. Rest assured that we're in control. However long it takes, we'll do it because we have time. You know, as long as you're comfortable in your position, you must make the time. This was very important. Of course, people were tired. At some point, you get more tired for the people who are outside on their feet, agitating. There's nowhere to sit. You don't know how they're going to eat or drink. I mean, we're sitting in the collation center, and I mean, we have access to a few comforts. You know, you can sit down. You can ask for water or coffee or whatever. Not for these people. So you're a bit worried about that. But needless to say, it took 3 days of back and forth. Eventually, a collation had to be postponed. We agreed to do it on Tuesday because everybody was exhausted. We got a call at 7 a.m. on Monday, says you have to report immediately.
I see.
To collate. We had agreed to do this at the regional police station so that everybody's safety was guaranteed. And so we went at some point during the day, and we started collating. And yeah, but we already knew what the irregularities were. And we were ready to deal with them. I think that over the years, we hadn't been as fastidious as we are this time. As we went into elections, we prepared not only to deliver, you know, a win in terms of vote, but to protect these votes and protect our position of win, our positions of win.
Evie, we're going to have to go on the ground now. Lord, excuse me, Alfred, what's happening?
Okay, so straight, let's go to the North constituency, as we indicated to you. That's a constituency we're watching because of what happened with the Electoral Commission and also the commissioner declaring the NDC candidate there as the MP-elect. Lord Edwasari is there for us. We understand the NPP candidate there has also been raising some issues.
Saturday, when the collation, Sunday, when the collation started, it's been one event after the other. But eventually, it was called at the EC regional office, and then Ablekuma North was finally declared the winner. She's here to tell us exactly how things transpired, because it seems to be very tense. And now we have her as a winner. We're going to take her thoughts right now. So back in studio, if you're ready for me.
You can go ahead right now. Let's speak to her to find out how she's taking the event right now. Right, so we'll rectify that connection right now to Lord Edwasari. But what you're seeing right now are the jubilant supporters of the NDC this is the Ablekuma North constituency. That's where Ayensuano EC has been declared MP-elect of the Ablekuma North constituency. Naneke Afriye contested on the ticket of the MPP. She is a former member of parliament. And Lord Edwasari, if you can hear me right now, let's talk to her right now to find out how she's taking all the events as they played out.
Several days, or I should say, maybe sleepless night, and a lot of tension. How do you feel now?
Oh, elated. Let me say good evening to your cherished viewers and listeners, those streaming online. It's been days after the process. Ordinarily, you can see collation info on the declaration. But unfortunately, that has not been the case in Ablekuma North. And it's been back and forth. I'm sure you've been with us a couple of days since Saturday night, right through to Tuesday, witness some of the events.
But I mean, even before it was called, you declared a winner, but we did not hear the numbers involved. What were your figures that you won?
Okay, I think the turnout, we had about 60% turnout in Ablekuma North, people voting, and then I garnered over 30,000 votes. But when it came to the collation of pink sheets and for us to reconcile, this is where the NPP were being because they obviously couldn't present pink sheets, and because we had some events at the collation center with people sneaking in with pink sheets that were kind of suspicious. We had, as a result of vigilance.
All right, so that's some echo in the connection there. We would rectify shortly, but what you've been hearing is the MP-elect as declared by the Electoral Commission just a little over 2 hours ago, Ayensuano EC for the Ablekuma North constituency. That's a constituency that was also having its own issues. In fact, as we played to you, the Electoral Commission had or was in the process of giving a directive that the coalition for the Ablekuma North constituency be halted at the regional office, the Greater Accra regional office. While they were addressing the president, we had the declaration right now. I mean, what we do know as well is that Nana Efriye, who is the NPP parliamentary candidate for this constituency, has indicated that she's going to challenge the results. But based on the EC's declaration, Irabna Obin is Member of Parliament elect for the Ablekuma North constituency on the ticket of the NDC. And so, Kamini, there you have it. There's a lot speaking to her. She's saying that she's taking it all in. She's very much appreciative of the constituents, but then again, there's some work to be done, is it not?
I see. Alfred, can you tell how exhausted she sounds? She looks.
And that's why we had to lower to speak to her, because she couldn't stand on her feet.
My goodness.
And I'm sure that maybe Abby Bright can relate.
Yes.
Standing for almost 48 hours, running back and forth to try and make sure that your vigilance level is 102%, not just 100%.
Indeed.
Making sure nothing slips up,
Indeed.
out of your sight.
Alfred, and that's why we want to show Abby Bright something. Let's take a look at it.
Don't laugh at me.
Bring my country, I'm not your promise. Today I want the day. This is the team impression. I'm not your promise. Today I want the day.
Come to Teiman Central.
just for 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds.
She's but she says you should come to Teiman Central.
What a live performance.
No, you have to come to Teiman. It's a Teiman Central special. So that's what we do where I come from. That is Teiman Central for you.
So was this before the skirmishes? Senor hold.
No, this was at 12, around 12 midnight, 12:30 a.m. On was that yesterday? Yesterday. So from the collation center, that was over about 9 p.m. After the declaration, and we moved around the whole constituency. I mean, more like a walk and a drive-through, and we were dancing the whole time. So that was at the end of it, which is in one of my slum areas. Twabodom is like my favorite. One of my favorite spots.
There's Twabodom in Tema.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I see.
It's one of my favorite spots. So yeah, so we had our whole stop and and perform session there.
I see. So I mean, how do you feel when you hear the Electoral Commission say that certain areas were announced in certain, in favor of certain, candidates under duress?
It's funny because under duress will be conditioned by certain factors. I mean, in our case, if you're being illogical and, flouting the law, then people must put pressure. I mean, in our case, collected results were ready for hours. And the EC officials say, I'm not going to read any law, I'm not going to follow any law, and this is on record. I'm not going to follow any law, I'm not going to declare. I mean, that is impossible. And if, you don't have a structure around you to help you stand on your feet, they'll wear you down, they'll wear you out. And so I understand what Irabna is going through. It's psychologically intimidating. I mean, it just breaks you down. If you're not concerned about yourself, if personally you have staying power, you're concerned about the potential. When people are impatient outside, like in our case, I mean, they've waited for hours. You're worried about their comfort, but you're also worried about how frustrated they are People are concerned about their mandate being stolen as much as you're concerned about, your position being compromised. So I think that we need to be mindful of all of that, and the officials need to take their responsibility to all of us a lot more seriously. It's not a matter of what you wish. If you wish your party had won and you feel that you're an instrument in position to influence it, you have to think again. This is a position that is not personal.
I'll move on to Honorable now. Honorable, you were also there in Teiman Central when all of these things were happening. How would you describe how events played out there?
So I have been very close with the work that the NDC did this year in Teiman Central. And I'm also a participant in my constituency, so I got busy. Especially with the collation. You had to be at the center of it all. But I got worried when the information came through that things were not right in Teiman Central. So I was needed. So Monday morning, after my collation was concluded on Sunday afternoon, I took off to Teiman Central. I think I got there at about 1 p.m. when the process had started with the Parliamentary. You can't believe the nature of the irregularities. You had pink sheets that were in the hands of EC officials that were supposed to be originals. And yet the contents of those pink sheets were not direct replica of the duplicates in the hands of our agents, for instance. So an example is you had signatures missing completely on duplicates given to our agents. And yet you have signatures featuring in fresh ink on the originals. So what this tells you in law is that somebody ipso facto the event, after polling had closed, went to sit in the comfort of his office and fabricated the contents on the supposed original. Now they urge you that, because the votes were not materially different, it was okay to regularize the duplicate. But that's not the law. Regulation 39 of CA 127, Regulation 39 sub 2 and 3 is very clear on this matter. The presiding officer has to sign in the presence of the agents, in the presence of the contestant or his representative, which in this case will be the agents. After the signing, the presiding officer must issue a duplicate copy for the contestant or his agent for their record. So when you fabricate a pink sheet in the comfort of your home or in your office, and now we'll be urging upon an agent to then come and regularize the duplicates, I have a problem. That's a clear breach of Regulation 39. And so it won't fly. So when I stormed there, we were able to reject 5 pink sheets with similar trends. And all these pink sheets, believe you me, was favoring the NPP candidate in wide margins. Wide margins. So imagine we had allowed it. We'll be weeping.
Yeah.
By now. And it appears to be a tactic deployed in wide areas throughout the country. This year, a huge proportion of EC staffers are unashamedly partisan. And they demonstrate this to your chagrin. They don't care. And I think that the EC as an institution need to watch this. Because, believe you me, for all the campaigns we've done as political parties, for all the talks done by CSOs, and this one has been sleeping here since Friday, ensuring that there's free and fair election, it boils down to the decisions of Electoral Commission staffers.
That's true.
Whether to decide that the outcome of a certain polling station goes to the left or to the right, that ought to be in accordance with law. The elections are organized not pursuant to the whims and caprices of EC officials, but in accordance with Regulation 127 and the Constitution. So where a procedure is provided in law for a thing to be done, it is that procedure that ought to be followed. And this is a very famous Supreme Court decision on this matter. And yet, you find an EC official yesterday telling me, yes, you've quoted the law. I have read it, you've quoted it, but I won't follow it.
Is that the case?
I tell you, no lie. These were covered. You had to see me in my elements yesterday. You had to.
So you let him make the point, please.
For an EC official to actually tell you in the face that, yes, that's the law, but I think that, I said, we are not taking your opinion. It is not your opinion.
What? Yeah.
It is not your opinion. We are not doing this business in pursuance of your opinion. They are subjective. Keep them. What does the law say? The law says shall. When that is not followed, that is a material breach of the law. And they huffed and puffed. I said it won't fly.
I see.
So eventually, we got collated. You see, the collation is supposed to be collation of regular resource, not irregular resource. So when we collated the regular resource, he decided that he simply won't announce the resource.
The returning officer?
Yes, he won't declare.
The EC director.
Yes.
As in inclusive or exclusive of the 5?
Exclusive of the 5. He won't declare. So, of course, Basintali got wind of the matter and came. And he brought pressure to bear. The police command will speak to him. He won't budge. This went on for hours. For hours. And we had to... Look,
so why did he tell you why he won't declare the results without the
he won't give no
5?
reason. He says he won't declare because I said, your duty under law is to declare the results. If anybody is aggrieved, in fact, if after your declaration, if I am aggrieved, then I know the course of remedy to pursue. So as for the parties that will be aggrieved, it is immaterial. Just do your duty under the law. So I told him that if you read the penal provisions in CI 127, a deliberate decision on the part of an officer not to follow the terms of the law is also a breach. So your decision not to announce the results, even though collation was over, amounted to an interference with the election. And I was putting him on notice. That amounted to a criminal conduct because any interference with the election amounted to a criminal conduct prosecutable after the appropriate investigation. So I was putting him on notice. And also, we may be minded to escalate the forgery or the falsification of pink sheets.
Of the pink sheets.
Because you see, that also amounted to a criminality.
So did your pink sheets match the original the EC had?
No, in terms of content. Because you see, when you sign, the pink sheets are manufactured in such a way that when you put pen on paper, okay, on the original, it is supposed to leave an imprint in red mark on the duplicate and the triplicate.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you sign on the original, you don't need to apply fresh ink on the duplicate and on the triplicate because the imprint will be there for our verification. No. So I have a duplicate with name of the polling presiding officer missing, signature missing, the year of the election missing, the time that the polls closed missing.
How is that possible?
Good, because they now go and fabricate the original and bring it to you.
No, with your permission. Because I've been following and I've been speaking on this matter very well, trying to educate the public on it. With your permission, let's take that line well.
Yes.
The original is signed by a presiding officer and your agents,
yes.
two of us.
True.
And the NPP's agents.
I mean, all the agents,
Yeah.
Yes.
every agent. All right. And then there's a duplicate, there's a triplicate,
yes.
the number of copies.
Yes.
And it's supposed to run through it all.
Yes.
And you're supposed to collect a copy.
Yes.
Your agent must take a copy that
yes.
must have the duplicate of the
in fact, a replica of whatever is contained on the original.
All right. So how come is it that your agents leave the police station
without
with
it?
A pink sheet in quotes that, or a duplicate of the pink sheet that hasn't got all the signatures?
I have answers for you. So yesterday, in the course of some of the questions and the interrogations, in the interrogatories I was filing and firing, they were compelled to invite some of their presiding officers. Two actually came to admit that, oh, these entries, we did it when we were surrendering the pink sheet in the office. We were reminded to do them. After the close of poll, after our agents had dispersed and gone home. So clearly, there is a lot of EC officers were in the business or are in the business of tampering with pink sheets when they return to their offices.
Okay. So how many polling stations had everything right?
5.
No, everything correct.
We had 141.
141.
Yes.
Everything was correct on 141.
No, not all.
Okay.
In respect of pink sheets that we agreed that some irregular entries could be regularized was, for instance, when you look on my duplicates, the figures, the votes have been respectively entered, but they were not totaled. When that is a reflection on my duplicates, I will agree that let's enter the totals. Okay. Because that is an exact replica.
Okay.
I rejected those that had signatures and names on the originals, but nothing appeared on my duplicate. That is a fabrication. That was an afterthought.
Why did your agent accept that copy?
Because at the time that they were giving those copies, the presiding officer has actually not done those entries. And it is not their place in the law to do that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, to be honest, you guys have done a great job. Be more vigilant.
And let me add this, so you appreciate. So the EC officials tell you, but you see, the work that we do, we get tired. At that time, we are all tired. And so some of these things, we should overlook them. I said, nada. I said, nada.
How about posting a copy on the...
Many of them didn't
I quoted,
do that.
that is
Many
regulation. That is regulation 39, sub-regulation 3D.
No, BNF, CI.
Oh, CIL. I mean, this kind, everybody knows that, you know, when it comes,
you've got to keep it in mind.
Yeah. So I asked, for instance,
why did they put it up there?
As part of the requirement was the fact that in addition to signing the pink sheets in the presence of our agents, and after applying your signature or mark or whatever it is, and issuing them with the duplicate copies, and declaring the results, all right, you were enjoined in law. The law said, and you shall paste the copy of the results at the polling station. A lot of them didn't do it. A lot of them.
Is it prosecutable?
It is prosecutable. That's breach of the law.
So
and they will want to tell you that, oh, that is a mere irregularity. That is not material.
So here's what I want to understand. 141.
Yes.
You had come to agreement that was okay. Was this agreement? Was this also agreed upon by the NPP agents?
No, NPP thought that we should accept those without signatures and names and all that, and we said no.
Okay.
You understand? And these were pink sheets that we had votes on.
So in the end, the declaration was done on how many pink sheets?
Minus the 4. I think there were 4.
So 141.
So that would be 137 pink sheets.
Okay.
Even with the entire pink sheet, we were leading. We were still leading. So it was immaterial.
So can you understand how the Electoral Commission will come to conclusion that Teiman Central is one of the areas that the results were declared under duress?
So let me ask the EC. I think the EC is more partisan than even the political parties that participated in the process.
Naturally.
Darby.
Say that again. I didn't.
I think the EC is more partisan in this election than the political parties that participated in it. Why am I saying so? You are supposed to conduct the elections in accordance with law. The law is very clear. In fact, right from even before the day designated for the elections to be held, and during and after, the procedure is stated clearly in each provision as to what you should do. You recruit people, you don't train them well, and they then decide to use their whims and caprices and subjective ideas to conduct a public election that is supposed to be free and fair. And they do this with their biases, and some of these biases are mainly political. So that is why you find such a senior officer with the Electoral Commission tell you that, even though the original form was completed in the office after the voting at the polling station had closed, counting had been done, results declared, it was okay for the pink sheet, the original that was completed by a certain EC officer. Whose interest was he serving in completing that pink sheet in the absence of all the agents and all the contestants?
Honorable, I'm going to come back to you, but let's head to Alfred now. Alfred, you have something in relation to this?
Yes, indeed. Well, in fact, we just got...
I'd have you make that point.
It's very important. It's very important before it comes in. So, you see, the declaration was done at the premises of the Regional Police Command in Teiman.
Yes.
Who applied the pressure? From me, or from her, or from whom?
So it couldn't have been under duress?
Yes.
Very well. Alfred, take us there.
So let's take the steam on this Teiman Central matter. And Greater Accra Regional Minister and former Teiman East Member of Parliament, Nikwate Titus Glover, is joining us on the telephone right now. Good evening to you, Mr. Titus Glover, if you can hear us.
Good evening, Alfred, and to your viewers.
Great. Now, what exactly is the point of reaction you want to make to the events recorded in the Teiman Central constituency?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, the bride has not been declared as the winner for the election.
She has not been declared as the winner?
Officially, she has not been declared.
Well, how do you mean?
I was there since morning till about 8, 9 o'clock when I left there. The contention here is that, one, the two sheets that declare the results for both aspirants, Charles and Eddie Grant, you have the figures that is on the pink sheet. What the NPP had and what the NDC had was correct. Number two, the agents of both parties signed. But the contention was that during the preparation of the pink sheet, the final pink sheet, the presiding officer did not write his name, sign, and date it. On those 3 pink sheets, the NDP candidate Charles had more than 35. So, according to Gafiamepo, they should cancel all that and declare the right the winner. Then I ask him, if somebody is going to vote, you have the power and tell the EC to declare what they call it, those results as useless. It's not possible. The only person that can take that decision is the court. And come and see how they use tax intimidating. Telling the director of EC in Teiman that should declare everybody the winner. But it's impossible. They brought mayhem, tax, he himself and Basim Tali then led the tax to the place. But the contention is that, look, the fact that the presiding officer did not sign or write his name does not invalidate the results. Does not invalidate the results. So long as the records on your pink sheet and that of the NPP pink sheet and your agent are signed, it must go. Because they knew they have lost, they said you should take the results, the 3 pink sheets out and declare the results. I've sent you, you see when you are declaring results, you declare results of a sheet of paper.
No, so let me find out this. You said that,
hold on a bit. They wrote on a piece of paper.
Hold on.
And asked the Teiman South returning officer to declare the winner.
Mr. Tato Global, hold on a bit for me. Right, hold on. You said you were there. You were
document. Check it.
Right. You were there from the beginning.
Ask them. I was there. Ask them.
Hold on. We are having a conversation. So let's take it every step of the way. You were there from the beginning of the process.
Yes, I was.
Good. Do you have any idea why the presiding officer did not sign that pink sheet that you say had both parties' officers' signatures on it?
In fact, the good thing was that the Director of Elections September invited that particular presiding officer and asked him why he did not sign. And he said it was out of pressure. Out of pressure, because at the time that they were checking the result sheets, the pink sheets, that was when they realized that the presiding member has not signed. The presiding officer hasn't signed. So when he signed the original pink sheets, at that time, they have detached the copy to the agents of the political parties. And according to the Flammable, he went and slept and changed figures. Meanwhile, the figures on your pink sheet and what is on the pink sheet is the same.
But
your agent has signed.
I see. So you're saying that the presiding officer who was supposed to sign the pink sheet with the signatures of both agents did not sign because he was under pressure. How does that work?
What I'm saying is that when you submit your pink sheets to the UC office, they have to check all that you have done.
Correct.
In the course of checking the results of the pink sheets on the UC's copy, that was where they realized that the presiding officer had not signed, he has not written his name, and has not dated it. So they bring his attention to it.
Right.
At that time, he has detached the copy to the agents of the 2 political parties. But the issue we're trying to stress forcefully here is that the result that Eddie Bright and Charles Fossey had on each of the pink sheets that was given to them, they were the same. Number 2, the agents of both parties have signed. So that cannot invalidate the results because the presiding officer did not sign for the beginning, but because they want to make issue out of nothing.
But then if the presiding officer who is supposed to have validated the results on that pink sheet, that this is me, Titus Glover, presiding officer for this Teiman Central, did not sign, and he says he didn't sign because he was under pressure, and so you say that should have been the results that should hold, even if the presiding officer's name. No, I'm coming. Is that the position of the law? No. I just want you to answer. Is that the position?
I asked that you have got this question.
Is that the position of the law?
When in their favor, would they tell us that because the president did not sign, they will let it go? I asked him.
No, but
because they knew that forcing on the 3 things had more than a right, and automatically our figures is more than that. We see them as difference of 55.
Do you have your
pink sheet out?
Do you have your pink sheet?
Yes, we have a pink sheet. We have done our collation all right. We won this election by 55 votes. If they are not taking those 3 results out, meanwhile, they are forcing the UC to declare, and the state cannot declare. He's not the person to cancel somebody's results. He hasn't got that power. So you carry the thing to Accra. Then you force the UC officer, the returning of Teiman West, to write him a sheet of paper and declare results. What is this?
No,
you send this country into an inferno, destroying things, doing all kinds of funny things. What is this?
So you were expecting that the pink sheet with the 2 agents'
it is the
signature.
regional office of the national office must go into the matter.
Mr. Glover, you're not allowing me to ask Mr. Glover.
Why is she sitting in the radio station line, the TV station line there? That is the winner.
Mr. Glover, you are not allowing me to ask questions because you made a statement. I'm finding out from you whether you were expecting that the pink sheet without the presiding officer's name and his signature was going to be the one that would stand and be validated as the result so declared? Is that what you were expecting?
What my contention is that if there are issues from the NDC, and we are saying that our pink sheet should go, and the director of the election for that is saying that because you are threatening me, I can no longer continue. Okay? So he put all the pink sheets in the box and brought it into the room, one of the information rooms of the police regional headquarters. And they marshaled all their youth and the tax into the place just to disrupt the process. Then, let me ask that who's a lawyer, whether you declare eating results on a sheet of paper, unwritten. He's quoting law. Ask him whether we declare eating results on a sheet of paper and pen. Is that the practice?
Well, but
why are we doing it?
But since you were there from the beginning right till the end, you know that there were some events after the entire process and they are done the counting, even transporting the ballot papers and the pink sheet. They wanted to do that with a private vehicle. The EC officials there did not have an official vehicle. It had to take the people there to protest against the means of transportation because they wanted to use a taxi. Do you know that? I mean, did you know that?
I don't have information for what you are saying in terms of the transportation of the pink sheets. But because of the conduct of the NDC at the collation center at some secondary school, right. You understand? Okay. They had to agree and bring the collation to the regional police command to have it done.
I see. Okay, so hold on a bit for me. Hold on, because
okay. I don't have that information for what we are saying. But for now, after yesterday, the director of the election said his life is under threat, so he cannot continue. So they refer the matter to his bosses in Accra. The Bright and the Fiamepo, you sit on national television and lie that you have been declaring the winner of the election on an unwritten paper, piece of paper. Is that how we do it?
Okay,
and
so hold on. Mr. Glover, I had you come on to respond to issues. Not necessarily. Hold on. Mr. Glover, we gave you the audience, so hold on and let's be decorous. You've asked questions. I think it's just fair that you get the answers to the questions that you're asking. The person who is here, Mr. Glover, the person you're asking questions is in the studio, so hold on and let him answer. Kemini?
Very well. Alfred, he's asked a number of questions of A.B. Bright, the MP-elect, and Roxanne Dahuamepo. Both of them are here. I'll start with you, Honorable. He sent me the paper that was, according to him, that was used for the declaration, which he says
there
that...
was no declaration.
You hang on, one step at a time. One step at a time.
I need to
Honorable.
understand. So, I mean, we are your panelists. We need to follow the thing. The first thing we all heard was that there was no declaration. The woman was not declared. So is it the case? Was there a declaration or not?
Very well.
No, we have to answer that question.
So,
then the next step,
I understand.
What was you to declare? So that we take the thing line by line. Some of us, our IQ is not that high, it's low. So we have to take our time step by step.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that. But let's get into, because he sent the paper, which he says that it is based on that. AB is holding herself as the winner of the election.
Was there a declaration?
No, hang on. Honorable, you heard the questions. Please go ahead.
Now, first of all, Titus Glover says what?
There was no declaration.
No, says that where a pink sheet is materially reading with errors in breach of CI 127, it should be admitted, so that when you agree, you go to court. So on what basis are votes rejected? He says that votes on a pink sheet, however erroneous entered, however erroneous prepared, should be accepted with the error in breach of law. And yet, when somebody votes, when somebody goes to vote, you are told that when you don't vote in a certain manner, that vote is rejected. So somebody can vote and will say that the manner of the voting is in breach of law, so it's rejected. But when entries are made on pink sheets in breach of law, that one should be accepted. This is the kind of logic they infest people with. Yesterday, he was there as the regional minister. He left his work, came to sit there the whole day. Let me tell him. Let me tell him. He made the point. So I asked him, the originals that you are urging on us, who was president before it was field completed? They invited the officers. They came to admit. And yet Titus Glover admitted what? Admitted that they completed those original pink sheets in the EC office. Not without not in the field.
Well, he's made the point that it was without
not in the field. He's talking about manner. Now he's talking about manner of declaration. The law provides a procedure. When polls closed, you declare the results. You complete the pink sheet. You issue duplicates to agents. Then you paste a copy at the polling station. In collation, you collate. You declare results. Then you complete the writ of election. So when figures are written on paper for purposes of declaration, it is not erroneous in law. Because the administrative work, you don't need the entire crowd for you, the EC officer, to sit and do the administrative work. We were the agents at the collation center. So when the administrative work is done, we'll then go and authenticate it. So it is not provided in CI 127 anywhere that you must complete the writ of election form before you declare. Once you are certain of the regularly collated votes, you declare. The declaration can be even oral.
I see.
Once the figures are correct, it may not have to be written on anything. You can just pronounce it.
So you have a copy of this paper he's shared with us?
I don't know where he got that paper from.
He shared a paper with each of...
No, but ask him who prepared this paper. Titus Glover can't sit and do this and share it around.
We don't know that for sure.
Thank you very much.
Alfred would ask him those
thank
questions.
you very much. So this fabrication, I don't know where it's coming from. But what is important and of record is that the EC, the Electoral Commission, and you see, sometimes this is how simplistic they think. They think that the EC is an individual. The EC is a constitutional body. So anybody of authority within EC can perform his functions under law. So the EC is not one metro officer who refused to declare results. He and Titus Glover have been walking up and down during collation. I raised it. They won't sit down.
The returning officer for
Yes,
Teiman
you
Central.
go and meet Titus Glover, they'll go and hold rendezvous, hold tete-a-tete and come back and sit down. And I pointed it out to him.
I see. So
the kind of interference he brought yesterday to bear on the process as a city regional minister and head of the regional security, I got to know.
That rate of elections, has it been filled now?
That is an administrative work for EC.
For the EC.
It can be done ipso facto declaration.
I see. And he also says that the head office has said you should come to Accra.
Hold on.
As into the head office. Honorable, hold on. We'll come to you.
Is Titus Glover now the courier for EC? Is he now the announcer for EC?
So you don't have any invitation?
Is it the one who sends invitations to MPs elect or contestants in the public election?
So you don't have any invitation from the Electoral Commission head office?
My dear, we don't.
Okay.
And I've been the lawyer on record. We don't.
Ebby, I'll come back to you, but let's go back to Alfred.
Hold on. Have you seen the chaotic scenes in the regional collation office in Greater Accra? Who is inviting who there? Who not even there and go there? Have you realized the chaotic scenes?
Very well.
The mayhem happening there as a result of other issues results that have been sent to that regional collation
Honorable,
office.
hold your fire. Let's go to Alfred now. Alfred.
Well, so Titus Glover. So
you come in as what?
No.
Honorable, hold your fire. Honorable, hold your fire, please. No, we'll not do that. Let's hear the minister. Let's hear the minister.
You want to steal our mandate to say you are my friend?
No, we'll not do that here. Alfred.
Yes. Hold on.
Why is it throwing tantrums in your city?
Titus Glover. Now, what's the origin of the paper you just sent with the MPP NDC?
That paper was written by the Teiman West returning officer, who had nothing to do with the Central election.
Teiman West returning officer wrote that?
The Teiman West returning officer. He wrote that sheet of paper, that result.
I see.
And they announced it. When the right entered your studio, after didn't you describe him as MP elect for Central?
So, because we have a video of a declaration, which you say never happened. That's why.
How did they declare on that piece of paper? When the director of the election responsible for that said his life is under threat, so for that matter, he cannot continue. He has led with his office in the region.
But
in the time of police, well, you don't bring talks there. A lawyer can lie like this. When you flooded the whole place with your stamp. What are we talking about? What are you saying? That any UC official can conduct any work of the UC. You're a lawyer, don't talk like that, please.
Okay, so
the director of the UC office was supervising the collation. Then you know what? I went and hide and talked to the man. I've been sitting there for hours. I can't get up and go to the loo and we. You were there when I was asking for the man. And you said I shouldn't get up when we. When we started, were you there? When we started, when the brand was seated. Were you there?
I see. So
it was not the one we even started the collation. That's not the point itself. I sat through. We were there for 2 hours before the brand came. Later, before working. What is he talking about?
So you said when
the bride has not been declared the winner of the Teiman Central election. There were 3 contention pink sheets. All the 3 pink sheets, the results that Transporting had, the results that everybody had, were all captured on the pink sheet. The polling agents for NPP and NDC were all signed. The only contention was that the UC official did not write his name, did not sign, and never paid test. He was invited to explain himself.
Okay, so
I asked the chairman for if those results were in your favor, will you say that you should let it run? You see human being? But let me make the point here after.
Yeah,
NDC cannot turn this country into a war zone where they are attacking, training UC officers from Damango to everywhere.
Mr. Status Global, so because we're dealing with this Teiman Central situation, you say that the only contention was the EC. I'm coming. The presiding officer's name and signature not being on a pink sheet with results. Is it a contention or is a fact? Or is it factual that the EC?
It is a fact, Alfred. It is a fact that.
And is it a material fact?
Let me finish.
Okay.
It is a fact that he did not write his name on the 3 pink sheets.
Okay. Right.
Admitted. So he was invited to come and clarify why there was that. Because the signature on the duplicate and the triplicate did not appear. It was only when he brought the result, the pink sheet, to his officers at the UT office, when they realized that, oh, you have not signed your name, you have not written to your name, and you have not dated it. So on the UT copy, that was where you wrote. And the developer was saying that they are going to manufacture the figures. So I asked him, the result that you had on your pink sheet is the same result you have on a pink sheet. The signature of your agent has signed, and our agent has also signed. We can continue with the thing. The power to cancel any result that's not right in the mouth of the developer and the people, and the NDC. They don't have the power. The only person that can make that determination, either the regional office or the UC contest or at where they call. It doesn't lie in the mouth of the people and the developer.
Well, so
she's not the MP list.
So what are you going to do now? I mean, since you
they
said
should stop the lies there. They should stop the lies that are cacophony of points they are making in your studio. That is the MP for the
so are you saying that? Okay. All right. So are you saying that the absence of a presiding officer's name on a pink sheet, the absence of a presiding officer's signature on a pink sheet, does not invalidate the material fact there?
You remember
then are you saying that then any results on the pink sheet can actually go, and the person who presided over the process, who would validate it with his name, is not needed in any way?
After the presiding officer who presided over the election, when he forgot to sign and write his name on his statement to all of us, then he explained The act of pressure, he forgot his stuff.
He forgot
but
to
the question is
he
that
forgot to
so
sign.
long as the agent has signed, so long as the records you have on your pink sheet and our pink sheet stand, what is the problem? But because they know that when you add those three figures, it is right to lose the election. That is why they are making all this threatening work and doing all kinds of mayhem at the place.
But Honorable, the presiding officer explains to you that he forgot to sign a pink sheet, and you think that suffices? No, but
that does not going to validate the report.
You think
it's what we also had. Nothing has changed. It's not that his name and signature. So somebody who has gone to vote, it's not the vote away. That's what the family the right and the NEC are saying.
So
people have passed the ballot and their vote have been counted. It has been recorded. And because the presiding member forgot to write his name, date, and signature, they should throw it away. Why?
I see. Hold on. Let's go back to the table, because the lawyer and Ibi Bright are all seated right here. Kemini, the specific questions to that. Yes, quick one.
Let's hear you, Honorable.
Okay, number one, Titus Glover. When the president appointed you as the Greater Accra Regional Minister, he gave you a warrant of office under his signature. Would that warrant of office be valid without his signature, Titus Glover? Would that be valid? An official document without the signature of the person who is supposed to validate it, you come and sit as a regional minister and head of regional security, you come and sit and say that me, a trained lawyer of substance, I should accept that. Because you see, today he's able to tell us why the officer failed to put his name, signature, year of the election and the time that the polls closed. You are able to tell us that he forgot. Because you have been engaging him at the background, engaging him, finding out why it happened. That is why you have a reason to give. But for that, you wouldn't have known. But for that, you wouldn't have known why his name, signature, year, and time of the polls were missing. So when I insist that these were people you are planted within the EC to do your bidding, this is one evidence. Two, they make the point that when you are aggrieved, you should go to court.
Yes.
And I'm asking him because the pink sheets contain votes of people. Do you know how many votes have been rejected, have been counted as rejected? Do you know? Because the votes were irregularly printed. The law says when that happens, it should be rejected. The law made provision for completing the pink sheets, original, duplicate, and triplicate. If you don't follow the law, that is an irregularity, a material breach. And you are saying that I should ignore the breach of the law and admit the pink sheet on what grounds? Because on your belief, on your whims, and subjective ideas. We were tired. The law, there's no allowance in the law allowing EC officials to breach the law on grounds of fatigue. There's no provision in the law that says that when, as an EC officer, when you are so fatigued, you can breach the law. There's no such provision. Titus Glover, don't urge that thinking on me and on the nation. The EC officer, if you can't do the work, resign. If you are not durable to work effectively under such conditions, don't apply.
So is it the presiding officer, or in your case, was he the original person who started the process from the beginning?
Because he went to meet him and told him not to declare. So for 3 hours he was sitting there. He said, we won't declare. So I said, if you cannot declare, invite Regine to come and take over the process and do the declaration. He won't do it until it was about 7 p.m. So another EC official, sensing danger, decided that, my brother, you have to declare the results. Whoever is aggrieved, they should go, they should seek a judicial remedy or whatever remedy is available. That too he won't. The police command invited him for hours. He won't budge until around 9 something. Then the EC officer for Teiman East, I believe, Teiman West decided to do what is lawful under law. So they shouldn't say EC didn't declare. The person who declared was not the police, the regional police commander, not the director of Gapoa, not director of TOR.
Did that EC official have the right to
He has the right.
I beg you, TOR has it dominated.
He has the right.
Senor,
I am saying he has the right.
But he's not the returning officer for your Teiman Central.
Let me make the point.
Right.
He was there.
Okay.
He witnessed. He participated in the collation. You see, the collation at this stage had become a regional exercise.
Okay.
It was no longer regimented to a constituency specific. So all of them were marshaled to come and support the exercise. That is why we commandeered the collation exercise from the premises of Chemu Secondary School to the premises of the regional police administration. We were cordoned off by a phalanx of policemen in uniform. So nobody, if anybody was under duress, it had to be this lady.
Right. So your point is that even if the regional EC officer didn't want to declare, because the Teiman...
Not that he didn't want, he refused flatly.
It wasn't the original.
No, that's I need to
if you can.
Yes, yes.
Number one, the returning officer for the constituency was not part of this whole process. He was there, but he didn't partake, he just sat there.
Why?
So we need to, because the Electoral Commission director, for Teiman, yeah, Metro, was the person who was was the one who had taken charge, taking over the process. So the arrow had to concede to him. So he took charge of the process and he made these decisions and said that I will not, I know what the law says. Yes, you're reading the law, but I do not care about it. I will not declare these things because I don't believe that I should, even though it's according to the law. This was his stance. And the arrow is there, but could not partake because
this Fosuhene is the one you say was
the Metro director.
Is the Metro director for the EC.
The same person you accused Honorable Titus Glover of hanging out with.
Oh, yeah, everybody saw that.
Okay.
But that was beside.
We're getting somewhere. Yes. So then that Fosuhene did not declare that the results that elected you.
He refused to. MP. But there was the arrow there, and then there was the other arrow for Teiman West also there.
And then it was the Teiman West arrow.
Director
of EC.
Yes.
Who declared you?
I believe so. I mean, I was just.
and you see, and that's what I was asking if it was allowed. And Honorable, you had a response.
Because they were doing a regional. So
it's allowed. What is important is that it is the EC that made the declaration.
Yes.
If the declaration was not made by.
It was a regional exercise. So it was a Teiman regional exercise. We're supposed to resolve everything. Not only us. If there were others, they would have been resolved at that location. Just like others were resolved at the Greater Accra location. So the police command was the location for us within the Teiman enclave to resolve our issues. So all of them within that area were there.
All right. Alfred.
Right. So, Mr. Glover, you have no.
You have another point to make. You should always make your point.
Why was it that was Glover worried? Worried that the declaration of the results was traveling deep into the night. Why was he not worried?
Right, he will answer that question. Let's hear him out.
Hello,
Mr. Glover, what are you saying?
That Jan upon made reference to my instrument of office that was signed by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. If in the course of that I detect any error, I will take you to President Akufo-Addo to have a look at it.
Okay.
Number two, in the case of Margaret Pamphor and the Attorney General on the Gitmo 2 case, according to the Constitution 75, all treaties signed by President or any representative of government must refer to Parliament for approval. So, if in the course of this, the EC realized that the presiding officer at that particular polling station did not write his name, did not sign his signature, and never dated it, and his attention was drawn to it, let's just talk about this. And the gentleman came before us and explained himself. But let me tell you something. Because on those 3 pink sheets, we have more than every bride in the NDC. That is why they are behaving the way they are behaving. But let me tell you, every bride knows that yesterday she was told that tomorrow they are meeting at the GP office. The power to cancel any resource does not lie in the mouth of the member.
No, okay.
That is to cancel it.
Okay. On that particular point.
They are all over the place.
On that particular point,
everybody.
Mr. Glover, on that particular point about this, Honorable, hold on. On that particular issue about the fact that you called this presiding officer, he admitted that he forgot. You called him in your presence. So at that point, wait, I'm coming. At that point, why did he not append his signature to the pink sheet if it was indeed the case that he forgot?
Originally, because he did that signing and he made written on the original pink sheet, you should have allowed it because they disagree. They didn't want us to control the collation because you will have signed on the office. But they said they were not going to agree. That was really what happened. So later, when the gentleman explained himself, then he left. But the NDC that they are not going to allow. They should throw those three streets away and declare and divide the winner.
No.
That's the power lie in the mouth of Electoral.
But I asked a specific question that you've just gone around it. I want a specific answer to this. If the person, does the presiding officer agree that he forgot to write his name and his signature on the pink sheet, you and the NDC candidate that's there, you had a copy of the sheet. So really, at that point, what prevented him, after you drew his attention to it, from signing if indeed the details of the pink sheet was the right thing?
We didn't draw his attention. I said, listen to me well. When he came to account for the election results, in the submission, that was where they detected that he has not written his name, he has not signed, he has not dated. At that time, he has dispatched the copy to the agent of the political party.
Okay.
So they called him to come and write his name again on the UC official finish, which the duplicate and the triplicate and the quadruplicate has not been captured. So that was where the NDC were raising query that the name of the UC signature and date was not captured on their copy, which was correct. And I'm saying that cannot invalidate the results.
Your position is that it doesn't invalidate, but what's the position of the law? What's the position of the law on that?
The position of the law?
On whether or not the absence of the presiding officer's name and signature invalidates or otherwise of the pink sheet.
It does not lie in my mouth, it does not lie in the front of mouth. And let it write. Tomorrow they'll be invited to come to the UC office. To go and plug it out there.
Okay.
They didn't say they have talked again. When they lose the elections, then they set the whole office of UC ablaze.
All right.
The power lies in the hands of the UC. They can explain. I only call you to educate your viewers that the Parliamentary and the right against that interest of people. He's not the MP elect for Teiman Central, for God's sake. Thank you very much.
Well, so, I just wanted the clear position of the law on this matter. And that's the references that have been made so far. Because, yes, that's the position of Titus Glover. But then again, we need to understand what the position of the law is. Whether if a presiding officer does not sign and write his name on the pink sheet on the process that he or she presided over, it doesn't invalidate the pink sheet. Kamini, let's get to the law.
Indeed. Look, this is jaundice thinking. Jaundice thinking. Let me reference Regulation 45 of CI 127. Right. Regulation 45(2) is to this effect. An election officer who is required to perform a function under these regulations but fails to perform that function commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of no more than 500 penalty units or to a term of imprisonment of no more than 2 years or to both, and shall for a period of 5 years from the date of expiration of the term of imprisonment be disqualified from being engaged as an election officer. Titus Glover sits in the comfort of his home and telephones this studio and says that an EC officer who is enjoined under Regulation 39 sub-regulation 3 to sign off on a pink sheet after collation of resource and fails to do so should be glossed over. When the same law says in Regulation 45(2) that amounts to an offense punishable under law, you can be fined, or you can be imprisoned, or you can both fine and imprison. And after that, you'll be barred for 5 years from serving as an EC officer. He's urging such a thing on us. This is
okay. So
very well. Just quick bite so that we can go to the gentleman on the other side.
Refer to Constitution 75. I was trying to look at.
Please. He was confused.
Okay.
He was confused. Nobody has
Senor, your bite on them.
You can't speak for him.
Yes.
Is getting confused.
The same way I addressed him yesterday, so you have to.
Okay. All right. One at a time. Senor,
proceed. About the execution of treaties. 75(1) says. The president
Senor, we don't know for sure what he was referring to. So I want you to make your point on the matter at hand.
Right,
don't taunt him.
I'm not taunting. I just needed to. And honestly, look, these are two people I know, and I need to make sense of this. It makes no sense that honest politicians at a police station should have any confusion over this matter. We all have the pin sheet. Everybody's been trained. I know the MPP has invested a lot of resources in trying to train their people. All right. And as a matter of fact, they've been relatively more competent at managing these things than the NDC. The NDC, this is the first time they've taken this matter very seriously in a very structured way. You've brought in the likes of Marietta, Helga, Mefa, Castle, and Code, training people all around, serious lawyers. So I'm impressed by their conduct, that they're training people well. People write exams. So MPP does it better because they have relatively more exposed people. I can't understand how
I take exception to that.
To the process.
No.
To the election process.
No, we have to withdraw that.
Okay, I withdraw that one.
Relatively more exposed.
Hey, on the election process.
No.
But
He's withdrawn it.
You give them too much credit.
He's withdrawn it. It's okay. He's withdrawn it. Senor, you withdrew it.
Wait, okay, I've withdrawn it.
We're fastidious now.
So if you have that level of exposure, and you come and tell me that presiding officer doesn't sign, and it should count, when we all watch Baumia talk about you and I were not there, I can't make it's like going for a wedding.
It was tight.
It's like going for a wedding and say we got married, but I forgot to exchange the rings, and I also forgot to sign the marriage certificate. But we are married. I beg you in the name of God, please, nyekpa no nyefio. Nyekpa non nyefio. Wo bed the can in Titus. Nyekba. Go and figure this thing out later. We have enough chaos in our country. It's unnecessary chaos. Yesterday I was here and I said, Mutawakilu, stop the thing you are doing. Stop it.
Well,
Okpe Mutawakilu. You're a good man.
No. He's not here, and we can't insist.
I told you. I said it
him.
on air. This is NDC. Muta. He's a good man, and Titus is a very nice guy. It's just that his political tension. That's what this is looking like. Titus is a very sweet guy. He's a funky fun guy. Kuga.
All right. Okay, Doctor.
I said the same problem is Adomi Kwadinya. You also know Gabo. Okpe, you come again. We will deal with this matter. Stop doing this thing. I can't understand why we are all holding the same pin sheet. But when we calculate, we get different number. How? What
the table. Please don't break my table.
Sorry. Let's just stop what they are doing. Why?
Doc, a quick bite on this issue.
Now, I put out an article which was published with regards to the evolving security threats. Okay, in the elections. And I spoke about one sub-theme, entrenched position and illegal activities with regards to what election officials and the consequences. And this is what we are seeing. Now, if you don't handle this well, this might degenerate into something else.
I'm telling you.
I don't know what the issue is. There seems to be a lot of irregularities with regards to personalities that have been hired or recruited. We need to look at all those things because there's a major problem there, right? Who were these people brought in? What are their interests and all of that? Now, the law states categorically clear with regards to POs or ROs having what contact with what key personalities of the incumbent when it comes to elections, right? And here we are hearing narrations about what close contact, the minister and then the official. All these things raises what suspicions and allegations. I think there's a lot of work that we need to do with regards to EMBs, election management bodies, and then the laws and procedures. Otherwise, we'll come back to these same issues in the next 4 years, and then we are harming ourselves.
Maybe I'll let you have the last word on this one.
Think she that government is the one to bring
Honorable, why are you telling her something to tell us?
No, because it's reminding, you know, I'm the kind of person who just, I mean, we're past this stage, so I can't even be bothered because it's disgust. I'm sorry, let me, you know, it's just, it really offends my mind when grown men, you know, set logic aside and do not mind, you know, appearing below par mentally just to achieve an end. It's very embarrassing for me. I'm very ashamed. We have the situation there where the EC didn't have a pink sheet, and then they sent for the pink sheet. Now, pink sheets are supposed to be kept in locked boxes with our seals and all of that, just, I mean, until collation. But here's, yes, under tight security, but here's the situation. They just went to their office and brought a pink sheet, supposed to be the original. So we say, unaccompanied, where's this pink sheet coming from? The EC director himself informs us that he had transported our boxes 3 times. And I said, we moved it from here to, yeah, so I said, when and how? I mean, weren't there at this center? I said, oh yeah, but we saw the way the situation was and we decided to move them. We have a secure place at Olams. Later he says, oh, it's been moved to the armory. How did it move all these number of times without the participation? Yeah, the police armory, which for us was somewhere that we're comfortable with. And so if it was going to be moved there, we would be part of escorting these things. At least we will know that it was being escorted. It's our prerogative to decide that we trust you, you know, to move them without incidents. Now, these are some of the things that if we continue to push, it would, I mean, it could really escalate beyond this point. There's so many issues, but I think that we're past that now. But just by the way, with all due respect, Mr. Regional Minister, I do not receive an invitation to appear anywhere in Accra or any other part of this nation, of this country, for whatever reason, from you in particular, on national TV. I do not, I completely disregard your comments or your invitation or your summons or whatever. I don't think that you have any authority. I have not heard from the EC in any capacity. As far as I'm concerned, everything that was done on which day was it? Monday? I do not care. I'm focused now on serving the people of Teiman Central, who came out in their numbers to warn you about your attempts to steal their mandate. I stand as their representative already, will be confirmed very soon, and I have already started my work in their service, which includes defending them against any sort of thievery or fabrications against their true mandates. Thank you very much.
Very well, Avi. Senor, I'll come to you, but let's go to the gentleman. Alfred, I heard you pose the question about who wrote the document. Did Honorable Titus Glover give you a response?
Well, no, he said that it was a document that was used for declaration. He didn't tell us exact. It has a name of somebody on it. You know, it has one Charles Forson. But he didn't mention that that was the author of that, because I asked questions consistently about the origin of that. He says that was what was used to declare Ebi Bright as the winner. But whoever wrote it, we didn't get the exact answer to that question. So that's just to put it on record. But there's some news that came through when all of this back and forth was going on. Earlier, we showed you the transition team of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. Now, in the course of the conversation, we've also received news of the transition team of President Akufo-Addo. And we have the details now. Martin.
Yes, Alfred, clearly a lot is happening quick and fast. So whilst we are keeping very close eyes on some of the constituencies still under contention. We are monitoring what's happening within the camp of the president-elect and the current administration as well. And you know that tomorrow, the president-elect is going to have a meeting with the current president, Nana Akufo-Addo.
Right.
And they have both put together a transition team. So earlier, we took our viewers through the transition team put together by John Dramani Mahama, president-elect. In the last few minutes, the transition team of Nana Akufo-Addo's government has also been released, and we want to take our viewers through the individuals who constitute that team in a moment. So we indicated that per the law, it's supposed to be the chief of staff or the head of all government staff or the president's staff, which is the chief of staff, Madam Frema Opare. She has been named in the president's team. Then we have the Attorney General, Godfred Dame, and then also the Minister for Presidential Affairs. Mind you, when we spoke about that earlier, there was no specific individual occupying that position of the Minister for Presidential Affairs. Well, per the statement that came from the office of the president, Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, the immediate past majority leader in parliament, has been named and is currently the member of parliament for Swami. He is the one that is representing the president or on the team as the Minister for Presidential Affairs. The rest of the team members, we have the Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, the Minister for Interior, Henry Quarte, and the Minister responsible for Defense, Dominic Nitiwul. The rest of the president's transition team are Foreign Affairs Minister Madam Shirley Ayoko-Botwe, the Local Government Minister Martin J. Mensah-Kosa, and then also the Minister for National Security Albert Kandapa. It goes on to say that the names I've just gone through are those that are supposed to be from the office of the president or the government transition team. However, the law indicates that because both teams are meeting, included in that meeting should be the head of the civil service, the head of the local government service, and then the secretary to cabinet. And these are the individuals currently occupying that position. We have Dr. Agridako, head of civil service, Dr. Nana Atu Arthur is the head of local government, and then Mercy Deborah Kakari, who is currently the secretary to cabinet. And finally, we also have Dr. Edward Asumening, national security coordinator. These are the individuals who constitute the team. Now, mind you, part of the law indicates that when the teams from both sides, the incoming administration and the current administration, meet and they have any challenge during the transition period, there is supposed to be an advisory team that they can fall on to help them navigate whatever issues that may come up. The Constitution or the law indicates that the Speaker of Parliament should be part of that advisory committee, and then also the incoming team would name an elderly statesman. So on the side of John Dramani Mahama, we have Do Ajaho, the former Speaker of Parliament, who is going to be a part of the team. And then also the president, in the statement we got a few minutes ago, has named Professor Aaron Michael Kwe, another former Speaker of Parliament, to be part of the Advisory Council. Now, these three members, the current Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Do Ajaho, and also Professor Aaron Michael Kwe, these are like your senior speakers of parliament who are going to be the advisors for the transition team. In case they hit a snag or there is a conundrum that they are unable to navigate, then they can fall on these three wise men, we want to call them, to help them navigate and come to some kind of understanding so we can have a smooth transition. So that is just by way of information, a quick run through the individuals again named by President Akufo-Addo. We have Frema Opare, head of she's the Chief of Staff, Head of Presidential Staff. Then there is the Attorney General, Godfred Dame, Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, Minister for Presidential Affairs. Then there is the Finance Minister, Dr. Amin Adam, Minister for Interior, Henry Quarte, the Minister for Defense, Dominic Nitiwul, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Shirley Ayoko-Botwe, the Minister for Local Government, Martin J. Mensah-Kosa, and National Security Minister, Albert Kandapa. And then finally, we have Dr. Emmanuel Agridako, who is the head of civil service. The head of local government service is Dr. Nana Atu Arthur, and the secretary of the cabinet, Mercy Y. Deborah Emmanuel. So yeah, it's actually Evans Agredakon, I beg your pardon, Dr. Evans Agredakon, Head of Civil Service. And finally, we have the National Security Coordinator, Edward Asumeni. That is the team from the government side meeting John Dramani Mahama's team tomorrow. And their meeting would also be trying to follow the conversations that would arise out of that meeting, so you get to know the meeting times and the days that they will also be meeting.
But Martin, what strikes me in all these names is Oseche Mensah Bonsu. I mean, as a leader of the NPP group, or the majority leader in Parliament, you are essentially the minister in charge of parliamentary affairs. Right? But this is presidential affairs, okay? So you would understand why it's not Alexander Penyama King there. But then again, the leader of government business in Parliament is the majority leader.
Absolutely.
Right? So there has to be that clear distinction in the roles and why Oseche Mensah Bonsu has been named in this one. It's pretty important. And he comes in with rich experience. The longest 7 MPs exiting with this 8th Parliament. He did not contest Swami. He decided that, you know what, I've served the people of Swami enough. I'm not contesting this 2024 election. But he was on...
I'm not sure the decision was just like that. I'm not going to contest. You know, I mean, it looked as though clearly the constituents had issues with him.
Well,
and,
I mean, in
that
effect...
quickly informed his decision.
I'll tell you what. I mean, the Swami constituency is one that it would have been surprising even if he decided to contest and then they vote against him. Because if you look at the path and in the trajectory of the votes, even though in 2020 the margin was not as much as in 2016, really it was not going to be one that the NDC could have easily flipped.
Not at all. Yes,
but I also stick to the theory that we have seen some strongholds, the constituencies that would have never thought that the NDC can flip in this election being flipped. So right now, really, the theory about strongholds, we have to rewrite that theory, especially when it applies to certain constituencies, because we've seen that that theory really has been thrown to the dogs with the outcome of this 2024 election. But going into the matters related to the transition team and how things are going to play out, you look at the individuals and the rich experience and what they're bringing on board. When you look at the 2016 transition team, it's just one person that we see in there. And it stands to reason that this next administration clearly has a direction of what they want to do, hitting the ground running. Because if you listen to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's speech that we played, in fact, we carried live here exclusively on TV3, he indicated again that there is no time. In fact, he is well aware of the next 4 years ahead of him and the enormous task and the load of responsibility and also the increasing expectations that influenced the kind of votes that he had. The outcome that he's had in this election was a mandate that the Ghanaian people have given to him that we've never seen in history. So as he's continuously getting the reality of what is ahead of him, he has to hit the ground running. There's really no time to waste on this. So we'll see how the outcome of this 3 p.m. meeting tomorrow will be. And how long this transition period will be.
And it's also interesting that, I mean, immediately, so although the law says 24 hours after the declaration is made, the team should be ready. The speed with which the NDC released their team, or the president-elect released the team, it tells you that they probably already knew the people or the individuals they were going to work with. So in case you're just joining us, we want to take you through the individuals that the President-elect John Dramani Mahama has put together as part of his transition team that will be meeting President Akufo-Addo's team 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Flagstaff House or the Jubilee House, depending on which side of the political divide you stand. So I'll take you through the NDC team quickly. And we have Julius Deborah, who's the co-chair. Now, mind you, from the president's statement, it says that, or the law actually says that the president and the president-elect are supposed to be co-chairs of the transition team. However, they have the capacity to nominate people who will represent them as co-chairs. So on the NDC side, the president-elect has asked Julius Deborah to be the leader or the co-chair of his transition team. And on the side of the NPP or the current government, the president through the statement, has asked Madame Frema Opari, the current Chief of Staff, to be the co-chair from their side of the transition team. So this is the NDC team. In case you're just waking up or now joining us, let me take you through it quickly. We have Johnson Esiedun Ketia. He's a member, current General Secretary of, current National Chairman of the NDC. Fifi Fiavikwete, current General Secretary of the NDC. Dr. Callistus Mahama is a member and Secretary to the transition team. Dr. Valerie Sawyer is a member, former Chief of Staff. Dr. Kaisel Atuforsen, he is the minority leader in Parliament, in the current Parliament. Looks likely, if they retain him, he is likely to be the majority leader, and will have a massive army of majority members behind him in Parliament. We also have Professor Kwamina Ahoy, senior member of the National Democratic Congress, huge experience when it comes to local governance. Honorable Mahama Ayariga is a lawyer and one of the key speakers when it comes to legal issues for the NDC. Guzi Tano, key member of the early days of the NDC and still a strong member of the team, and then Edward Omaneboama, doctor, who is also a member of the NDC's transition team. So these are the gentlemen who will be going into that meeting tomorrow, 3 p.m., to meet Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president's transition team, to try and so that we can have a smooth transfer of political power latest by the 7th of January 2025. So yeah, Alfred, that's how this, you know, the speed with which both sides have released it tells you that, I think, and I'm personally pleased with this because it tells you the maturity of our democracy. Absolutely. And the fact that we actually are looking forward to a very smooth system, a smooth transition, and it excites me that I'm a Ghanaian today, that, you know, politics will never, you know, go down the doldrums as many are thinking. But for the few skirmishes we are hearing about that we are still focusing or keeping close eyes on, we have had a very good election, I would say, but for the deaths we've also recorded and the destruction. A good election that obviously has been characterized by the vigilance of the Ghanaian people. I think that for me, one of the major takeaways from this election is the increased levels of vigilance of the Ghanaian people. Yeah. I mean, everybody was involved in the process to ensure that we have a free, fair, and transparent election. Not just the political parties and their agents, because with what we saw at some of the various constituencies where fake pink sheets were identified during the collation process, and Ghanaians tearing these fake, you know, ballot papers apart, yeah. Ballot papers that had been thumb-printed already, being identified and destroyed. That level of vigilance couldn't have been exhibited by just NDC agents or NDC, you know, supporters or NPP supporters for that matter, or their agents. You saw that level of involvement, you know, and that's good. But then again, every level of expectation must go with some deliverables. And that's why we keep making reference to what is going to be done in the next 4 years. Yeah. But it's one thing to also put on record that we're keeping an eye on how things are playing out, especially with respect to the contentious issues that have come up with this election. We're keeping an eye on the Efutu situation as well. A number of you have sent us messages asking what the latest is with the whereabouts of the NDC chair in the Efutu constituency. We're continuously calling on the Ghana Police Service to furnish us, the media, with updates on this particular issue, whether they've got any information on the whereabouts of the Efutu constituency NDC chairman, whom the last 3 hours we've been telling you that his whereabouts is unknown since Saturday afternoon. And we've been speaking to his wife and also daughter and the constituency secretary for the NDC in the Efutu constituency. We'll get, when we get the updates from the Ghana Police Service, we'll let you know. But let's go to the Ablekuma North constituency right now, because the member of parliament who was declared as the MP-elect, in fact, the MP-elect for the Ablekuma North constituency by the Electoral Commission earlier today, Irabna Oben, has been speaking to my colleague, Lord Edward Sare, and this is what she had to say.
I'm only using your platform, which has a wide listenership and viewership, to first of all apologize to them. We'll go there in person because I think it's only civil to do that. It took two parties, but I want to take the step to go there and then with my the cost. Why not? We will bear the cost. Or even if we need to meet the church halfway, we will do that. We will do that because we need peace in the constituency. We need to continue living as one people, regardless of our political differences.
Back at the EC Collation Center, we heard you getting declared as the winner, but we didn't hear anything about the results as far as the figures were concerned. How convinced are you that you won and that it wasn't handed to you?
Oh, I mean, we did our own collation, so we knew the figures to expect, or we knew what we had garnered, and that is how come when the NPP side kept delaying the process and then kept saying that we don't have pink sheets, but we had scanned documents. We grew suspicious and we didn't want them to just try and then dump anything on us. And so right from scratch, we kept producing our pink sheets, polling station after polling station. I'm surprised, maybe considering the heightened tension at the regional collation office, the figures weren't put out. But we all are privy, including the MPP, we all are privy to the number of votes we both sides garnered. And obviously, because I was in the lead, I was declared after about 3 days of sleepless nights and days. But here we are finally.
So what's the exact figure? What was the win margin?
The margin was nearly 1,000 votes. NDC ahead of the MPP. I think it was around. We were able to collect 216. We were able to collect about 216 polling stations out of 281 polling stations. When we got to 216 polling stations, they still all through it was the collation EC had done, and collation EC had done, and then with the pink sheets we had to prove that indeed the figures they were given were accurate. All this while, I will repeat, MPP hadn't produced a single pink sheet. So when we collected up to about 216 polling stations, they insisted on using their scanned documents where we couldn't authenticate where the signatures or the figures were.
I'm a Ghanaian, and I love luxury across faith, and I love democracy.
December 7th, Ghana is voting.
Only peace. Peace, I give it to you all.
I love Ghana. Peaceful election, before, during, and after.
One Ghana. Peace. Peace. To everybody.
Ghana. Ghana.
This message brought you from the luxury.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media Journal. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace. A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the
Hey, that's what it is. You know, when you deal with one person,
you're able to extend to all
there are
relatives.
Depending on the size of the extended family, you touch all of them.
That's great. But you may have been following what is happening across the country now, particularly, let's say, a place like Ablekuma North, for instance. Just this evening, the candidate was declared as the winner. That is, the NDC candidate was declared winner. We also have some outstanding constituencies still yet to be declared. How do you make, what do you make of all these happenings in our political space?
You know, NDC is a party that is very vibrant. But I have to say that in this election, NPP has brought it upon themselves. In their political life, it's about touching people. It's not about campaigning. It's about touching people.
Making impact.
Making impact. Making experiences on their lives. And when it comes campaign time, they will remember that this is what you did, this is what you've done, and they will go and vote for you. Now, NPP, what has NPP done coming down to the 2024 elections? Look, when I was going out, my people would say, Chenche, Kagbo ina yanu awo. Chenche Kagbo ina yanu awo. Chenche Kagbo ina yanu awo. And then when the December 7th came, the youth were out there in the queue, in their numbers, plus their parents and grandparents and all.
So for you,
they were voting.
So for you, you think the MPP failed the people of Ghana, which is why they were voted out in such a manner?
The MPP from 2020 to 2024 had the opportunity so that come this election, they wouldn't maybe have to campaign too much. But it was lost on them.
Who should be blamed among the MPP?
The president is number one to be blamed, you know, and then the vice. Today, in campaigning, you hear and you see the vice trying to, you know, detach himself from the president. You understand? And I can give you examples.
You think the choice of the vice president candidate for the what was the name, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also caused his defeat?
Well, you know, look, in this life, everybody deserves opportunity. So if his choice was wrong, that was then. But once it was pronounced on him as the vice president, he should have risen to the occasion.
You think he failed?
He failed.
He didn't help Dr. Bawumia?
He didn't help the president. He didn't help the party. He didn't help himself. Knowing that he was a vice president who one day would have loved to run for president, you have opportunity to do plenty, many things. And he didn't do right, you know. And then the leadership. The leadership. As leaders, so many things were happening in the party. Ghanaians were watching. You know, look at activities around. You are still blaming John Dramani Mahama today for Dumso. You are calling him the Dumso man. And the people, Ghanaians, know that he ended Dumso before he exited in 2016. But today, you are campaigning and calling him Mr. Dumso. You know.
So you think this is just a punishment to the MPP for failing to take the opportunity to correct the wrongs that they did between 2016 and then 2020 down to 2024?
Yes, to a large extent, the hardship that the people were going through. I see it every day. You know, people cannot have 3 square meals a day. And that is painful. You know?
Let's talk about this new government now. Now, NDC is coming to power by 7th January. Definitely, the president-elect will be sworn into office. What should we expect from the new NDC administration? Are you also looking forward to be ministerial, get some ministerial appointments from the president-elect?
Well, I am NDC, and I am a member of Parliament. So I will play my role in whatever way possible to ensure that John Dramani Mahama's administration would be better than what we have seen in the past 8 years under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. You understand? We've been there before, we've done it before, so we have learned our lessons of how they have played their cards and how it has been played back to them. So we will never want to repeat what they've done. We will do better under John Dramani Mahama. I know we will do better. We will shape the economy, we will reduce the hardship, and we will ensure development. Look, there are people in my constituency without water every day.
Ablekuma South, that is the center of Accra.
Ablekuma South, without water.
That's closer to Weja.
Yes. But yes, it's very far. You know, no water runs in Ablekuma South. There are communities, there are areas in Ablekuma South where roads have never been touched in my constituency.
Others have said that you were Accra mayor and you could have tiled some of these roads. For instance, the road between a place like what was the name, Methodist or Bambwe down to Alaji. That road, that stretch is so terrible. People have blamed the situation of that road on your inability to have fixed it before leaving office. Do you agree?
I don't agree, because nipa bayebi okay. I did about 90% of the roads in Ablekuma South,
including Ablekuma West.
Including Ablekuma West. You understand? Before I left office, the record is there. You know, from the high street, Accra, you know, it runs to Ablekuma South, runs you close the Koli. So the beach road, we asphalted it. Kolebu, the main road, all the way to Abodwe. And then we extended it to what has today become Ablekuma West. You know, when I became mayor, it was all a gravel road or dust road.
I remember.
You know, from Abodwe to, from Methodist to Kamara to then, and then to what has become highway today in Dansoma.
But surprisingly, your own roads, you couldn't fix them.
No, in Ablekuma South, in what has become only left of Ablekuma South, I did 90% of the roads. You know, there was only 2 roads left in Polygon.
Which was a major road? A
major
road
it's an inner road from St. Mary's. St. Mary's, okay. You know.
I've seen that place.
But all the other roads were all asphalted in Polygon. When you come to Mamplobi, all the roads along the beach, okay, coming from Choco all the way. Asphalted. We left only 2 roads.
So how soon are you going to fix that road? Because it's very terrible now.
But over the years, some of these roads have developed potholes. And I expected that as governance is continuous, those roads would have been done by now. Not a single one was done. Look, I wanted to build a hospital for them through the AMA in Choco. We cut the sword, we reached 3 levels. Today, it is standing there at called Ubewiku. You know, if you are a government who wants to win election, you look for opportunities. What your predecessor couldn't finish, you come and finish it. Then you can talk about it. But you abandon it for 8 years. You think the people...
So now you are going to fix all these abandoned projects?
Oh,
now?
yes. Under John Dramani Mahama, we would take advantage of what they could not do, and we would do them. So that come election, we don't have to remind the people what we have done.
Okay,
that should be the strategy.
I asked earlier on, are you expecting to get a ministerial appointment?
Oh, the people have voted for John Dramani Mahama as president, you know, and I respect that. I'm happy to have won my seat as a member of parliament, you understand? So the call is that of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our president-elect, and he will decide who he wants.
But you're ever ready to accept any ministerial appointment from the incoming president?
Oh, whatever he wants me to do.
You are Accra Mayor, we saw what you did and what you are capable of doing.
Yes.
Which of the ministerial appointments would you wish the president give you? Because I think when you were Accra Mayor, a lot of things changed.
Yes, so that record is there, and I'm sure that...
You want to become the Minister for Sanitation if that ministry still exists?
I am sure President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be guided by what I've done in the past and what he knows I can do.
Imagine you become a Greek minister. What will become of you if you become a Greek minister?
Please.
We'll get more food.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will decide.
Your final words to viewers?
Well, no, number one, let me thank the people of Ablekuma South for the confidence that they have always reposed in me, you know, and I will not fail them. They know. I will work for them. I will represent them. I will ensure that under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we will bring development to Ablekuma South. You know, the challenges that they are going through today, the high rate of youth unemployment, you know, we will make sure that we will work for the people of Ablekuma South. The people, the traders who do not have resources, you know, we will make sure we are going to open a bank in Ablekuma South. One of the first 10 will be in Ablekuma South. So the women could be provided with resources to undertake their businesses and be able to cater for their families. So new days and better days are coming. Ablekuma South will never be left out. And the whole of Accra, and indeed this country, we will see better days under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Wow. So that is the MP-elect for Ablekuma South, Honorable Alfred Ni Oko Vanderpoel, who used to be Accra Mayor, now the MP for Ablekuma South. He says the people of Ablekuma South will indeed experience and get their share of what the new NDC administration is bringing to the entire country. And he is going to make sure all abandoned projects in the Ablekuma South constituency is fixed with immediate effect, including some roads that have been abandoned for the past 8 years. Well, time will tell how this all unfold. But hopefully, the people of Ablekuma South will, at the end of the day, be happy that they voted for Ni Alfred Oko Vanderpoel. Joseph Armstrong, Gold, Alegbe TV3, Accra. Yeah. You want to add something?
I want to add something.
Okay.
The people of Ablekuma South have invested over 35,000 votes in me, which represents over 71%. You see? And that is credit. And they must earn something.
You don't take that for granted?
No, at all. From my first term, 58%, second term, 61%, and today, 71%. You don't think that from... That is a huge investment. That must motivate you,
You are motivated
to work for the people. Yes.
Well, so he says he's going to feel the people of Ablekuma South. Let's see how this unfolds. Joseph Armstrong, Good, Alegbe TV3, Ablekuma South, Accra.
That's Joseph Armstrong there. There's a live exclusive interview with Alfred Akovana Boy. He's retained the Ablekuma South seat for the NDC. Yeah, let me call him Chenche. Chenche there. Yeah, that's his nickname. All right, but talk about the parliamentary numerical representation or strength going into this 9th parliament. And it's one that we probably may have never seen in our 4th Republican history as a country. We've tried a hung parliament. We've tried a relatively slimmer majority. But what we are seeing right now is that there may be a super majority with what we're going to see right now, apart from the 1992 parliamentary election that the NPP boycotted, that the NDC had a super majority of 189 seats. But we're seeing something. Martin, what's your crystal ball telling us?
Well, currently as we speak, the numbers are still coming in, but as it stands, if the current numbers in Parliament that have been declared is anything to go by, it is obvious a whitewash for the NDC. They have a clean, clear majority, what is being called a super majority in parliamentary history. So I want to take our viewers quickly through some of the key numbers that we know as of now, because some of the constituencies are still under contention and we are waiting for final declaration. But of the few that are, or of the many that have been declared, as it stands, the NDC is in a very comfortable lead with a minimum of 183 seats. So now I want to talk about the shifts in Parliament and what it actually means and how the NPP lost out on some of its seats it held in previous elections. So the NDC, the National Democratic Congress, has significant strides, securing 183 seats, and actually that is a net gain of 45 seats from the 2020 general elections. And this is in contrast to what the NPP had when they actually also had majority at some point in 2016, lost out to the NDC, bringing it to a hung parliament in the 2020 elections in the 8th parliament, and now going into the 9th parliament, it's a total whitewash. So the figures we have is that the NPP has seen a major setback, securing, as we speak, just 76 seats, losing about 61 seats that they held onto in 2020. So the current parliament, many of the sides of, in fact, the right side of the current parliament, when the members go from the 7th of January 2025, you'd see that the NDC will sit and fill the majority side and actually come into the areas where the NPP will be sitting because of the numbers they have actually won from the elections. Mind you, a number of constituencies are still being contested, so we'll let you know when those declarations are made. 183 seats for the NDC now include Teiman Central, which has been disputed, but clearly we saw the declaration. He also, a few minutes ago, you heard Titus Glover raising concerns about it, but from all indications, the NDC has won that seat. Ebi Bright, the incoming Member of Parliament for Teiman Central, is here and would also be talking about her expectations going into Parliament and what she intends to use this newfound energy and power to do when she does go into the House. And that's a seat that, you know, has swung back to the fold of the NDC, talking about Teiman Central. Now let's look at some specific numbers. We have always said traditionally that the Ashanti region, for instance, has been the stronghold of the NPP, but from the numbers we are getting as of now, the NPP has lost a significant chunk. In fact, the NDC promised or was hoping to get between 30 and 35%. From all indications, they've even gone past the 30% mark, and the NPP, although they hoped for 85%, hovered just around 60 to 64%, couldn't even make the 70% mark in their stronghold. Very concerning for the NPP. So in the Ashanti region, in the 2020 elections, NDC had just 4 seats in the Ashanti region out of 47. But right now, they have increased those 4 seats to 7 seats, meaning they've won 3 extra seats. So the NPP held 42 out of the 47 constituencies. 1 was an independent seat, and now they are holding on to just 35. Just 35. And even that, for some of the constituencies, the numbers in terms of the margin of win for the NPP have been very slim or reduced significantly. And the impact this means, yes, Alfred.
Indeed, and to make the point, one of the significant losses for the NPP in the Ashanti region was the Adansia Square constituency. The Honorable Kwabena Tahir Hammond, the trade minister.
Yeah.
I mean, this is historic. Look, this is one that the NDC has never won before. Let's put it on record. And also the fact that based on the context that this is in a constituency in the stronghold of the NPP, that's the Ashanti region. I made the point earlier that this whole theory of strongholds has been literally diminished by the outcome of this 2024 parliamentary election results. Yeah. Another constituency as well that the NPP lost to an independent candidate, but did not flip to the NDC. That's the Asante North constituency. That's the Honorable Andiapia Kobe's constituency. You don't know that when he went through the primaries and survived the primaries of the MPP, it was quite clear that he was going to face a contest in this election, because going into that primaries, he was carrying the baggage, sort of he leading those over 90 MPP MPs who revolted against Kenneth Friata's continuous stay as finance minister, petitioned and called on the president. They held an open press conference calling on the president that if he doesn't act, they were going to do A, B, C, and D. That had never happened in our parliamentary history. Yeah. So yes, he went against the establishment. And going against the establishment, you must have a well-grounded strategy to counter the establishment's own strategy against you. Yeah. Right? So it was clear that him and Eugene Boakye lost the Subin constituency. Eugene Boakye and him were the ones who led that revolt. He couldn't survive the primaries. And he's been talking. Eugene Boakye has not been silent about the loss of the MPP in this election. He's detailed why, in his view, the MPP lost and this showing and the number of seats that they've lost in Parliament, and asking that they go back and reflect honestly to see how the next 4 years will be like for them. But Andiapia Kobe did not survive this 2024 election. Fine lawyer, but then again, OK Frimpong, a young man, in fact, just our age group, right? Yeah. And here's one as an independent candidate. OK Frimpong contested the primaries with Andiapia Kobe. Yes. And there was a lot of resource at play. Yes. OK Frimpong has indeed invested in terms of creating jobs in the Asante North area, and radio stations and so on, and setting up businesses and people. So it underlies the fact that the expectation of the people, and in fact the factor of the economy that influenced people's decisions to vote was not just at the national level, it was at the local level as well. Yeah. It was about it was about really bread and butter issues. So you had somebody who was meeting the needs of the people, and also from the MPP fold. Yes. So OK, when he lost the primaries, decided to go independent. And the Apia Kubi carried a number of baggages. The baggage of he leading the revolt, and the baggage of the performance of the NPP administration as well. So it was going to be a daunting task. It was
definitely going to be tough for him. And I mean, he actually nearly, like you're indicating, nearly lost the primary in the constituency. So just after the primary, he came out to condemn all attempts which he believed was being perpetrated or powered by the party in the region against him, clearly because of the issues he raised against them.
I just hope now he will come out and tell us who the businessman is.
The businessman that
tried
called,
to bribe them in Parliament. You know, who that businessman is. I think the outstanding question right now.
He's still holding back on to answer.
Freely answer for us.
It hasn't looked good for him. And, you know, from all indications, he personally seems quite okay about the fact that there were machinations and schemings behind his defeat in the constituency, and the man that took over his seat is an independent candidate, although he did business with the NPP as a member of the party that broke off after he lost the primary to Andy Apiakubi. He is now going to Parliament as an independent candidate. It was obvious from all indications when we were doing Election 360 here at your Election Command Center. We indicated that that particular seat was likely to go to the independent candidate, and actually it has. So in the Ashanti region, we have the NPP losing at least a significant number of seats they ordinarily wouldn't be happy to lose. But as a stronghold, many of the seats that they held dear has been taken from them, and they currently have just 35 out of the 47 constituencies. The NDC has managed to increase from 4 to 7, winning 3 extra seats from the fold of the NPP. So that's it. And then again, the impact is that the Ashanti region historically has been the NPP's safe base, and it has witnessed a significant reduction in the dominance of the Elephant Party in the Ashanti region. Let's come to the Eastern region, another stronghold region of the NPP. It has 33 constituencies, and out of that 33, the NDC has managed to to increase the numbers they have in the Eastern region. So as it stands, they have only 25 out of the 33 they held on in 2020. And now they're holding on to just 21. The NPP, out of the 25 they had, they now have 21, meaning that they have lost 4 seats in the Eastern region, which is actually the home region of President Akufo-Addo. Ordinarily, that shouldn't actually be the case because of the fact that they have voted for the NPP time and again, but the current economic issues and the performance of the administration has even affected a region they thought was a safe place for them. So the Eastern region, a traditional NPP stronghold, has shifted in favor of the NDC, particularly with the NDC losing key constituencies like the Akwetia constituency. Akwetia has actually gone to NDC before, so it's flip-flopped in time past or in former other electoral cycles. But as it stands now, it has gone to the fold of the NDC. New Teiman South also has been won by the NDC in the Eastern region. So yeah, the NPP lost 4 seats in the Eastern region.
And in fact,
and
one of the seats that
reason that is because of the current economic issues.
One of the seats that the NPP lost in the Eastern region that was a shocker was the Teiman South constituency. That seat has never been won by the NDC since it was created. And in fact, it was held by Obi Amoah, Osebonsu Amoah. Now, that Obi Amoah decided not to contest this 2024 election. So NPP presented a new candidate. But Laurentia Jowonu of the NDC flipped this constituency for the NDC, Teiman South. This is key for the NPP in the Eastern region. Now that Teiman South seat is held by the NDC's Laurentia Jowonu. And if you look at the numbers, it wasn't that of a close margin that you would say that
that you can contest.
Close contest, no. So it's one of the losses of the NPP, Teiman South in the Eastern region to watch. Yeah.
And maybe we want to go on to the other regions that, had been battleground regions. Greater Accra region, this is a shocker for many of you who may not know. So, for instance, the NPP held 14 out of the 34 seats in the Greater Accra region, and that was in 2020. Come 2024, and the NPP has lost a whopping, out of the 14 they held, they actually now have only 3 seats in the Greater Accra region. That is the shocker. Out of 34, they only have 3. So it means that the NDC now has 31 of the 34 seats in the Greater Accra region. And that is quite significant. And the impact clearly is because there are safe seats or seats that the NDC has traditionally won, like Odududio. Kole Clote, Madam Zanato Rawlings has also won her seat and is returning to Parliament. So the swing nature of the Greater Accra region, 2020 they voted for the NDC, but the party could not, win to form the government of the day. This time around, they have won the Greater Accra significantly and have formed the new government of the day.
Ablekuma North, Teiman Central, all of these constituencies are in the NDC's bag for the Greater Accra region and how things are playing out. Those constituencies that have never retained an MP for more than one term, the NDC has broken that trend as well. Lejokuku, Adenta constituency, they have retained their MPs for the first time since 2000. Look at that.
Right, and in concluding, we have just about 2 more to go. We have Western Region. Again, Western Region, NPP held 9 out of 17 seats in 2020. They currently have just 2 in the Western Region out of the 17, telling you that the NDC has won a very significant number in the Western Region. The NPP lost 7 of the seats they held on to, and the Western Region traditionally has been a battleground, with the NPP losing ground several constituencies, particularly Sekondi and Shama. Now Sekondi is one of the constituencies we mentioned because ordinarily they have determined any party that won Shama constituency is the party that won the national election, and as it stands, is gone back into the fold of the NDC. And again, Central Region, key swing region, NPP has lost 7 seats, and from the seats in the Central Region, they currently have just 3 in the constituency, and NDC is currently holding on to 20 of the seats in the constituency. Let's go to the Bono region. NPP has lost 4 seats there from 6 they had. Now they have just 2 in the Bono region, increasing NDC from 6 to 10.
In fact,
and,
Martin, we're going to get a bit more into this.
Into some of the
very
key
important
dynamics,
and the key seats in there. But Kemeni, now hearing all of this and the fact that we went into this election, for instance, in the Western region, the second D or constituency, Andre Japamesa, a minister. In fact, he's one of about 7 ministers and deputy ministers that we have counted who have lost their seats. And then the Shama constituency as well, the NDC has flipped with Emiliata. Emiliata was a former deputy Western regional minister. She knows the terrain in the area. The Impoho constituency as well has never been won by the NDC before. That's been flipped as well by the NDC in the Western region. That's another history to make reference to. I think they've achieved their target for the Central region. They targeted 20 out of the 23 seats going into this election. And the counting, it appears that has been ticked. The NDC holds 20 out of 23 seats in the swing region of the Central region. Is it still a swing region? You would say? Fair question,
fair question. Let's take that to the table now. We've now been joined by Professor Ali Duseidu, who is Dean of the Political Science Department Head of the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. I don't know where the dean came from. It looks like that one sounds better.
No, and a former farmer. It's also a farmer. Yes, so we have 3 Kwafu Hall.
Oh, really? Yeah. I see. Were you in a Kwafu Hall too? No. You were in Europe at that time. You went to school.
Yes,
and I
did go to AUCC as well.
Yes,
I did go to AUCC as well. At least I attended one Ghanaian university.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Senor, Ekuyafo Hall people behave themselves. Please don't do that.
This one is slanging high level. Akwafu 3. That's all.
Hey, Prof. So a number of issues on the table right now, but let's start off with what we're hearing that appears to surround the future of Parliament, the balance of power, the loss of seats, the massive loss of seats on the side of the NPP, the entry of 4 independent candidates. I want to hear from you. How do you think the MPP was able to lose so many seats?
Wow. So I think, first of all, it had to do with their party primaries. In the primaries that they held before the main elections, there were a lot of skirmishes and misunderstanding and a lot of bitterness. So most of them lost their seats. There was a lot of support against some particular candidates and not others. The support from the party to specific candidates within the MPP was kind of some extent biased. Then moving forward, there was this resistance against a specific Minister of State that he should be removed. And those people that led the agitation also became victims of circumstances. So there have been that element of bitterness within the party, even moving to the general election. But post-primaries general election, the whole context of the leadership of the NPP government and all the sins that they have been accused of and all the things that they have done, the state of the economy and its impact on people's livelihood, basically everything about the management of the state hinges on the state of the economy. So the economy wasn't doing well. It affected a whole lot of people. There was this whole case of arrogance of power and people not getting in touch with the grassroots. Then, so basically that has to do with the side of the NPP. The whole issue of the primaries and then the consequence of that action, but also the general performance of the government, of the NPP government, and its implication on the performance of the MPs. But also the NDC had a superior strategy this time around, maybe compared to the 2016 and then 2020 elections. The NDC has learned a lot of lessons in 2016 and 2020, and this time they came prepared. The quality of polling agents that they had, the way they were trained, and the kind of trust, the people that they actually put forward, they were more vigilant than before, and they made sure that every intelligence that they picked out affect their victory, they follow it up and they are able to address it. The extent to which they were able to collate their results in record time, and then the technology with which they did it. So I think even though there are a lot of issues within the NPP as a political party, and the general performance and Ghanaians' attitude towards the NPP government, that is one end of the equation. But the other end also, and I think most people don't usually want to talk about how the NDC also prepared in terms of strategy. They always say, oh, it's because the NPP
of the bad governance.
But I also think this time the NDC was more organized, more prepared, and more vigilant than they used to be in the 2016 and 2020.
That vigilance, right? That vigilance. Avi, you picked up the Teiman Central seat, but let's look at this issue generally while narrowing down onto Teiman Central. What do you think did the trick?
Well, so I agree with Prof on a lot of issues. I'd say that the NPP had built a culture and, sustained a culture of intolerance, high-handedness, and vindictiveness in their general governance and also within their own party. So once you victimize people internally, it will crumble. And the crumbling of the internal structure and situations was, evident of events that, were ahead of them. And so it's a reflection that has come into the situation that they have now. But also, if you hear the conversation generally, it points to the fact that they had gotten comfortable in corruption within the electoral process, and the lack of vigilance or the, let's say, good faith in the process that the NDC had traded with all these years was our undoing. Now, when we sat up and said, we're going to figure out how you steal, we're going to prepare to plug these, and we're going to challenge this and stand our ground, they started to crumble. I think that they had gotten comfortable in a system that had worked for some time, and now it's been revealed as fraud and fabrication across board. And now, like you say, the NDC has become more vigilant. The NDC is more is more up to the task of election. Is less trusting, takes less for granted. And I think that for all of us, I would have lost my seat if I wasn't vigilant. And we've seen the same case repeated in the past few days all across. So the NDC is winning because we've stepped up to the challenge of being robbed. So I think that all in all, they've proven something to us that I wish that, I hope that my party will not forget, that we can't be complacent. We must be serious about the election itself and how it can affect the outcome, not only about bad governance, but also about the way we treat each other within the party structure so that it's sustained and doesn't crumble, but then also how we transfer that same character into governance generally. So it's these three factors for me. And while I'm glad that it happened that way because a superior vision and structure is now in place in the future for Ghana's governance, I'm also concerned that it cost us a lot as a nation. And I wouldn't want my party or any government at that to replicate what we've just experienced as far as the MPP's governance over the last few years is concerned.
Honorable, was there a strategy to covet some of these seats going into the election? What was it?
First of all, there's a term in theater arts or in drama. It's called denouement, the unraveling of the plot. Now, the MPP became unraveled by the plethora of scandals that plagued nearly every public institution that appointees occupied. So as a people, we became prone to scandals, so much so that it was no longer an issue. Second, some policies like one factory, one district, one factory. And I'm happy Senor is here. They told her they were coming to build fresh factories. That was the promise. When they got to office, they then decided that, oh, it was a PPP program. That is public-private partnership. They were now going after existing factories and labeling them as their products out of that program. People saw through that. One constituency, $1 million. It never happened. People saw through that. Planting for food and for exports. Food prices skyrocketed. People saw through that. They had constructed 10,000 kilometers of roads from here to China, when indeed, for the past 6 years, we have borrowed 37 million pounds to construct from TT Brothers traffic light to Dowenya. It's at a standstill. When in 2019, we had borrowed as much as 259 million euros to construct a multi-nodal dual carriageway from Ashama to Afienya, then a dual carriageway from Afienya to Kmong, and a single carriageway from Kmong to Adome Bridge. The money is gone. The president actually commissioned constructional works sometime in November 2020 as part of his 2020 campaign. I travel on that road. People saw through that. The money is gone, but nothing has been done on the road. We actually went in for $1 billion, $989 million, to construct a certain multi-purpose Pualugu Dam. At the end of the day, we have squandered $11.9 million, when indeed a shovel has not been
dug into the ground,
brought to the site in Pualugu. People saw through that. Now, but that was not sufficient to kick these guys out. So what did we do? We began to pay attention to Musa Dankwa's work as a party. Musa Dankwa's work was giving us pointers. So as a political party, we're paying attention.
Right.
And I give credit especially to my leadership in Parliament. At the end of every caucus meeting, as part of AOB, they will tell you, please, colleagues, pay attention, especially on Abuja. Please, colleagues, pay attention to Musa Dankwa's work. He is giving you scenarios in your constituency, like a SWOT analysis, your strengths, your weakness, your opportunities, your threats. Pay attention to them. We took them seriously. Today, I was with Musa Dankwa on Good Morning Ghana. He actually admitted that as a result of that urging from our leadership, a lot of our colleagues got to him privately for him to give them the raw data, as a result of which they paid attention. And today, some threats were neutralized, some opportunities were further enhanced, strengths were improved, and we are here. Finally, finally, the chief strategist of all, Mr. Speaker. I love that man to bits. He called me sometime early this year to his office after some heated stalemate in Parliament. Nothing got done that day.
Yeah.
Because we simply wouldn't agree. It was a gridlock in Parliament. Nothing, there was no movement in terms of the business.
Are you referring to the tussle of a majority
No,
recently?
no.
A different scenario.
It was in respect of some business, some critical government business. We objected to it. And we just won't back down. So eventually, nothing got done. And then so he said for me, I was traveling to the constituency. He said the old man was looking for me. So I had to do a U-turn. When I got there, there was a long queue. But I'm saying this for effect. I sat there from about 5:30 till about 9:30 p.m. He eventually sent for me. When I went there, he said, my son, we need to do something. So what happened today? If we have to really topple these people, it cannot be that simplistic. We therefore need to go after seats we have never won before. So get me a data on those seats. I need 15 of those seats. And then Speaker set to work. Deliberately focusing on those candidates, paying attention to them, supporting them out of his own way. So that when we were aiming at getting 150, by Speaker's own design, we was looking at a superior majority of, say, 165. If it's plus or minus 15 seats become where to prevail. So if we sit here today, yes, and women, of course, focus on women, because he was the brain behind the affirmative action bill. Right. Under very difficult circumstances, he stood his ground and we passed it. So it goes to his credit to just enhance women participation. So it was for the fact that women ought to be specially assisted so they could succeed. So if today we sit here and we are eulogizing maybe Bright for winning TMA Central for the first time, it was because Speaker deliberately went out of his way to make sure we win it. If we speak of Sekendi, a Japan seat, it was because Speaker said these are not people. This is the elephant. You can't topple them easily. They don't give up easily. So you need to beat them and demonstrate that even seats you haven't won before were now yours.
So you targeted those seats.
But as a political party, you need to have such strategies. Otherwise, then you are not in the business of doing this. Because you need to beat them and look, you need to knock them out. Don't go from round 1 to round 12 and expect the referee to call the match for you. Knock them first round. Just deal with them. So at the end of Sunday morning, the MPP had completely been knocked out.
Yeah.
And Baobia had no alternative than to throw in the towel.
Yeah.
They had completely been annihilated. Because the figures they saw, when they saw the Kumasi seats, they couldn't believe it. They did recount. Even the recount, well, they were still increasing our votes rather, so they stopped at a point. In Ashanti region.
Really?
Eastern region. Greater Accra, the whole coast are turned green. Where are you going to go to? The entire northern region. So it's actually NDC that's going to do Green Ghana, not the hogwash Green Ghana Abu Jinapo had been doing, taking our money and won't plant trees for us. The Green Ghana.
They planted trees, oh
please.
You forgot it.
Please, they will plant trees by the roadside and tell you they spend $60 million or 60 million Ghana cedis on the program. When you are looking for the trees,
it was a whole exercise. What are you talking about?
Can you tell me how many trees have been planted and point to the trees? When you advise that they should plant the trees in lots, so that when you come to South Dine, for instance, I can say that in 2020, we planted 100 acres of woodlot. In 2021, we planted another 100 acres of woodlot, properly maintained. So in 5 years, you can point to 500 acres of woodlot that has been planted. There's nothing like that. The seedlings are given to children to go and plant, and they are abandoned in the wild. And yet, at the turn of a new year, we would spend money on a certain green Ghana. So they've just toyed with this country. And the people were patient. When you hear people like Brian Champon say, we'll never hand over. I say this humbly. And our founder, Jerry Rawlings, there was not a better soldier than him. And when he became a president and his government lost, he went home to sleep. I told him that when you are defeated, you will hand over power. The sovereign will prevail. And the sovereign will has prevailed. You heard them. The president recently was even saying he won't hand over power.
Really?
No, that's not what. No. You see,
in effect,
you see what he said.
Wait. In effect, didn't he say that he want to hand over to Bawumia?
Yes, that's what he said. Those were his words.
So,
that he would
I am entitled to interpret it the way I want.
How? So, but you're not the one who communicates. Are you the one who said?
Will also interpret the scene.
In effect, he says if Mahama wins, he won't hand over. But he had to revise his notes. Recently, he said you will respect the sovereign will of the people.
In his defense, what he wants is of no consequence.
At this point.
No, the law. It's the law. By the law.
Yeah. Indeed.
Let me move is talking. I think that
I can't wait to see her on the floor.
The opposition in Parliament will be the NDC Women Caucus.
So let me, if I may conclude. So the NDC, we have been very deliberate in our approach to winning this election. Look, we have been mocked. Oh, you can't collect your results. You're incapable. Today, MPP can't collect their results. They can't even find their pink sheets. Suddenly,
it's not possible. It's not true.
Why?
In TMA Central, happened.
My dear, anybody who comes to the table and argues, I can't find my peace sheet, is a liar. Okay, forgive me, I withdraw that one. He's not speaking the truth.
Well, let me conclude.
Senor, please let
So we've done our homework well. We went into self-introspection. We changed strategy. We revised our notes, and here we are. And I hope, I said it this morning, I hope that my party leadership will manage the expectations of the nearly 190 MPs in Parliament in such a way that we will deliver optimally.
Yeah.
So that we can meet the expectations of the people. Because the resources of the state is being placed at our disposal to manage. And we will manage it differently from, like Abby said, from the horror that we were exposed to within the past 8 years.
I'll come back to you with two things, but let me pick Senyor's thoughts now on the balance of power we will see, at this point no longer likely, but we will see in the 9th Parliament.
There are a lot of good things to look forward to, and a lot of danger in there. But I beg you, this TMA Central matter has infinite. The way people are killing the matter, I mean, I'm not.
We are not. Oh no! Don't say that. No. When you say we are killing the matter,
please,
then it's as if we are deliberately covering something.
Yes, you truncated the conversation and went round, and now look at where we are sitting. Meanwhile, this one did not come here for this conversation. Let us finish the matter. I beg you. One, I want to get this thing clear, and then we all move on peacefully.
A declaration was done. What's your concern now?
Okay, so the declaration, I mean, has...
Can I make the point before Senor comes in?
You don't worry.
Titus Glover just hinted that figures written on paper does not constitute, and pronouncement made in terms of declaration does not constitute proper declaration. Is he aware that Mensa herself, in declaring the presidential results, also wrote the figures on paper. Is he aware?
You just had to say that.
Yes. Because he made fetish of that point, as if when you are prepared to declare figures, you should write them on whether you should write them on. Look, time was when those figures were even written on blackboards at the community square.
Yeah.
I didn't see Jean's paper.
We need Jean's.
To be able to conclude whether or not.
Should I send it to you?
Yes, please do.
Oh,
So we
please.
can put it
I have.
I didn't see Jean's
Ghanaians need
paper.
to see that as well.
So you make the point.
I just got something
it to me.
from a Nigerian what the name judge who has been following Ghana's things. He schooled partly here.
Oh, that.
He says that the declaration is just like a judgment written by me, but indisposed on day of delivery. Another judge can read it. Once he is a judge, I'm a level or above me, not below me. Even if I'm not available, a different judge can deliver it. Anyway, the judges, when they issue their judgments, they don't have the whole judgment all typed out at the time. But I mean, I don't think it's consequential.
No, even in law, there's something we call presumption of regularity of official documents.
It's okay, 1, 2, 3, no, it take us to something.
No, but you asked for it and he's explained it. Now you are saying he's taking us to
I didn't expect it. It's go overboard. It's go overboard. And this it's a
working, I'm going to put my contacts in so you send it to me.
It's a working CI. Can you give us section 2 of CI once?
In respect of what matter?
Very well, Senor, have you made your point? Because I want to move on from you.
No, guys, I want to appeal to all the parliamentarians. What is going on is not fair to ask the people of Ghana. It is our money and our power you want to come and enjoy. You want to serve us, show some honor. I love what Baumia did. I tell you, the man is my friend. I like him all. I like JM too. He's my friend. He's even my uncle.
Is this still about Parliament or you have
no?
moved
It's
the
not Parliament. But the man did the calculation himself, and he knew that he had lost. He came to speak, and all the tension left. The only tension we have is coming from the MP side. These are dishonorable people. We shouldn't do that. Follow the lead of your leaders. I repeat, I spoke about Mutawakilu. He's my friend. He's a good man. I'm sure that the whole heat is on way because your president wins and then he loses. I beg you, it's not correct. You've lost. You have the pin sheet. When you do the 1+1, everybody will get. Anybody who talks about I can't find my pin sheet, but they are Malay. Maybe you are here. When your people they sign the pin sheet, what do they do first? Don't they take picture? Is that how they train all of them? Don't they send it to the Central Coalition? Say, everybody knows it. The party has backup everywhere, left, right, center. So the party now know that this one, it is not correct. Ablekuma North, you know. Domi Kwabinyagabo, you know.
That's
you know,
we're able to be
I'm begging, I'm coming. President Mahama should add it. Roxy, Senyela, FO, I'm talking. Listen. Add it to your 120, whatever, 2016, 120 days thing.
I'm sure he said
in the first month, you are going to prosecute every EC official who has facilitated any kind of unnecessary chaos, any single breach.
We are gathering that data.
I'm coming. Yeah. They should announce it properly. So that anybody who is facilitating, creating more confusion, they make steady.
They are on notice.
Including those people who fail to post the patient at the police station.
That's the breach of regulation.
That's where you go right now. CI, working CI. You see, if the things were all pasted at the police station, this is not an argument. In fact, with the electorates, we will not want to go and watch something that has not been signed. We will all raise a question. You understand? All this, don't be no confusion. There's an effort to make it very smooth and transparent in the way the CI is designed. Just follow it. My only problem is that this CI was not competent enough to adjust to the digital environment in which we are in. That is why G-Mensa took up to 1921 to be able to announce, mini poe.
the presidential team, which I think was unnecessary.
I want us to move on.
Need us to commit to prosecuting all these people because lives have been lost.
That's what you expect from the...
Look, JM cannot joke with this thing. And another thing with this violence matter that's going on. While it is becoming almost a culture, you should also observe that it is getting worse. Today, the people are behaving as if they're entitled. I mean, these hooligans. But it also tells you that the tolerance for the kind of democracy and governance that the political elite have been giving this country, the tolerance level, Rocky, is low. Nobody will wait for the NDC to reach 4 years if you are going to give us NDC, a JM1 behavior, or you are going to give us even worse, which is Nana 1 and Nana 2. That one, you will survive 1 year. These boys will come and sack you from your room. You know, tell you you have slept, it's enough. Get out of the house.
I want us to stay on that subject.
Don't put people from the traffic lights. I can buy you now. Hey, okay, if you are steady.
Prof, have you been following the Teiman Central situation? Have you been following the Teiman Central? Okay, now I just want us to leave Teiman Central behind. But this is what Titus Glover sends me. It would appear he's watching us. He sent videos earlier. He sent videos earlier, and then he says, you saw how Bazintale manhandled the TMA EC director for refusing to declare Abi Bright the winner. Such rascals. And I'm taking that straight to you before I come back to Prof, because I want you to react to this matter. Indeed, Bazintale and some people had gone there. Is it not true?
Yes, they were there.
Why did you need them there?
Why? Is Bazintale barred from attending and observing collation?
What was Titus?
Hold on. Let me help you. Is Bazintale barred from coming to observe collation activities anywhere in this country? In any case, Titus Glover is the sitting regional minister. Yesterday was Monday, 9 December 2024. What was he doing sitting at the regional police command from about 9 a.m. till about 9 p.m.? Was he not supposed to be superintending regional security matters in Accra?
And there were a lot of security issues.
But he became an agent, dashing in and out with the director of elections. That was the Metro director of elections, with his constituency chairman, inviting the Metro director of elections into his vehicle for about 15 minutes. Somebody just sent that one to me and said, lawyer, remember to add that one. Went to sit in his car for 15 minutes. Why on earth do you think an EC official paid by the taxes from you and I will refuse to do his duty at the law and will be bold about it? Until today, nothing has happened to him. He has to take another officer to do that. In any case, that was not his role, because he is the Metro director of elections. It is the presiding officer's duty to do, but he came to hijack it. Yes, returning officer's duty to do, but he came to hijack the exercise.
Yeah, very well.
For obvious reasons. And we are telling them that what befell us in 2020. Hey, look, we learned too much.
You learned too much.
I said that you guys were not so exposed.
I want
you. I was lying.
Honorable.
Now you are accepting.
Honorable. When we come back, we're handing over to Alfred now. But when we come back, I want you to address the issue of why your supporters are always massing up at places to insist on results. Because there are people who have raised concerns about how that creates tension, and I want you to address that when we come back. When we come back to this, Alfredo.
So there you have it. You know, when we named we communicated the president's. Guys, let's hold on there. When we come, please, Senor, please be quiet. Now, when we communicated the government's transition team, that was led by the Chief of Staff, Famous Elpari. One of the members of that transition team is Martin Teiman, who is the current local government minister. He's also the member of parliament that's the sitting MP for the Teiman South constituency. So let's go to the Bono East region, when some pressure continues to mount on the Electoral Commission to declare the results of Teiman South, the parliamentary election, in this 2024 elections. The incumbent MP, Martin Teiman is insisting that he won that election. He addressed a press conference earlier. Take a look. But before we even do that, let's just give you an idea of what exactly happened in this Teiman South constituency. Already, this Teiman South constituency has an unenviable record of violence that led to the death of some 8 people in the 2020 election. Those deaths have not been accounted for. Going into this election is one of the flashpoints that the Electoral Commission itself identified. In fact, it lived to that billing. There was some violence there, gunshots were fired, and ballot papers were burnt. Take a look. So that was the regional police command in the Teiman South, and the youth there besieged the area because that was the place we understand that the collation was being done. Now, per our reporter's account yesterday, Belinda, she indicated that the incumbent MP and a few others had to take refuge in the washroom because of what you just saw in there and some of the ballot papers that were also set ablaze. Well, Martin Teiman says he won that election, but the EC is yet to declare the results for Teiman South. This is what he said.
It's supposed to be on fallout from yesterday's elections, which were conducted within the Teiman South constituency. At the end of the elections, as a party which took part in the elections, we had to put together pink sheets and collate our results in what is usually referred to as a parallel vote tabulation, so that we can have our figures and then go to the Electoral Commission for a validation and confirmation of same. Whilst we were preparing to go to the Commission yesterday, my assigns and agents who were to represent me at the center, right on reaching the collation center, which is the Divisional Police Command, got attacked by some so-called macho men, young men with heavy muscles, pounced on them, seized the documents, tore them into pieces, went on to beat them up and vandalize their vehicle. The Regional Police Command's attention was drawn to this, and indeed the IGP. Subsequently this morning, we had to join the Electoral Commission because in all things, the Electoral Commission has the official documents, and it is from them that results are put out, validated, and we all sign on to. And so we believed in that and attended the process. Around 11 a.m., while the process was underway, a young man entered, supposedly being one of these macho men, acting on behalf of my opponent, and begged everybody that we will have to put the exercise to a stop. They had won executive power, and they insist on being declared winners of the parliamentary election. He went on and attempted to attack some officers, but then the policemen beckoned him out, as is seen in several videos and pictures circulating on social media. He returned back after an hour and a half. This time around, ordered everybody, step out. And people found all kinds of offensive things on him, so everybody succumbed. He searched on the Electoral Commission officer who was conducting the process, held the documents, tore them into pieces, and instigated outright commotion. At this point, everybody was running out, and including the police. We thought that the police would have maintained some order. Unfortunately, they themselves were running for their dear lives. Their impact was highly negligible. I mean, they were helpless, lack of capacity to act. there was a crowd outside who at this point began throwing stones, a crowd of NDC party members, throwing stones and vandalizing materials of the Electoral Commission, from ballot box to other election materials. Windows were destroyed. The burglary proof of the building destroyed, came in there, looked for everybody. This went on for about 4 hours. And so we had to, through the regional commander, speak to the IGP and other service heads. Subsequently, after some hours, they came to the rescue of those trapped in there. And all of this, what was unfolding, were all there. And then came to rescue everybody from the building. But considerable amount of damage had been caused to all election materials, the police's premises, the building, and everything. We had to bring proceedings to a close due to this unfortunate situation.
So that's Martin Ayensuano. He is the current MP for the Teiman South Constituency and also the Minister in charge of local government, rural development and decentralization. He's been named as part of President Akufo-Addo's transition team, but his constituency election results have not been declared as yet by the Electoral Commission. So clearly, his fate is not known as we speak. But this particular constituency really was bound to have some of these issues, especially because of the history of what happened in 2020 and the fact that the NDC has also had at that time held that view that they won that election, but for the violence that led to the death of the 8 people. So going into this election, it was quite clear what the focus was going to be and how things were going to play out. But a group that described themselves as the concerned youth group of the area say they want the election results declared in the next 24 hours. Felix Poku speaks for them.
Explain. We gave the EC 24 hours. So we are expecting tomorrow by now, the EC should be able to come out to tell us something. As the next decision will be petitioning the stakeholders and the police so that Teiman youth will demonstrate to know that we are serious about what we are talking about. Thank you very much. And we also called you just to let you know the happenings of Teiman after, even during, before and after the elections. I believe we were all here when we had a peaceful election. Based on what happened in 2020, we were thinking something different can occur in Teiman, but it was on a different note. We actually had a peaceful election in Teiman. When we compare the election that was held here to what happened in the whole Ghana, I can confidently tell you that Teiman was one of the peaceful places that the election were conducted over here. And after the election, based on what happened in 2020, we thought that the Electoral Commission would be fast enough to declare. Even Odododio Bantima, when you consider their population, they were more than us, but they were able to come out with the election results, of which there were no violence after that. But here we've waited up to now, and we have an adage that says, justice delayed, justice denied. So we are calling on the Electoral Commission. We met here to call on the Electoral Commissioner and all those stakeholders in our election to come out with the results of Teiman so that there will be peace over here. Because as at now, we don't know our parliamentary candidate. We don't know our, we already know the president-elect, of which the Electoral Commissioner made us aware yesterday that Teiman South is not part of it. Fine, we know that the president has already won, but we don't know our MP, of which it will delay in our development. So we are calling all of you and all the stakeholders in our election to come out, especially the EC, to come out that we want to state it emphatically, that because of their delayance, That is why we are seeing some of this violence happening in this constituency. So we are pleading. We are here with our neighbors, Teiman North, but we haven't seen some of this violence over there because the EC was able to come up early to announce the election results. So we don't know why this delays, and I can confidently tell you
well, so that's the youth group that they're demanding that the results in the Teiman South, the parliamentary election results in Teiman South, be declared within the next 24 hours. But that's one of 9 constituencies that don't have their presidential results as well added to what gave John Dramani Mahama 56.55%. So you recall, Jane Adokwem Mensah talked about 9 constituency results that were outstanding. We'll see how things play out. But relative calm has returned to Ayensuano following the earlier protest by some young people of the area who burnt car tires on the road, demanding that the EC should declare the results in the Ayensuano constituency parliamentary elections for the 2024 election. That is also outstanding. Our Eastern Regional Correspondent Yvonne Nikwe was there, and we're going to put the video on the screen right now. What you're seeing, the videos of just some 30 minutes ago, the streets of Ayensuano, calm has returned to the area. This was as against what happened earlier. This same road, some 5 to 6 hours ago, had young people burning car tires on this same road, demanding that the elections in this constituency, parliamentary election results, be declared in the next 24 hours. We understand the police was called in. They've restored law and order on the streets of Ayensuano, and these are the remains of the car tires that we see burned on the streets of Ayensuano, and this is the constituency of the majority chief whip in this 8th parliament as we're having it right now. So it appears that clearly, though calm has been restored in Frankanodon Press constituency, the results are still pending, as a matter of fact, yet to be declared. It's one of a number of them that we're looking as well in the Eastern region. In fact, there are 4 constituencies in the Eastern region that the results are still pending. So we'll keep an eye on it as well. And Yvonne Nikwe is our correspondent, Eastern Regional Correspondent. Yvonne is connecting with us right now. Yvonne, tell us a bit more beyond what we saw in the video, what the situation is in the Ayensuano constituency.
Relative peace has been restored to the Ayensuano area, where the NDC youth burnt tires, blocked the road to demand the declaration of the result for their parliamentary candidate, Selom Philibert. They believe, as they went to the polls on Saturday, their candidate won the polls. The EC is unable to declare the result since the Saturday, December 7th elections because some pig sheets, ballot papers and boxes have been burned. It took the intervention of the military on Saturday. Media men, EC officials, observers had to flee for their lives. The General Secretary of both the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party have been sharing their thoughts on the forces that are still hanging.
Well, so that's the account of Eastern Regional Correspondent there, Yvonne Nikwe, giving us details of what the state of affairs is right now in the Ayensuano constituency. That's one of the outstanding constituency results for the Eastern region. There are 4 of them. Ayensuano, we have Akwetia as well. Ayensuano is one that we're looking at, and we'll see how things play out in the next 24 hours ahead of us. But Kevin, you see that in all of these constituencies that the results are outstanding. One thing is clear: keenly contested. The other ones in, for instance, the Western region that were flipped, in the stronghold of the MPP. For instance, in Second D, there was no contention. In Takwan, that's the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, George Mrekuduka's constituency, that was flipped, right? No contention. The NDC has won that. There's an independent candidate who drew some votes from the MPP. That also repeated itself in 2020. Mrekuduka won with a very, very small margin. I don't know, the issues in that constituency were not resolved. So this independent candidate still drew some strength from George Mrekuduka. He lost that seat. And then you look at Esikado Ketan as well. There was no contention. Charles Bishu lost it. The incumbent MP decided not to contest. That's Joe Gate. The NDC has flipped that constituency as well in the Western region. But with all of these outstanding results we see, that's not a story, isn't it?
Indeed, Alfred. And listen, outside of the general, I wouldn't want to call it understanding, but there is the general consensus around the current state of affairs in the country, right? The Honorable has explained to us here there was an intentional effort to go after those seats as well, and that's why these seats that you named have also been flipped and picked up by the NDC. I'm going to extend the conversation because there are a few more issues that Honorable Dapemako would like to react to, particularly the ones we've seen in Teiman South. In Sawama now we understand calm has been restored in that area, but earlier it was also a very hot community or constituency. Honorable, I was asking about why these things continue to happen and especially about the reinforcement when Malik will call his boys and then before you know it, everybody has shown up there. What is it with that one too?
Now, I had earlier on made the point that the current crop of EC officials are mainly unashamedly partisan. Their partisanship is filtering through the process. Hitherto EC officers were, at least on the face of the record, neutrals. Even if he had inclinations, they were not obvious, they were subtle. But now, an EC officer will conduct himself or herself in a manner that clearly points to favoring a political party. And in this case, mainly the MPP. Even the recruitment process, we raise issues, we caution EC. In 2020, as soon as the president was declared to have been retained or his mandate renewed, 8 of our supporters in this same constituency were shot. We called for investigations, some wishy-washy, something wishy-washy was done. Up to now, the perpetrators of those who shot those persons in Teiman South have not been found. So, in matters like this, we have learnt our lessons. We will no longer wait. Because you see, the MPP will wait. The EC has a way of, the EC officials, let me be specific, depending on which constituency they operate in, would deliberately delay declaration. But the declarations are supposed to be announcement of results that have been already announced and you are just tabulating. Collation is essentially tabulating. Because the results are fundamentally announced at the polling station, at the close of polls, and when the votes are counted. So the figures are known. So yours is to cumulatively put them together and pronounce the totals.
This evening, the NPP has released a statement about Teiman South and how the electoral officer was held at gunpoint to declare.
Let me. So I want to explain.
Okay.
Gunpoint. And the Honorable Minister for Local Government is making this point. The person who produced the gun or who brought out the gun, has it been reported to the police or arrested? They appears to have crafted a similar story regarding the constituencies that are in issue, the results from constituencies that are in issue. So the story goes like this. Oh, pink sheets were taken away from us and bent, or taken away from us and destroyed. Similar. Listen to the narrative. So because they've lost, they must find a way to continue to delay the process. By all means, we have resource. But my problem is with the attitude of the EC. The EC must be proactive. They have the power to even say that, look, let's do a rerun. To forestall all this mayhem, just announce a rerun. That given the circumstances, I don't think that I can declare results fairly to justify the outcome of the election. So announce a rerun. In any case, you don't pay for the rerun, we pay for it. It is public purse, you draw from the public purse. So announce a rerun and let's see what happens.
So if you executives are there, your party agents are there, would you admit that you don't need the crowd of boys that come there, even if they are not there for mayor?
The crowd amassed because of the inordinate delay by an officer, by a public officer. When indeed, CI 127 frowns on that. Because you see, so do we allow interminable delays? So that, for instance, an EC officer can say that, oh, even though elections were held on 7th December 2024, me as the EC officer, I can decide to make the declaration in 2028. Somebody would think that that is an extreme example, but that is the EC officer being allowed to exercise a certain discretion.
But now it's being used against you.
Which cannot be a reasonable exercise of discretion, because you are supposed to do that timeously. Because the outcome of the results must be gazetted. And there's a time frame within which to do that. So if the further you delay, the further the people become suspicious of your conduct. It means you are delaying deliberately to favor a certain agenda. Your conduct as an EC officer must be above reproach. So when you have collated the regular results, by all means declare. Anybody who is aggrieved, the law says proceed to court. But if you don't declare, then you are inviting trouble. 2020, they killed us like chicken. They killed us and maimed us.
Oh, 2020.
Yes. Why not in this country? We were killed, we were maimed.
It's the way you're saying it.
But how else do you want me to say it?
You have to be more specific. The way you say it.
How else do you want me to say it?
It seems a bit exaggerated.
When you said it, no. There was a genocide.
I was almost thinking so.
Why? If you have to kill 9 persons. Senor, I have a problem with you.
Senor, quiet.
You understand? You want to trivialize this matter.
Senor, be quiet.
Look, families lost their loved ones.
Indeed.
We were maimed, we were killed like chicken.
Even in this
as if we didn't matter. And the state, and I'm not saying government, the state has refused to look into the circumstances under which these NDC members were killed. And you think that today, if they smell foul play, they'll spare you, they'll come and they'll demand that announce the results. If NDC is aggrieved, we go to court. If NPP is aggrieved, we go to court. That's the procedure.
The president-elect is asking for calm, and and this forms part of it. Apart from the
what about the president on the seat?
No. Let me finish. No, but I started talking first. Let me finish.
What about the president on the seat? Has he asked for calm?
He has a point.
Has he asked for calm?
He has a strong point.
Okay.
The president on the seat. He is not supposed to ask for calm. People are rather asking.
The first person who should be.
People are rather asking the president-elect to call for calm.
No, he already has.
The hypocrisy must stop.
And this is my question. No. You see, you should have listened to my question. My question is that.
No, my dear, I listen to people. The people who made the call, the CSO who are making the calls. It's as if it's only NDC people who are aggrieved by the non-pronouncement or declaration of results by by EC jacket wearing party people.
So now listen to me. What I'm saying
the
is
president too must call for calm.
I agree.
Because it takes two to tango.
And I agree. I'm asking. That
there are two groups of people out there.
The president-elect has called for calm, and this is part of it, including those who are amassing at state institutions to secure those state assets, right?
Are you aware we are discovering that some of those people just wore NDC t-shirts to go and do that?
Where?
We are now discovering.
Oh, I see. Which areas have you discovered?
That's possible. So, but I'm saying that it's about.
No, so Senor, you're not on the floor right now. I'll move the conversation to Prof. Prof, you can take a bite of all that we have said so far. But on the subject of the super majority that we'll get in the next parliament, will that be beneficial to us as a people?
Yes.
Let me help Prof to answer. Very beneficial. So who have a fellow scandalizing speaker? Very beneficial. When the old man comes to preside, everything will be smooth.
Oh, okay.
Nobody will be waiting on the forecourt of Parliament. But speaker is our speaker.
No, Prof, please make your point.
So it's yes, and it could also be no. Yes, in the sense that it means there's a clear overwhelming legitimacy that is opposed in the NDC government. And it means that the NDC should be able to get all the needed reforms done, all the needed policies that will be beneficial to Ghanaians passed, and all the good things that they have promised in their manifestos done. So it's a lot, you know. And some aspects of the constitution can even be amended by two-thirds majority. Mm-hmm. It can overturn veto from the president. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of things that they can do, right? But also we have seen we have read a lot about parliaments in Africa largely becoming what rubber stamps for the policies of government of the day. So it's also possible that there may be a very little bit of accountability and checks and balances if care is not taken. So I do pray that the NDC uses this majority
wisely
to do a lot of things that will benefit this country,
indeed.
rather than become power drunk and then use it in a manner that would not be good.
You know, NDC, we are self-balancing entity.
Let me come to you for final words. We have to hand over to the gentleman on the other side.
I want to file my protest that today I have been manhandled by Kems.
No.
When my brother is firing and crossing.
I have told you not to respond.
But what is on he's not keeping quiet.
It's because he's far away.
Yes, I've told you he's far from me. So
anyway,
your final words.
One, to be honest, the issues that you raise about the lives that were lost, they are deep. It's sad we've not had a purported human rights lawyer who is our president really taking proper action around this.
Very well.
And I hope that the NDC will rewrite that story and bring justice and fairness to the lives and the families that were lost.
Indeed.
We reiterated yesterday, I think that when you guys get the best opportunity, it will be good to see the former president visit or reach out or invite the families of those who were lost in this election as well. And meet with them. Now, on the matter...
You made that promise.
Yes, but it should be quick.
Senor, those were supposed to be final words.
It's not final words. You asked me a question about the Parliamentary.
No, I didn't ask you.
I don't want that matter to go to... You asked me before, and I said, no, let me deal with TMA Central.
30 seconds.
Because you were trying to sweat TMA Central matter.
30 seconds.
What we have is a big risk and also a huge opportunity. There are a lot of things that are supposed to be corrected in our governance frame, in our constitution. That two-thirds majority can help cure it. Yeah. But it needs good hearts, honest hearts.
Right.
The NDC should realize that it's not going to be in power forever. It's going to be in opposition at some point in its life. So use that power to create a governance framework that makes life sustainable for yourself.
For the rest of us,
should you end up in opposition? Wait. But this is the time for civil society to wake up much stronger than before.
Thank you.
Because there is no guard for our parliament.
Call on the president to also call for calm.
No, I gave it to him before you came.
Maybe you have the final word just before we hand over to the guys.
And we have to also celebrate AB.
We did that in the beginning. Where were you?
Lydia Forson sent me a message. She said that AB is an actor. So
Yes.
this is a real advocate for the theater arts in Parliament.
Let AB have her final words. Oh,
great change shall come.
Say you're quiet. AB, go on.
Well, incidentally, I currently lead the Culture, Arts and Tourism.
Abby, your final words. Your final
Culture,
words.
Arts and Tourism Committee, and so we've put together a very strong manifesto and implementation plan.
Right.
So we're looking forward to implementing that.
Indeed.
But I'm grateful for the opportunity that TMA Central has challenged me with. I also think it's the best time, for me to actually step into this position because, incidentally, my party has as its core policy the 24-hour economy, which is essentially about what TEMA, the vision that founded TEMA. So I'm primed to lead my people into taking advantage of the possibilities and converting this. We want to have a good piece of the pie in terms of the economic promises that it holds. Yeah. And I also want to thank all the women who have come ahead of us, and the way that they've conducted themselves have made it easier for us. I'll also like to say that because we're having such an influx of women in Parliament, it's incumbent on us to do a sterling job and justify our admittance into that august house, and so that there's a better opportunity for others. And I'd like to thank the Speaker for the deliberateness with which he addressed the issue of areas that hadn't been won before, and especially for women. I'm a beneficiary of his intervention, and many others. I'd like to just thank all the people who believed in this seemingly impossible dream.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
And a viewer just wrote to my producers to say that please tell the MP-elect for TMA Central that she's competing with Kemeni Amano on the desk. Charlie, brightness and beauty. Abby, that's all for you. Only you. The desk will now hand over to the gentleman on the other side. I see Johnny has joined you.
Yeah. The tiger.
It's not nice, eh? It's not brighty. It's not brighty. It's okay.
We like it. How have you suffered this past Friday? It should go. What's okay?
I'm half crying.
Look, jealousy go. All right.
Thank you very much. Now, we're done here. So, my name is Alfredo Conce.
Oh,
and I'm Martin Esiedudati. Thank you so much for staying with us from 6 p.m. up until now. We are handing over the baton to the midnight crew led by Johnny Hughes, Helen Ampofo, and then we also have Judith Brown. They'll be continuing the lap of our coverage of the post-2024 election that took place across the country. Now we know who the next president is. We have a fair idea who has majority in Parliament. We are still waiting for some contentious seats that are yet to be declared. We'll definitely keep you in the loop as those numbers come in. Have a very, very good morning. I am Martin Esiedudati, and we're handing over to Johnny Hughes.
That's right, team no sleep. And here we are. We're running from now till 6 a.m. in the morning. One of the key things that we'll focus on tonight will be the first female vice president. That's Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Not much has been said about her persona, her individual capacity, and what she brings to the table. We'll get to talk about that, plus some other things when our guests join us. So stay with us here on your Election Command Center, Ghana Decides. See you in a bit.
Let us all advise ourselves, especially the young people, governance that doesn't reach everybody. Governance that doesn't target the poor, government that doesn't build from the bottom up, we must look again. And I think we've seen enough for us to make our minds. Why are we so broke? What happened? Sometimes I wonder if some of us are really, really conscious of the real financial state of this country. Why are all our water bodies polluted? What does it mean for our future? So my friends, we have the option. We have the option to reset this country. It's not going to be a joke. It's not going to be a child's game. Or we either reset or we sink further.
Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is a trailblazing academic and politician who has shattered glass ceilings throughout her career. Born in November 22, 1951 in Cape Coast, Nana Jane's academic prowess and leadership skills have earned her numerous accolades. Her academic journey began at Wesley Girls High School, followed by the University of Cape Coast, where she earned a bachelor's degree in English and French. She then pursued her master's and PhD degrees at York University in Toronto, Canada. Nana Opoku Agyemang's academic expertise is in literature, with a focus on women from Ghana, oral literature in Ghana and Africa, communication skills and issues in the African diaspora. She is the first female in Ghana to be appointed Vice-Chancellor of a public university, the University of Cape Coast. Her commitment to education earned her recognition, including the Officer of the Order of the Volta Award for academic distinction in 2011. Professor Nana Jane burst into the political limelight when she was selected to be one of the moderators at an IEA presidential debate in 2012. It was clear she wanted more than asking questions and plunged herself into mainstream politics. Her foray into politics began when she was appointed Minister of Education by President John Mahama in 2013, a position she held until 2017. During her tenure, she championed inclusive education policies and empowering girls and women through education. She also spearheaded the progressively free senior high school education policy, starting with the day students, the construction of the e-blogs, among others. In the year 2020, Professor Nana Opoku Agyemang made history as the first female running mate of a major political party in Ghana, running alongside John Mahama. Her selection was widely praised as a significant step towards promoting gender balance and equality in Ghanaian politics. She has won several awards and recognized in diverse ways, some of which include Ghana Women of Excellence Award in the Education category, honorary degrees from the University of West Indies and Winston-Salem University, and Global Leadership Award from the University of South Florida. Throughout her career, Professor Nana Jane has demonstrated exceptional leadership, academic excellence, and a commitment to empowering women and girls. The former Vice-Chancellor was again selected as John Mahama's running mate for the 2024 December 7 general elections. She has been on the campaign trail, touring the whole of the country, selling the message, vision, and policies of the NDC.
Yes, the universities are part of the university, part of the hospitals, airport and so
She will be the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana if the NDC wins power in December. Her legacy, for some, would continue to inspire future generations, particularly females. Evelyn Tinkma, TV3 News, Accra.
of the wonderful world, welcome to Ghana Decides. This is the Midnight Watch, and tonight, or this morning rather, we're going to focus on the first female vice president that Ghana ever got in the Republic of Ghana, and we'll share the details of her life and story and legacy, all of that with you. Plus, we'll get to interact and go around the country as pockets of violence get to show their ugly faces days after the major presidential and parliamentary elections, with some few constituencies yet to be confirmed. I'm Johnny Hughes, and I'm here with
Helen Apia Ampofo. Again, good morning to you all. Post-election violence, it's the most topical item on the list and on the lips of many Ghanaians. We've heard from President-elect John Dramani Mahama, but many Ghanaians are asking, what about President Akufo-Addo? Is he going to speak up about what is going on? Again, we zoom into the female factor and what the success of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman means for Ghanaian women everywhere. Again, I'm Helena Piampofo. This is Ghana Decides.
And we're in Wednesday, the 11th of December, 2024, as announced earlier by the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. He had indicated that he'd received a call from the President of the day, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, inviting him to kickstart conversations about the transition period. Well, both teams have put together who they consider fit enough to sit around the table to do a smooth transition from the Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led government to the John Mahama government. And mind you, this is the first time in the history of the Republic when a former president gets to come back to the polls and to win the polls. Also, the very first time in our country's history that you have a female vice president who will be at the helm of affairs come 2025, 7th of January. We will have a list of women who will join us in a conversation to understand the woman factor in politics, the affirmative action conversation, and also the representation of women in our politics. Plus, we'll get to decide the 30% allocation that has often been touted by both political parties, the NDC and the NPP. We'll get to find out if that will become a reality in the John Mahama-led administration come 7th of January 2025. But these are the members of the 2024 transition team, as has been put together by John Dramani Mahama. Julius Deborah, former Minister for Local Government, former Chief of Staff, and he's always been with John Dramani Mahama in opposition. You see him visibly at all functions with him. He will co-chair this particular, transition team on the ticket on the side of the NDC who are coming into government. The government side will also have a chairperson, so there will be two co-chairpersons. Johnson Asiedu Nketia is a member of the Parliamentary Board. He has been a General Secretary of the NDC. He's now Chairman of the NDC. He's a former Member of Parliament. Now he will be a member of that board. Fifi Fiavi Kwete is the General Secretary of the NDC. He's former Deputy Minister for Finance and former MP for Ketu South. He will be a member. Dr. Callistus Mahama is Special Aide to John Dramani Mahama. He will be the Secretary to the transition team on the side of the NDC. Dr. Valerie Sawyer, former Deputy Chief of Staff, will be a member. Kaisel Atuforsin, Dr. Kaisel Atuforsin, sorry, MP for one of the key constituencies in the Central region, is also the leader on the side of the NDC in Parliament, whether majority or minority, and he will be a member. Also, Professor Kwamina Ahoy, known by some as the father of local governance in this country, will be a member of the transition committee. Also, Honorable Mahama Ayariga, a member of Parliament, a former minister, will also be a member. Guzi Tano who is also interested in business. And in fact, he's the man that John Dramani Mahama put him in charge of business and employment, right, on his manifesto team. He will be a member. And finally, Dr. Edward Omani Boama, who's Director of Elections of the NDC, has been a former Minister for Communications in the erstwhile Mahama administration. He will also be a member. Now, this is what the NDC has presented to represent them at the transition table beginning today. Well, let's take a look at what the government side also looks like, because as I mentioned earlier, there are going to be two co-chairpersons, one on the side of the NDC, one on the side of the NPP. That's the outgoing government and the incoming government. For the government transition team, Freba Opari is the head of the presidential staff. She's also the chief of staff, as I'm sure you are very much aware, and she will be very instrumental. Godfred Yeboah-Dame is Attorney General and Minister of Justice. He will be there for the government. Also, Seichi Mensah-Bonsu, Minister for Presidential Affairs, former leader of the House on the side of the NPP as a majority leader. He's also been a long-standing parliamentarian, and he will be there for government on that particular side. So these are the three so far that we know. I'm sure that there are a lot more that we can lay claim to. And Dr. Amin Adam, sorry, is Minister responsible for Finance, MP for Karaga. He will be there. Henry Korte, MP for Ayensuano Central. He will also be there. He's been former Minister for the region, the Greater Accra region. Presently, the Interior Minister. He will be there. Also, Dominic Nitiwo is the Minister for Defense, and the MP for Bimbila. He'll also be there on the ticket of the government. Then they will be sitting around the table. There's Shirley Ayokoboche, Minister for Foreign Affairs. There's also Martin Ejemesa Kosa, whose constituency hangs in the balance because the results have not yet been declared and have not yet been confirmed. But he will be there as Minister for Local Government. Also, Albert Kandapa, Minister for National Security, will be there at the table on behalf of government transition team. So these are the men and women who will be sitting at the table today. That conversation obviously will start today. The president of the day, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will meet the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, and they will kickstart the conversations, and then the transition will go on. It is important for the incoming government to understand the nuances and so far the real situation on the ground from the perspective of the government. And at this point, all the books will be open, everything will be laid bare, so they get to understand what they are getting into and how they must approach what they are getting into. It's very, very important. Mind you, John Dramani Mahama said that within the first 120 days after his swearing in, he will name his cabinet, and then he will go on to do some extra stuff, including the cancellation or facilitating, or if you like, proposing for Parliament to consider the abolishment of the e-levy, the emissions tax, and also the bed tax, and some other things. He'll be looking at all those things. So we're keeping our eyes on the ball, and we're focusing directly on what will be happening from the presidency. Mind you, I told you earlier, we will also be focusing predominantly today's edition of the Midnight Watch on your Election Command Center. Ghana Decides, the post-election analysis. We'll be focusing on Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, the first female vice president ever in the Republic of Ghana. In fact, the first female vice presidential candidate of any major political party in this country. And we'll be taking a look at this. We'll be looking at the woman factor and also the affirmative action conversation, and whether or not the women have been given enough chance, and what the women, how eager they are. We'll also be looking at some new entrants, particularly the women who have made their way or will be making their way into Parliament come the 6th of January 2025. Helen, it's all going to be predominantly a women conversation today, and I'm excited about it. How excited are you?
Very excited. It's something that a lot of Ghanaian women are looking forward to, having our very first female vice president. And we see across the globe and even on the African continent what happens when we have women at the helm of affairs. If we could do half as much as countries like Rwanda, for example, we could be on our way to doing some great things. Now, the UN says it'll take women some 140 years to attain the same levels or leadership levels in government as men. So we do have a long way to go. I'm not sure where you'll be in a century's time, but surely you won't be there to see that happen. But we're making strides in our part of the world, and it's very exciting to see. So it's a conversation that we'll have. Also looking at the composition of Parliament, you know that in the 8th Parliament we had 40 women out of the
20 on each side for the NDC and the NPP.
Yes. But consistently, though, we do see that the NPP fields more women. That's just the stats as we have it. Will the NDC be doing more this time round? What will the numbers look like? It's something that's highly in focus as we talk about how to get more women, you know, into the House of Parliament.
And for me, this also is a conversation that must matter to the younger women who draw a lot of inspiration from their seniors, their aunties and their grandmummies and their mummies, as it were. And this will mean that the more women we get in there, the more women get a chance to open the door and to hold the door open for these young ladies to also come through. It will be a sense of motivation for them to know that I'm a woman, I see a woman up there. It is possible for me to climb up that ladder to get up there. It's going to be the real deal and an icebreaker for most of our women. And you see, women usually would shy away from getting into the politics of the day because of some fruity language that somebody may use against them, be asking them a question whether they are married or not, whether they have children or not, you know, and whether or not they are competent enough, what they are bringing to the table. You don't get those questions, you know, being put to men when they put themselves up for office.
That's right.
It's about their masculinity, and that's it. So we must move away from being misogynist or chauvinist and start focusing on the quality that people bring.
That's right.
One of the people who has broken that ice and done it so well is Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. I mean, people said all manner of sorts about her. This is the first female vice chancellor of the University of Cape Coast.
That's right.
The first female education minister in the country. The first female vice presidential candidate of a major political party, and God willing, by the 7th of January 2025, the first female vice president of the Republic. If you look at her life and the trajectory of her life, this is a woman who has demonstrated that give me an opportunity and I'll deliver. If you, for example, look at a university professor, a literature professor who is not known to politics, who doesn't play around the political field, suddenly gets picked by Professor Mills and thrown in there, and then she starts delivering. And then John Mahama says, okay, come partner me for this ticket. She tries in 2020. And you could actually tell in the 2024 campaign that the levels of improvement in terms of the
wear that political hat.
Exactly. In terms of the public education and wearing off that fatigue and actually getting some renewed energy every step of the way. I mean, here's a woman who's gone past the age of 70, by the way. She's a septuagenarian. So naturally, her energy at this point should be waning. But you can clearly tell when you see her on the campaign platforms that she is a totally different individual. At her outdooring, for example, at the UPSA, some of the things that she said were thought-provoking. Things that, if I am sure as a country we pay particular attention to listening to the nuggets that she dropped on that day, we will get a good sense of where we have to redirect our country and forge forward. She on that day, she made me realize that we cannot accept mediocrity. We must not feel guilty when we are asking questions of accountability, and we must demand at every step of the way what is rightfully ours as a people and as a nation.
That's right.
And that, for me, is what has been lacking for a very, very long time. Because gradually, either we're being pushed into a culture of silence or into the domain or province of timidity. So you speak up and you're told to shut up. I'll give you a classic example. You get into a public transport. You sit in it. The driver is riding recklessly and everybody is quiet. You notice it and you are wondering why everybody is quiet about it. You want to talk about it, and everybody in the bus wants to shut you down. And in the end, if the car crashes, touch wood, you all get to die, or you all get injured or maimed for life. So that level of timidity must be a thing of the past. And for me, she spoke very well on that occasion.
She did.
Except to say that for those who were supposed to listen, like from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, who are supposed to pay attention to the Ministry of Education. Unfortunately, because we're in the campaign season, they looked at it with a political eye, and they didn't focus on the overarching principles of the things that she had said. And that, for me, is sad. How we are